Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course. And in this tutorial, we are going to start on with prototype inheritance. So the first topic which we are going to cover in this tutorial is going to be prototypal inheritance. Now in programming, we often want to take something and expand it. For instance, let's just say that we have a user object with its properties and methods. Now we want to make the admin and the guest as slightly modified variants of it. Now we would like to reuse what we have in user, not copy or re-implement its method, just build a new object on top of it. Now prototypal inheritance is a language features that is going to help you regarding that. So the first thing which we are going to see here is going to be what is a prototype, that which you can see on the left side, which is enclosed in two square brackets. So whenever I say bracketed prototype, I mean this thing which is right here on this left side. So in JavaScript, objects have a special hidden property that is the bracketed prototype as named in the specification, that is either null or references another object. Now that object is called a prototype. So in the image you can see that we have an object, we have a prototype in square brackets, then we have a prototype object. So when we read a property from an object and it's missing, JavaScript is automatically going to take it from the prototype. In programming, this is called as prototypal inheritance. And soon we are going to study many examples of such inheritance as well as cooler language features that are built upon that. Now, the property that is the bracketed prototype is internal and hidden, but there are many ways to set it. So, one of them is to use the special name proto with genders before and after proto. So, let's just move back to the compiler, and right here we are going to see the practical example of how to use the special name proto. So, let's just say that you have a variable named as animal here, and inside that you have got eats as true. Now this is a property of this animal. Now what you want to do here is that you want to have an animal that is going to be rabbit, that is going to equal to jumps equal to true. So you can see that you have an animal, then you have got an animal as a rabbit, which in which you have got jump equal to 2. Now if you write in rabbit dot dunder proto, then dunder, and you make it equal to animal, then what you are doing here is that you have actually rabbit dot bracketed prototype equal to animal. So now if we read a property from rabbit and it is missing, JavaScript is automatically going to take it from the animal of which a rabbit is now a prototype. So for instance, let's just say that right here you want to have alert and you want to write in rabbit dot jump. Then as you can clearly see that you have a jump inside rabbit, so that is quite obvious that it is going to return true. So if you refresh this page, you can see that it is going to say true. But if you write in here, write in eats, now you can see that eats is something that is not inside rabbit and you're accessing it using the rabbit object. So if you now save this and refresh this, you can see that it still says true. So what basically here is going on, that here in this line number 9, we when we alert tries to read the property rabbit dot eats right down here, then this line over here is going to set the animal to the prototype of rabbit before that, and you want to when you try to access and read the property rabbit dot eats, it's actually not in rabbit, so JavaScript follow the bracketed prototype reference and it finds it in the animal, which means that it follows the bottom up approach. So first it is going to look here, which means the bottom, and then it is going to move upward when it did not find it here. So whatever it is not going to find in rabbit, it is going to look that in the animal. So right here, if we move ahead, in here we can say that actually animal is the prototype of rabbit, or rabbit prototypically inherits from animal. So if animal has a lot of useful properties and methods, then they become automatically available in rabbit. Now such properties are called as inherited properties. Now let's just say that we have, let's just say, a method inside animals. So the question is that can it be called on rabbit? Let's just see this with the help of an example. So right here, let's just put a comma and let's just say that you have a walk function where you have to simply write in animals walk. Yes, they do. So right down here inside the rabbit function, rabbit variable, if you write in proto colon and you write an animal here, then this is actually another way of prototyping things. All you have to do is add a comma here to get rid of that error message popping up. And right here, just remove this from here. And we don't need an alert statement here because we already have in the walk function an alert statement. And what you have to do is you have to call in the walk function and see if it works or not. So if we refresh that, you can see that it says animal walks. So which means that walk is taken from the prototype. So if you have a look here inside this diagram, then you can see that the method is automatically taken from the prototype, something like this. You can see that you have the jumps rabbit, and inside the rabbit, since it is a bracketed prototype of this animal, so that's why it has access to this each variable as well as this walk as a function. Now a prototype chain can be longer as well. Let's just say that we want to have another object kind of thing here where you can just write in long ear and you are going to make it equal to ear length, and let's just say that the ear length is 10. And right here we can have the proto and we are going to make it equal to, not equal to, but a colon here, and we are going to make it equal to a rabbit. Now what's going on here is that this over here, sorry, this over here, that is the long ear, is basically a prototype of this, and this over here is a prototype of this parent element that is animal. So which means that this long ear has now access to the properties of animals as well. So right here, if you now want to write in long ear dot walk and refresh this page, you can see that the long ear actually has access to whatever lies inside here. So if you look at the diagram of that, you can see that you have long ear, that is a bracketed prototype of this rabbit, which is in turn the prototype of this animal, which means that all these three are linked together. So now if we read something from long ear and it's missing, JavaScript will look for it in the rabbit and then in the animals. Now there are two limitations with that. First is that the references can go in circles. JavaScript will throw an error if we try to assign proto in a circle. The second limitation is that the value of proto can be either an object or null. Other types are going to get ignored. Also, it may be obvious, but still, there can only be one bracketed prototype. Now, an object may not inherit from two others. So I hope that you have understood what we have covered so far. In the next tutorial, we are going to talk more about prototypal inheritance and see some of the more features which are actually associated with prototypal inheritance. So for this tutorial, that is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this tutorial we are going to continue on with prototypal inheritance in JavaScript. Now the first thing which we are going to discuss about prototypal inheritance in this tutorial is that writing does not use prototype. Now the prototype is only used for reading properties. Write or delete operations only work directly with the object. So what we are going to do is that we are going to see this with the help of an example. So let's just see that we have this eats true, whereas this function has got, let's just say, nothing. So this method won't be used by rabbit anymore because we have got nothing inside that. Now we will just remove this from here as well, and we will only have the bracketed prototype reference from rabbit to animal. Now write down here, as I told you, that writing and deletion is not allowed using prototype. So if you want to write in rabbit.walk now and you want to save this and you want to make it equal to something, you can clearly see that it says walk is white. Now you can actually not write using this rabbit to a function, but what you can do is that you can make a function here of your own, which is going to get associated to rabbit.walk. So right here what you can do is that you can have alert and you can say that rabbit bounce. So now if you want to have rabbit dot walk, then it is going to actually give you this output, but you can actually not override this walk method, which is right over here. So from now on, rabbit.walk calls find the method immediately in the object and execute it without using the prototype. So if you have a look here in this diagram, you can see that thing very clearly. You can see that you have this walk function which is inside this rabbit now, which means that it don't have to look up because it is right inside here. Accessor properties are an exception and assignment is handled by a setter function. So writing to such a properties is actually the same as calling the function. For that reason, for example, if you have something like this, for example, if you just remove it from here, and let's just say that you have a user that has a name which is John, and we have the surname as well, which is, let's just say, John Smith. And inside that, you have, let's just say, a function that is named as set full name of value. And inside that function, you have this dot name, this dot surname. And we will just enclose these inside square brackets so that we can make it a split pair. So we will just have value dot split using some space between the name and the surname. Now after that, what you can have is that you can have a get function for this, for whatever you have set actually, that is using the get full name function, where you are going to simply write in return, and you are going to have the double ticks, and you are going to have this dot name, and you are going to have this dot surname. Now write down here, if you have an admin, that is equal to something like proto, and it actually prototypes the user here, and we make is admin as true. Then right here you can actually get access to the admin dot full name is going to work correctly in that case. So if you want to have alert admin dot full name, then it is actually going to give you John Smith. So let's just say that we refresh this page to see that I'm right. You can see that you have gone John Smith. Now, if you want to have something like admin dot full name, and you want to make it equal to Alice Cooper, let's just say. And then if you want to have an alert statement where you want to have admin dot full name, then the question is that is it going to get modified or not? So if you refresh that, it is going to say John Smith, and then it is going to say Alice Cooper. Now, the thing is that right here in this line, that is line number 19, the property admin dot full name has a getter in the prototype user. So it is called, and then in the in this line over here, that is where we set the name to Alice dot Cooper. The property has a setter in the prototype, so that's why it is going to get called. But if you don't use the get or set functions, then you would not be able to do what you have done right over here. So if you want to make changes to a prototype and you want to do that using the child class or child object, then what you have to do is that you have to use the get and set functions. Otherwise, you won't be able to write or delete using the prototype thing. So I hope that you have understood how to make changes to things where you want to do that. So for that, you have to use the get and set function. Then comes the second part of this tutorial, that is the value of this. Now, an interesting question may arise in the example we have just covered. That is, what is the value of this inside the set full name value? Where are the properties this dot name and this dot surname written into user or the admin? The answer is simple. The this keyword is not affected by prototypes at all, no matter where the method is found in an object or its prototype. In a method call, the this keyword is always the object before the dot. So the setter call admin.fullname equal uses admin as this, not the user. That is actually a super important thing because we may have a big object with many methods and have objects that inherits from it. And when the inheriting objects run the inherited methods, they will modify only their own states, not the state of the big object. For instance, the animal in the previous example represents a method storage and rabbits make use of it. So if we get back to the previous example where we have the animal and we have the rabbit function, so if we make certain changes to it, let's just say that we don't need this eat for now because we know that animals do eat. So we are going to have this not of this dot is sleeping. We are going to alert I walk. Now what we are going to do is that right inside here we are going to have a function that is going to be named as sleep, and inside the sleep function we are going to have this dot is sleeping and we are going to make it equal to true. Then inside the rabbit what we are going to do is that we are going to name the rabbit as a white rabbit, and we are going to have your prototype for animal. Just place a comma here to resolve the problem. Now if you write here, just remove this from here, and now if you want to access rabbit dot sleep, then it is going to actually modify a rabbit dot is sleeping. So if you just save this page and refresh that, all right, it's some kind of issue with it. Yes, because inside that we have actually not have anything because we have not actually accessed the walk method. So right here, if you want to have rabbit dot walk afterwards, save this and refresh this, and you can see that it says nothing, which means that this dot is sleeping is now false. So I hope that you have understood what we have. But if you write here tries to have an alert statement where you have rabbit dot is sleeping, save this, it is going to actually return true. Whereas if you have alert animal dot is sleeping, then actually it is going to give you undefined. And the reason is that no such property is in the prototype. So if you have a look at the image, which you are going to get is going to be something like that. You can see that inside the rabbit is sleeping is going to be true, but you can see inside the animal function that you don't have anything like is sleeping. So if we had other projects like birds, snakes, inheriting from animal, they would also gain access to methods of animal, but the this keyword in each method call would be the corresponding object that is going to be evaluated at the call time, not animal. So when we write data into the this keyword, it is stored into these objects. As a result, methods are shared, but the object state is not shared. So finally, the last thing which we are going to study is how for in loop works. The for in loop iterates over inherited properties too. So if we just go back here and let's just say that inside the animal, we will just keep it simple and we are going to have eats as true, and inside the rabbit, we are going to have jumps and we are going to make it equal to true. Now if you write down here want to alert, let's just say object dot keys of rabbit, then actually it is going to give you the only key it has, that is going to be jumps. Now if you have a for loop where you write in let properties in rabbit, and what you want to do with them is that you want to alert the properties, then what it is going to do is that it is going to loop over all the properties, and what it is going to get you is all the properties rabbit has. Now since rabbit has this, but since it is a prototype of animal, so that's why it is also going to get you this eat right here. So if that's not what we want and we would like to exclude inherited properties, then there is a built-in method that is known as object.hasOwnProperty, and in the parameters you have to provide the key, and it is going to return true if the object has its own not inherited property named key. So we can filter out inherited properties or do something else with them as well. So inside the for loop here, what you can do is that you can have let is on, which means that you want only want to have the properties which the rabbit has on its own. So we will have rabbit dot has own property, and you're going to pass in prop, and you are going to then check if is on, then you are going to alert r, and you are going to have the props. So it is going to then give you only jump, and in the else you can have something like alert, and you can have inherited, and here you can have the properties that are inherited, in that case that are from the parent class actually. So what that is going to do is that it is going to check for its own properties, and it is going to give you the properties of its own, not out but on. So let's just save this, and what you have to do is that we have to remove this from here as well. Save this now and refresh this. You can see that it is only going to give you jump, own jumps, and inherited is going to eats, which means that it is going to give you what you actually wanted. The first one was from this, so just remove this from here and it is going to give you the exact output you were looking for, which means that the own properties of rabbit was only jump and the inherited property was eat. So here we have the inheritance chain, which look something like this. where you can see that rabbit actually inherits from animal that inherits from object dot prototype, because animal is a literal object, so it's by default, and then null at the very top. Now, you can note a very funny thing here. Where is the method rabbit dot has own property coming from? Now, we did not define it. Looking at the chain, we can see that the method is provided by object dot prototype dot has own property. In other words, it is actually an inherited function. But why does the has own property function not appear in the foreign loop like eats and jumps to if the foreign list inherited properties? The answer is simple. It is not enumerable. Just like all other properties of object.prototype, it has enumerable as false flag, and the foreign only list enumerable properties. That's why it and the rest of the object.prototype properties are not listed. Now, almost all other key value getting methods such as object.keys, object.values, and so on ignore inherited properties. They only operate on the object itself. Properties from the prototype are not taken into account. So that is all with prototypal inheritance. I hope that you have understood what we have covered in these two tutorials. So that is it with this tutorial. In the next tutorial, we are going to talk about what is f dot prototype, and you are going to see what that is in the next tutorial. So for this tutorial, that is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this tutorial we are going to talk about f dot prototype. Now, if you remember, new objects can be created with a constructor function like new, and then you can write in f as a function. Now, if dot prototype is an object, then the new operator uses it to set the bracketed prototype for the new object. Now, please note that JavaScript had prototypal inheritance from the beginning. It was one of the core features of the language, but in the old times, there was no direct access to it. The only thing that worked reliably was a prototype property of the constructor function described in this tutorial. So there are many scripts that still uses that. Please note that f.prototype here means a regular property named prototype on a function f. It sounds something similar to the term prototype, but here we really mean a regular property with this name. So if you move here and you have this animal eats true, so right down here, if you let's just say have a function that is named as rabbit, and inside that you have got name, and what you are going to simply do is that you are going to use it as kind of a constructor function where you are going to have this dot name equal to a name. Now if you write in a rabbit dot prototype and make it equal to animal, then that is going to actually do what you want to do here. So if you have rabbit equal to new rabbit, and right here you can use it as a constructor function, so just pass in the name, that is going to be white rabbit in that case. So now it this thing over here is actually similar to writing rabbit dot proto and make it equal to animal. So now if you alert down here rabbit.eats, then I assure you that it is going to actually print this true for you. So setting rabbit.prototype equal to animal literally states the following. When a new rabbit is created, assign its bracketed prototype to animal. So if you see this with the help of the diagram, you can see that on this image, prototype is a horizontal arrow meaning a regular property, and bracketed prototype is a vertical arrow meaning the inheritance of rabbit from animal. So I hope that you have understood the difference between this prototype and this bracketed prototype. Now f.prototype only used at new f time. F.prototype property is only used when new f is called. It assigns the bracketed prototype of the new object. If after the creation f.prototype property changes, which means that f.prototype equal to another object, then new objects created by the new f will have another object as bracketed prototype, but already existing objects keep the old one. Then comes the default f.prototype, which means constructor property. Now every function has the prototype property even if we don't supply it. The default prototype is an object with the only property constructor that points back to the function itself. So what I'm saying is that it looks something like a function rabbit, and inside that what you can have is you can have default prototype, which means rabbit.prototype equal to constructor or rabbit. So to check that, you can see that we have a diagram for that as well, where you can see that the constructor is referring to prototype and prototype is referring to the constructor. So if you want to check it, what you can do is that inside the function here, what you can do is that you can alert, sorry, not here, but after the function here, you can have alert and you can have rabbit, capital rabbit, which means that we are referring to the function dot prototype dot constructor equal to rabbit, and this statement over here is going to actually gets you true. Normally, if we do nothing, the constructor property is available to all rabbits through the bracketed prototype. So outside here, if you just remove all this stuff from here, and let's just say that you have let rabbit equal to new rabbit. Now it inherits from the constructor of the rabbit function. So if you now write in rabbit dot constructor and make it equal to the function rabbit, and it is also going to give you true from the prototype. So if you look at the diagram for that, you can see that you can still get it from the rabbit prototype here towards the constructor rabbit function. So we can use constructor property to create a new object using the same constructor as the existing one. So to see this with an example, let's just move back here. And inside the function rabbit, what you're going to have is your name back, and this dot name is going to equal to name, not dash, but an equal to sign here. And you can have alert name here. So right down here, what you're going to do is that you are going to pass in white rabbit, and what you can have is let rabbit2 is going to equal to new rabbit dot constructor, and inside that what you can have is a black rabbit. So if we save this and run this, you can see that you have a white rabbit as well as you have a black rabbit. Now that's handy when we have an object we don't know which constructor was used for it. For example, it comes from a third party library and we need to create another one of the same kind. But probably the most important thing about constructor is that JavaScript itself does not ensure the right constructor value. Yes, it exists in the default prototype for function, but that's all. What happens with it later is totally on you. In particular, if we replace the default prototype as a whole, then there will be no constructor in it. For instance, inside this function rabbit, if you have let's just say that you have something like rabbit dot prototype and you make it equal to jumps true, and then you have let rabbit equal to new rabbit. We don't need this name now. Remove it from here as well, and we will have an alert statement here. Now inside the alert we are going to have rabbit dot constructor, so we will just copy that, paste it, and we are going to check for the triple equality of rabbit. Now this statement over here is actually going to get you false. So to keep the right constructor, we can choose to add or remove properties to the default property instead of writing it as a whole, where basically outside this function we can have rabbit dot prototype dot jumps, and you are going to make it equal to true. And this is basically the default rabbit dot prototype dot constructor, which is actually now preserved. On alternative, recreate the constructor property manually, where you can have jumps dot true, and inside that you can have the constructor, and you can actually make it equal to the rabbit function, and that is also going to do your job. So in this tutorial we briefly described the way of setting a bracketed prototype for objects that are created via a constructor function. Now later we are going to see more advanced programming patterns that rely on it. Everything is quite simple, just a few notes to make things clear. The first thing was that what we have is that f dot prototype property. Don't mistake it for the bracketed prototype. It actually sets the bracketed prototype of new objects when the new f is called. The value of f dot prototype should be either an object or null. Other values won't work. And the third thing is that the prototype property only has a special effect when set on a constructor function and invoked with new. By default, all functions have f dot prototype equal to constructor f, so we can get the constructor of an object by accessing its constructor property. So we are going to add some tasks at the end of this tutorial so that you can get a good idea of what you have learned and whether you have learned it or not. So thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this tutorial we are going to talk about native prototypes. The prototype property, which you have learned in the previous tutorial, is basically widely used by the core of JavaScript itself. All built-in constructor functions basically used it. So first we are going to look at the details, and then how to use it for adding new capabilities to built-in objects is what we are going to do in this tutorial. So the first thing we are going to talk about in this tutorial is going to be object.prototype. So let's say that we have output an empty object. Now to do that, let's just say that we have an object which is actually empty, and what you have simply do is that you have alerted that object. Now it is obvious and you know it that the answer is going to be something like object and object. You can run it to see that I am telling you the truth. Now the question is that where is the code that generates the string object? Now that's a built-in toString method, but where is it? The object is actually empty. But the short notation object equal to an empty object is the same as object equal to new object, where object is a built-in object constructor function with its own prototype referencing a huge object with toString and other methods. So if you look at the diagram here, then it is exactly what is going on. When new object is called or a literal object is created, the bracketed prototype of it is set to object dot prototype according to the rule that we discussed in the previous tutorial. So as you can see here, so then when the object.toString is called, it is actually taken from object.prototype. Now we can also check it. Now to check that, we are going to move back towards our compiler here, and let's just say that we have this object here, and we will have an alert statement where you are going to write an object dot proto, and we are going to check it with an equality operator, not a double but a triple equality, and we are going to check it for reference that whether object dot prototype has the same reference or not. Then this is actually going to give you true, not dot dot true, but true like this. Now if you have object dot and you have the two string here, and you make it equal to the object dot proto dot toString, then actually this over here is also going to give you true. Whereas if you have to alert object dot string, we will just copy this from here, and right here instead of proto, if you write in here prototype, then this statement is also going to get you true. So let's just see all of these three. You can see true, you can see true, and you can see true. So you can see that all of those gave you true. So please note that there is no more bracketed prototypes in the chain above object.prototype. So if you actually want to alert object.prototype.proto, it is actually going to give you null. The second thing which we are going to cover in this tutorial is about other built-in prototypes. Now, we have other built-in objects such as arrays, we have dates, we have functions, and others also keep methods in prototype. For instance, when we create an array 1, 2, 3, the default new array constructor is used internally. So array.prototype becomes its prototype and provides method that's very memory efficient. By specification, all of the built-in prototypes have object.prototype on the top. That's why some people say that everything inherits from objects. So to see an overall picture of that, you can see that we have that here. So you can see that you have array.prototype, you have this function.prototype, you have this number.prototype. Now this looks exactly like this, but this time it has three bracketed prototypes that are referencing to object.prototype, which means that it has the toString function and other object methods. Now that is the reason that array.prototype methods are actually very memory efficient. So you can see that you have this 1, 2, 3 array that is referring to a bracketed prototype to array.prototype. That is again a reference to object.prototype that finally points to null, and same goes for functions and number prototypes. So if you want to check the prototypes manually, what you can do is that you can create an array of yourself where you can have let array equal to, and you can have 1, 2, 3, not 1.2 but 1, 2, 3. Now if you have array dot proto and you want to check it equal to array dot prototype instead of object, so right here if you output this, it is actually going to return true. It inherits from array dot prototype. Then if you have array dot, and this time it is not going to be object, because if you run it, it is going to give you an error because we have not any obj over here, but we have this array. So array.proto is triple equal to array.prototype. This is going to actually return true. So it inherits from array properties. We got that from the first statement. Then what if it is from the object dot prototype? So for that, we will have array dot right here. We will have array dot proto dot proto. So if you have this and you make it equal to the object dot prototype, then this statement is also going to get you true. And as I told you, null is going to be at the top. So if you have array dot right here, if you have arr dot proto dot proto dot proto, then this is going to actually give you null. And the reason behind that is that you can see clearly that the final approach, which is array.proto.proto.proto, which means that this is the first one, which is the array. So its proto is this slice function and other array methods. Its proto is this toString function and other many methods. And its prototype, as you can see, this bracketed prototype here, is actually pointing to null. So that's why array.proto.proto.proto is actually going to be null. Whereas array.proto.proto equals to the object prototype, which you can see in the diagram as well. Array.proto.proto is actually the object.prototype. So that's why it is referencing the same thing. So that's why it is going to be true. Whereas for the first one, array.proto is equal to the array.prototype, which you can see in the diagram. Array.prototype is actually the array.prototype. So that's why it is also going to give you true. Now there is that some methods in prototype may overlap. For instance, if you have array.prototype, which has its own toString that lists comma delimited elements. So for example, if you have array equal to 1, 2, 3, and you simply write in alert arr, save this and refresh this page, you can see that it says 1, 2, 3, true, true, and null, which was the previous output of these three statements. So you can see that 1, 2, 3 was the output, that is the result of array.prototype.toString. As we have seen before, object.prototype has the toString method as well, but array.prototype is closer in the chain, so the array variant is actually used. So if you have a look here in this diagram, then you can see that you have this array, and then right here in the array.prototype you have the toString function, whereas in the object.prototype you also have the toString function. But as I told you before, that the approach which is actually used by prototyping is the bottom up approach, which means that first it is going to look in the array.prototype. So that's why it is going to use this method and not this one in the object.prototype. Now in browser tools like Chrome Developer Console, it also show inheritance. Console.dir may need to be used for built-in objects. So if you have a look here, you can see that you have console.dir123. You have this array of 3, 0, 1, 2, length is 3. In the proto, you have array.prototype function concat, native code, unshift function. And in the proto object prototype, you have the constructor, you have the has on property and is on property. That is again the native code. So other built-in method also works the same way. Even functions, they are objects of a built-in function constructors, and their method call or apply and others are taken from function.prototype. Functions have their own toString method too. Then if you talk about primitives, the most intricate things happens with strings, numbers, and booleans. As we remember, they are not objects, but if we try to access their properties, temporary wrapper objects are created using built-in constructors, string, number, and boolean respectively. They provide the methods and disappear. These objects are created invisibly to us, and most engines optimize them out, but the specification describes it exactly this way. Methods of these objects also resides in prototypes available as string.prototype, number.prototype, and boolean.prototype. So the next thing which we are going to see is how to change native prototypes. Now, native prototypes can be modified. For instance, if you add a method to the string.prototype, it is going to get available to all string. For example, if you just write in string.prototype.show, and in the functions, you just want to have alert this, and then if you have a boom dot show, then it is going to actually print boom. Now, during the process of development, we may have ideas for new built-in methods we would like to have, and we may be tempted to add them to native prototype, but that is generally a bad idea. Now, it is important here to note that prototypes are global, so it's easy to get a conflict. If two libraries add a method string.prototype.show, then one of them will be overwriting the method of the other. So, generally, modifying a native prototype is a very bad idea. So, we just recommend that you do not go boom because it is going to actually get boom on you. Now, in modern programming languages, there is only one case where modifying native prototypes is approved, and that is polyfilling. Now, polyfilling is a term for making a substitute for a method that exists in the JavaScript specification but is not yet supported by a particular JavaScript engines. We may then implement it manually and populate the built-in prototype with it. The final thing which we are going to cover is how to borrow from prototypes. Now, in the tutorial where we talk about decorators and forwarding and we check the call and apply method, we talked about method borrowing, if you remember. Now, that's when we actually take a method from one object and copy it into the other. Now, some methods of native prototypes are often borrowed as well. For instance, if we are making an array like object, we may want to copy some array methods to it as well. For example, if we have this, let's just say that we have this object here that is actually equal to, at the 0, let's just say that we have hello, and at 1, we have colon here, and at 1, we just say that we have world, and finally, the length is going to be 2. So if you write here, write an object dot join and make it equal to array dot prototype dot join, and you want to have alert object dot join, and you want to join them with a comma, then actually it is going to work, and the output which you are going to get is going to be hello and comma world. So if you just remove this from here, save this page and refresh this, you can see that you have got hello, a comma, and a world. Now it works because the internal algorithm of the built-in join method only cares about the correct indexes and the length property. It does not check if the object is indeed an array. Many built-in methods are like that. Another possibility is to inherit by setting object.proto to array.prototype, so all array methods are automatically available in the object. But that's impossible if the obj already inherits from another object. Remember, we only can inherit from one object at a time. So borrowing method is flexible. It allows to mix functionalities from different objects if needed. So I hope that you have understood what we have covered in this tutorial about native prototypes. All built-in objects follow the same pattern. The methods are stored in the prototype array.prototype, object.prototype, and data.prototype. The object itself stores only the data. Primitives also store methods in prototype of wrapper objects, and built-in prototypes can be modified or populated with new method, but it's not recommended to change them. The only allowable case is probably when we add in a new standard, but it's not yet supported by a JavaScript engine. So I hope that you have understood what we have covered about native prototypes in this tutorial. That is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this tutorial we are going to talk about prototype methods and objects without proto. Now, in the first tutorial where we talked about prototypal inheritance, we mentioned that there are many modern methods to set up a prototype. Setting or reading the prototype with object.proto is considered outdated and somewhat deprecated. Now, the modern methods to get or set a prototype are listed right in front of you. The first one is object.getPrototype of. It returns the bracketed prototype of object. And then we have object.setPrototype that sets the prototype of object to proto. It actually set it to proto, which is actually the second parameter here as well. That is like this. Now, the only usage of proto that's not frowned upon is a property when creating a new object, proto. Now, although there are special method for this too, which is listed in line number 4, that is object.create, two parameters proto and the descriptor that creates an empty object with the given proto as bracketed prototype and optional property descriptors. For instance, if you have your animal object back, and inside that you are going to have eats as true. Now if you want to create a new object with animal as the prototype, you are going to have let rabbit equal to, and you're going to have object dot create, and inside the parameter you are going to write an animal for which you want to set the prototype. Now it is the same as writing proto colon animal. So if you write an alert rabbit.eats, it is going to actually print true. Whereas if you have the get and set methods here, where you can have alert and you can have object dot get prototype of, and you want to get the prototype of rabbit and check it with animal, then it is actually going to return true because you are getting the prototype of rabbit where which you have actually created with this animal. So this is actually referencing at the same location. That's why this over here is going to return true. Whereas if you write in object dot set prototype of, and in the parameters you write in rabbit, that is the first parameter where you write in the object, and the second parameter is what you want to set it to. So let's just say that you want to set it to something this, that change the prototype of rabbit to an empty string. Now the object.create method is a bit more powerful as it has its own optional second argument, that is the property descriptors. We can provide additional properties to the new objects there. So let's just say that inside here, we'll just remove this get and set methods, and inside that we are going to specify the second parameter, that is the optional descriptor. So let's just say that we want to add properties like jumps. So we want to check if rabbit jumps or not. Now the value for that is going to be true surely because rabbits do jump. And right here, if you now want to have alert and you write in a rabbit dot jumps, then it is actually going to print true for you. Now the descriptors are in the same format as described in the tutorial where we talked about property flags and descriptors. We can use the object.create to perform an object cloning, more powerful than copying properties in the foreign loop. So if you have something like this, where you have let clone equal to object dot create, and in the parameters you write in object, and you have object dot get own property descriptor. We'll just have property descriptor, and write in obj here, then this call is going to make a truly exact copy of the obj, including all properties. That includes the enumerable and non-enumerable data properties and getters and setters, everything, and with the right bracketed prototype. So if you talk about a brief history here, now there is so many ways to manage the bracketed prototype. How did that happen and why? Now that's for historical reasons. The prototypal inheritance was in the language since its dawn, but the ways to manage it evolved over time. Now there are four things about that. First thing is that the prototype property of a construction of the constructor function has worked since very ancient time. It's the oldest way to create objects with a given prototype. Later in 2012, the object.create appeared in the standard. It gave the ability to create objects with a given prototype, but did not provide the ability to use the getter and setter, which means to use the get or set. Now, some browsers implemented the non standard proto accessor that allowed the user to get or set a prototype at any time to give more flexibility to developers. Now, later in 2015, object.setPrototypeOf and object.getPrototypeOf were added to the standard to perform the same functionality as Proto. Now, as Proto was de facto implemented everywhere, it was kind of deprecated and made its way to the Annex B of the standard, that is, optional for non browser environments. Later in 2022, it was officially allowed to use Proto in object literals, moved out of Annex B, but not as a getter or setter object.prototype, still in Annex B. Now, why was proto replaced by the functions getPrototypeOf and setPrototypeOf? And why was proto partially rehabilitated and its usage allowed in the object literals but not as a getter or setter? Now, that is an interesting question requiring us to understand why proto is bad. As soon and soon we are going to get the answer for that. Now, firstly, we are going to talk about very plain objects. As we know that objects can be used as associative arrays to store key or value pairs. But if we try to store user provided keys in it, we can see an interesting glitch. All keys work fine except proto. So let's just see this with the help of an example. So let's just remove this from here and let's just say that we have an object that is equal to empty. So let's just say that we have a key that is going to equal to prompt, and inside that we are going to have what's the key, and right here we are going to have proto. So right here if you have object key that is equal to some value, now if you want to alert object key, then it is going to give you object not some value. So that is the first reason. Now here if the user types in proto, the assignment here in the object key equal to some value in line number 4 is going to get ignored. Now that could surely be surprising for a non-developer but pretty understanding for you guys. The proto property is special. It must be either an object or null. A string cannot become a prototype. That's why an assignment to a string to proto is ignored. But we didn't intend to implement such behaviors, right? We want to store key value pairs and the key named proto was not properly saved. Now that's a bug. Here's the consequences are not terrible, but in other cases, we may be storing objects instead of strings in object and then the prototype will indeed be changed. As a result, the execution will go wrong in totally unexpected ways. Now, what's worse is that usually developers do not think about such possibilities at all. That makes such bugs hard to notice and even turn them into vulnerabilities, especially when JavaScript is used on server side. Unexpected things also happens when assigning to the object.toString as it's a built-in object method. Now, how can we avoid this problem? The answer is that first we can just switch to using map for storage instead of plain object. Then everything is going to be fine. So instead of this, we can have map equal to new map, and the right here we are going to have the key equal to this, and we are going to use the map dot set function. And in the map dot set function we are going to have key, and not in parameters or not in quotation marks, but like this. We will just remove this bracket from here and add it at the end, because for the set method the second parameter is going to be this, and we don't want this. Now we want to have map dot get key, and now this is going to give us this as an output, that is some value as intended. But object syntax is often more appealing as it's more concise. Fortunately, we can use object because language creators gave thought to that problem long ago. As we know, proto is not a property of an object but an accessor of object dot prototype, which you can see here in this diagram right here as well. So if object.proto is read or set, the corresponding getter or setter is called from its prototype, and it gets or set the bracketed prototype. Now, as it was said in the beginning of this section, that proto is a way to access bracketed prototype. It is not bracketed prototype itself. Now, if we intend to use an object as an associative array and be free of such problems, we can do a little trick. Now, the trick is going to be, we will just move back to where we were. So right here, we are going to use object dot create, and we can just pass in null here. Now the rest is going to remain the same, and now this over here, which previously gave us nothing, this time it is going to give us this as an output right here, which means that object.create null created an empty object with a prototype, and in the bracketed prototype it is going to be null. As you can see in this diagram, you can see that the object bracketed prototype is actually pointing towards null. So there is no inherited getter or setter for proto. Now it is processed as a regular data property, so the example which we have covered works right. We can call such objects very plain or pure dictionary objects because they are even simpler than the regular plain object. Now, a downside is that such objects lack any built-in object methods like toString. So if you have object.create null, and down if you want to alert the object right here. So right here, if you simply want to alert the object which you have created using object.create, it is actually going to give you error no toString. But that's usually fine for associative arrays. Note that most object related methods are object.something like object.keys. They are not in the prototype, so they will keep working on such objects. So I hope that you have understood what we have covered. The first thing is that to create an object with a given prototype, you have to use the literal syntax that allow to specify multiple properties, or you can use the object.prototypes that allow you to specify property descriptors as the second parameter of object.create method. Then we talked about modern methods to get or set the prototypes, which are the get prototype of and set prototype of. Then we talk about getting or setting the prototype using the built-in proto, where getter or setter is not recommended. It's now in the Annex B of the specification. You can go on and see it there. We also covered prototype less objects that were created with objects.create null. These objects are used as dictionaries to store any keys. Normally, object inherit built-in methods and proto, getter or setter from object.prototype. making corresponding keys occupied and potentially causing side effects. With null prototype, objects are truly empty. So that's what we have covered in this tutorial, and that is it with prototype section as well. So thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and from this tutorial on we are going to start on with a new course of topics, that is the regular expression. So in the first tutorial we are going to talk about the introduction to regular expressions, and we are going to talk about patterns and flags. Now, the question is that what is a regular expression in JavaScript? Now, regular expression are basically patterns that provides a very powerful way to search and replace in text. In JavaScript, they are available via the regex, that stands for the regular expression object, as well as being integrated in methods of strings. Now, a regular expression, also known as the regex or just reg, consists of a pattern and optional flags. Now, there are two syntaxes that can be used to create a regular expression object. Now, in the first one, which you can see is the long one, which is right over here, you see that we have to actually create an object of the new regular expression, and it has two parameters. The first one is the pattern, and then after that you have to specify the flags. Then we also have two shorter syntax which are listed right in front of you here. The first one, which is the regx pattern, it is the regular expression syntax where we have no flags. Then the second one is the one where we have the pattern as well as the flags. So this is actually the pattern, and these are actually the flags that can be GM and I. Now, what is this GMI? These are actually the flags. This G is a separate flag, this M is a separate flag, and this I is also a separate flag, which we are going to discuss later. Now these slashes actually tell JavaScript that we are creating a regular expression. Now if you can see over here, then you can see that we have to specify slashes, and inside that you have to write in the pattern. Whereas for the flags, you also have to specify these brackets here, which means that the journal format looks something like this. And inside that you have to write in whatever you want to write in. That can be either the pattern or the flags. Now, actually, these slashes tell JavaScript that we are creating a regular expression. Now, in the very same way, when you write double quotes, this means that you are about to write in a string. So, as the strings told JavaScript that you are about to, as the quotes actually tell JavaScript that you are going to deal with strings now, so these backslashes actually going to tell JavaScript that you are going to now create a regular expression. Now, in both cases, the regex becomes an instance of the built-in class, which is this right over here, that is the regex class. Now, the main difference between these two syntaxes is that pattern uses slashes, and it does not allow for expressions to be inserted. They are fully static. Now, we are going to deal that in the future. Then comes that slashes are used when we know the regular expression at the code writing time, and that's the most common situation. Now, while the new regex is more often used when we need to create a regex on the fly from a dynamically generated a string. So for example, if you want to have something like this, right down here, we are going to, let's just say, have let tag, and we are going to make it equal to prompt, and we are going to have what tag do you want to find. And after that, what we are going to do is that we are going to specify h2. So right here, what we are going to do is that we are going to create the regex here, and we are going to make it equal to the new regular expression class. And inside that, you have to specify the tag. So right here, what we are going to do is that we are going to have a dollar sign. And after the dollar sign, you have to specify this tag. So we will just have this tag over here. And now it is going to be the same as the h2 if answered h2 in the prompt above. So now let's just talk about the flags we have in regular expression. Now, regular expression may have flags that affect the search. There are only 6 of them in JavaScript, which are listed right here. Now, the first one is the I flag. Now, with this flag, the search is actually case insensitive. No difference is considered between a capital A and a small a. So, we are going to see the examples later. Then we have the G flag. Now, with this flag, the search looks for all matches without it. Only the first match is returned. Then for the M, it is actually the multi-line mode, which we are going to cover later. Then the have the S that enables the dot all mode that allows a dot to match new line character. Then we have U that enables the full Unicode support. And now the flag enables correct processing of surrogate pairs, which we are going to discuss later. Then we have the last one, that is Y, that is the sticky mode, searching at the exact position in the text. Now we are going to cover all of them in very detail one by one in the later tutorial, so don't worry about that. All you need to now understand is their basic purposes. We are going to discuss them in very detail later. So let's just talk about now the searching pattern for how the str.match work. Now, as mentioned previously, regular expressions are integrated with string methods. So the method string.match with regular expression in its parameter is going to find all matches of regular expression in the string str. So it has actually 3 working modes. The first one is that if the regular expression has a flag G, it is going to return an array of all matches. So let's just remove this from here. I hope that you have understood the basics of the regular expression. So right here, we are going to create a string that is going to be we will, we will rock you. I hope that you know that this is the lyrics of a song. And after that, you have to write in here alert and you have to write in the string.match. Now, after that, right here, you have to actually specify the pattern as well as the flags. So the pattern which we are going to specify is going to be inside these two, and the flag is going to be inside these two. So right here, inside here, we are going to write in the pattern which we want to search. So let's just say that we want to search for WE. And after that, we are going to specify G and I. So what that is going to do is that it is going to have an array of 2 substrings that match. So if you, and we don't need this here for now, we will just save this. And if you now refresh your browser, you can see that it says we and it says we. So it has actually returned an array of 2 substrings that match. So please note that we and we are found because flag I makes the regular expression case insensitive. As you can see that we have specified I here. So that makes the research actually case insensitive, so that's why it also looked for we with a small w and we with a capital W as well. Now, the second case is that if there is no such flag, it is going to return only the first match in the form of an array with a full match at index 0 and some additional details in properties. So for example, we don't have any flag, we just want to make it case insensitive. And right now, if you actually, we have specified it without the flag G now, as you can see. So what we are going to do is that we will no longer alert it out, but we are going to store this in a result and remove this bracket from here. And right here now we are going to write an alert and we are going to have result 0. So if you run this code, what it is going to do is that it is going to give you this first V with the capital W. Now capital W and small w doesn't matter because we have specified this I tag, which makes it actually case insensitive. Now if you write in alert and you write in result dot length, then it is going to actually give you 1 as the result. Whereas if you write here, write in alert and result dot index, then it is going to give you 0, that is position of the match. And after that, if you write in alert and write in result dot input, then it is going to give you we will rock you, that is the source string. So as I told you that if there is no flag, it is going to return the first match in the form of an array with the full match at index 0 and some additional detail in properties. So these are actually the details. We can get the length, we can get the index, and we can get the input as well. So if you refresh this page, you can see that at the first alert we have the v, that is actually the match, then the length is 1, then we have got result.index at 0, that is the position of the match, and after that you have got result.input, that is the source string, which is the lyrics of this song we have here, that is we will rock you. Now the array may have other indexes besides 0 if a part of the regular expression is enclosed in parentheses, but we are going to cover that later in the topic where we are going to talk about capturing groups. Now, the third format which we are going to talk about is that if there are no matches, then null is actually going to be written. Now, there is a very important nuance in that. Now, if there are no matches, we don't receive an empty array, but instead we receive null. So, forgetting about that may lead to actually errors. So, what here is that let's just say that we want to search for GAPE gate. Now you can see that we don't have any gate over here. So right now you can see that you have only this I. So now if you want to, let's just say, print out the length, then that is going to be something 0. So let's just refresh that and see the output here. You can see that if you refresh this, it is going to generate errors for now because you now have no access to the properties, but you are trying to access them because we have null inside that. So that's why it is actually not going to read the property that is the length of null. So I hope that you have understood that as well. Then comes the part where you can actually now, or up till now you have seen of how to actually find a match only. Now what we are going to do is that we are going to see how to actually replace a match. So for that we have the string.replace method, which has two parameters. The first one is the regular expression and the second one is the replacement. So it is going to replace the match found using the regular expression in the string with the second parameter we specify as the replacement. So for instance, right here we are going to have we will and we will, and after that we are going to call in dot replace, and first we are going to write in we I, which is actually the regular expression we want to replace with, and I want to replace it with I. So now if we just remove everything from here and right here, if you simply write in here alert str, save this, and you just refresh your code, you're going to see that it is going to say I will and then it is going to say we will. So as you can see over here, it is only going to replace the first replacement. So the second argument is actually the replacement string, as you can see here. Now we can use special character combination into it to actually insert fragments of the match as well. Now for the fragments, we have certain ones. Let's just see them. So in the fragments, we have the first one is the dollar sign and the and sign. Now it is actually going to insert the whole match. Now the second one is the one with a dollar sign and then a forward tick. So it is going to insert a part of the string before the match. And it can also have it help you insert a part of the string after the match as well. But for that you have to actually specify this. So if you have a dollar sign with a forward tick, then it is going to help you insert a part of the string before the match. Whereas for the second one, where you have the single quote, and it is going to help you insert a part of the string after the match. Then we also have the dollar sign and then n. That is, if the n is a 1 to 2 digit number, then it inserts the content of nth parenthesis. We are going to discuss more about it in the part where we are going to talk about capturing groups. Then we have the one that is a dollar sign, then name inside. It is going to insert the contents of the parenthesis with the given name. And after that, we have the one with $2 sign that is going to insert character dollar. So the first one was, we just deleted that, is the dollar sign and the and sign that inserts the whole match. So this is the str.replace, where you can have the special character combination to insert fragments of the match using these symbols right in front of you. Then the last part we are going to talk about in this tutorial is the test. Now for that, we have actually the function that is the regular expression dot test, and in the parameters you have to specify the string, and it looks for at least one match. If found, return true, otherwise it is going to return false. So let's just say that we have the string here, so we will have this only. So we have the string here, and we are going to write in let the regular expression is going to equal to, and we want to search for we with it as case sensitive. So right here we are going to simply write an alert regular expression dot test and specify string as the parameter. So since the match is found, it is going to actually return true. So that's how you can actually have the testing parts. So later in the regular expression part, we will study more about regular expression, walk through more example, and also meet other methods. So that is what we have covered so far about uh, regular expression. We have talked about patterns, and we have talked about flags and certain methods as well. So there is a lot more to come about regular expressions in the future tutorials, so stay tuned for that. For this tutorial, that is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course where we are talking about regular expressions in JavaScript. In this tutorial, we are going to talk about character classes. So just consider a practical example where we have a phone number that, let's just say, looks something like this, where we have a plus sign and we have 7. That is actually the kind of country code, and after that you have 903, which is also a part of the country code, and after that you have let's just say dash sign 1 2 3 4 5 and then 6 7. So let's just see that you have this strange kind of number, and what we need to do is that we need to turn it into pure numbers that look something like like this, where we have, let's just say, 7903, and after that we have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. So we want to convert this into a pure number. Now to do so, we can find and remove anything that is not a number. Now character classes are going to help us with that. Now a character class is a special notation that matches any symbol from a certain set. For the start, let's explore the digit class. So the digit class is basically something that is written like this, D with this slash. So just quote it in comments so that it does not generate any error for us. So this is how we write the digit class, and it corresponds to any single digit. For instance, to find the first digit in this phone number we have here, what we are going to do is we'll just comment this out, and right here what we are going to do is that we are not going to do that here, but we are going to do it right here. We are going to have str, and we are going to make it equal to this number we have, and we will just remove this from here, and this is actually the output we are going to achieve at the very end. So for now, if we want to use the digit class, then as I told you that the digit class corresponds to any single digit. So if you have let regular expression and you make it equal to, this is going to be the pattern where you have to write in pattern, and this is going to be the digit class inside that pattern part. So right here, if you write in alert and you write in str dot match, and you're going to check for any match that has been found. So as I told you that what this digit class is going to do is that it is going to give you the first character because it corresponds to a single digit, which is a 7 in this case, which is actually the first one. Now, without the flag G, the regular expression only looks for the first match. That is the first digit found using the digit class. So if you add the G flag, what that is going to do is that it is going to give you an array of matches like this. So if you have G here, that is the flag. And now if you save this page and now refresh this, all right, it says some kind of error. Yes, this G should be inside this. And I think it is now going to be good. Let's just refresh this now. Yes, my bad. There should be no backslash after this. And now I think it is going to work perfectly. Yes, it does. And as you can see that it actually generated an array of matches that is exactly the numbers we are looking for. But now as you can see that it is actually an array of the numbers one by one. What we want to do is that we want to get a separate numbers. Now to do that, what we can do after this is that we'll just remove this alert statement from here. And right here, what we are going to do is that we are going to have alert and we are going to have or we are going to call the the join function right over here where we can have join and we want to join this array using nothing. So this is actually going to do our job. All we need to do is that add the alert statement back and save this and now refresh that, and as you can see that we have actually obtained the number which we were looking for. So actually that was the character class for digit. Now there are other classes as well. Now most of these includes the digit which we have just covered. Now a digit is a character from 0 to 9. Then we have the one with S that is for from the space. Now a space symbol, it can include spaces, it can include the tabs with a slash t, new lines with a slash n, and few other rare characters such as the slash v, slash f, and slash r. And the last one is the slash w, which is from word. Now it is a wordly character, either a letter of Latin alphabet or a digit or an underscore. Non-Latin characters like Cyrillic or the other languages do not belong to the slash w. Now, for instance, these three patterns means a digit followed by a space character followed by a wordly character such as 1a. Now, a regular expression may contain both regular symbols and character classes. For instance, if we have a string, let's just say, and that can have, let's just say, both. So it can be is, there, CSS4. Now you can see here that we have CSS with a digit after it. So if you have, we don't need this anymore. We will just remove this from here. So in here, if we have CSS and after that we specify this D, and this is what we are looking for. And now if you want to call in the string dot match, we don't need this join anymore. So if you run this, what that is going to do is that it is going to give you the entire CSS4. Now also we can use many character classes, like we can have like alert, and we can have I love, and I can have HTML5, and we can have the match function called right in here where we can have multiple classes called upon. This is going to be the pattern, and right inside that you can have the S, you can have, let's just say, a lot of W's, then you can have a D as well. So what that is going to do is that it is going to give you the HTML5. So I hope that you have understood that. So in the HTML5, what this H is going to give you is this H. Sorry, this first one, that is the S, is going to give you this H, and so on until the end. Then there is a concept about inverse classes as well. Now, for every character class, there exists an inverse class denoted with the same letter but uppercase. Now, the inverse means that it matches all other characters, for instance. So, if you just remove this from here and have our previous classes, now if you replace them with capital letters, then these are actually known as the inverse classes. The first one is the slash d. Now, for the small d, it was the digit class. Now, for the slash capital D, it is the non-digit class. So, any character except the slash small d, for instance, is a letter here. Then for the forward slash L, it is the non-space, and for the W, it is the non-wordly characters. So in the very start of this tutorial, we saw how to make a number-only phone number from a string, and we actually find all the digits and we actually joined them. So right here, if you do that, let's just remove this from here, and let's just have str, and we are going to make it equal to the number we had before, str. It was 903, then dash 123 dash 45 dash 67. So we need to just remove this dash from here, and this was the number we had. Now in the previous case, when you alerted str dot match, and you have inside here the d followed by a g, and you called in the dot join function on them, then it actually gave you the number that looks something like this. That was 7903123456 7. Now, if you actually replace this over here with a capital D, or let's just be it, and right down here we are going to have alert, and we are going to have string dot replace, and we are going to replace this with followed by a G, and have this over here, then what that is going to do is that it is going to directly give us the number that was the number we required. So that was an alternative, or a shorter way is to find non-digits and remove them from the string. So what this is actually going to do is, sorry, this one over here, it is actually going to look for numbers. It is going to look for 7, it is going to look for 9, it is going to look for 0, then 3, and then so on until this 7 over here, and print them out right here. But what this one over here is going to do with a slash d, it is going to look for non-digit numbers. So it is going to look for this plus sign, it is going to look for this opening bracket, this closing bracket, and these three dashes right here, and it is going to actually remove them. So when it removed them, this was actually what we got. So that's how actually you can use the inverse class as well in the regular expression. Then there is that a dot is any character. Now a dot is a special character class that matches any character except a new line. So for instance, if you have alert, and inside you have z dot match, and you just write in a dot inside that, then it is actually going to give you the output as this z. So in the middle of regular expression, if you have a dot operator like this, for example, if you have cs dot 4, now you can see that you have a regular expression inside that, and you want to call in the dot match, and inside that you have to write in css, and you have to write in 4. So what that is going to do is that if you run this, it is going to actually give you CSS4. Whereas if you have, let's just say, a dash operator inside here, then it is going to give you the CS dash 4. Whereas if you have a space here, then what that is going to do is that it is going to give you cs dash 4. That it is going to actually treat space also as a character, but in case of dot, it showed the special property where if you inserted this dot here, then actually it is going to give you css4, which means that a dot is also any character. So please note that a dot means any character, but not the absence of a character. There must be a character actually to actually match the dot. So if you have cs dot 4, now you can see that right here to match this dot, which is actually the third letter, you have this s over here. But let's just say that you just remove this from here, which means that you want to match cs dot 4 with cs4. Now you can see that these are actually four letters because a dot, as I told you, is some character. And right here you are matching it with three characters. So that is going to return null as the output because no match, because there is no character for the dot operator. Now by default a dot does not match the new line character. For instance, the if you have something like this, that you have alert, and inside that you have, let's just say, a forward line n, which means that you want to match a new line with dot. So if you have dot b dot match, and inside that if you have, let's just say, a dot b, then actually this statement over here is going to give you null because there was a no match found. Now there are many situations when we would like a dot to mean literally any character, a new line included. So that's what a flag s does. If a regular expression has the flag s, then a dot matches literally any character you specify. So to do that, you have to have this s over here, and now it is actually going to return a match, and the output is going to be exactly this, which is right this. So this means that now this forward slash n and this dot are actually equal. Not only this, but whatever you specify in here, in the previous case it was the s in the css4. So that's how, using the s flag, you can actually make this happen. So I hope that you have understood what we have covered so far. We have talked about certain character classes and also their inverse methods. So that is all. Thank you so much, guys, for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this tutorial we are going to talk about Unicode, and in Unicode we are going to talk about the flag U and the class slash p. Now JavaScript uses in Unicode encoding for strings. Most characters are encoded with 2 bytes, but that allowed to represent at most 65536 characters. Now, this range is not big enough to encode all possible characters. That is why some rare characters are encoded with 4 bytes. For instance, like the mathematical X or the smile emoji, that are some hieroglyphs and so on are the characters which do not get encoded with 2 bytes. You need 4 bytes to encode them. So right in front of you, you can see some characters with their Unicode bytes and the count in the Unicode byte. Now for the first two, you can see that they are actually stored in 2 bytes. But for the last three, that is the mathematical X, the mathematical Y, and the smile emoji, you can see for the last three, you can see that the count in Unicode is actually 4. So basically, what that is going to do is that the characters A and the equality occupies 2, whereas the other three occupies 4 bytes. Now, long time ago, when JavaScript language was created, Unicode encoding was very simple. There was no 4-byte characters, so some language features still handle them incorrectly. For instance, the length thinks that there are two characters. So if you try to alert this symbol, so right now, if we have alert and we just copy this and paste it and write in the dot length on this, and we just have it here. And I think we have to have this inside this and just remove this from here. And right here, we are going to have this for this. All right, now it is, I think, going to be good. Yes, we have to do one thing is that we have to actually encode this in quotation marks. So now just save it and refresh your browser, and you can see that it says that the length is 2, whereas we only have one symbol here. So as you can see that there is actually one, but what the language is telling us that there is two, that the length is 2. So the point is that length treat 4 bytes as a 2-byte characters. Now that is incorrect because they must be considered only together, the so-called surrogate pair, which you have studied in the topic strings. Now by default, a regular expression also treats 4-byte long character as a pair of 2-byte ones. As it happens with string, they may lead to odd results, which we are going to discuss later. Now, unlike string, regular expressions have the flag u that fixes such problems. With such flag, a regular expression handles 4-byte characters correctly, and also Unicode property search becomes available. So we will get to it next. Then we are going to talk about the Unicode property, that is the slash p. Now, every character in Unicode has a lot of properties. They describe what category the character belongs to. That also contain the miscellaneous information about it. Now, for instance, if a character has the letter property, it means that the character belongs to an alphabet that can be of any language. And number property mean that it is a digit, may it be the Arabic digit or the Chinese and so on. Now we can search for characters with a property that is written as the slash p. Now to use the slash p, a regular expression must have the flag u. So for instance, let's just say that we will just remove this from here and this one as well. So we'll just move it down a bit, and right here, if you have, let's just say, a string that is equal to this. Now you can see that there is a capital A, and after that you have got two strange symbols. So if you alert the str dot match here, and inside the pattern you use the slash p, and the slash p should have format that looks something like this. You have to follow it with curly brackets. And right here, if you write in L and after that you specify GU. Now, as I told you that U is actually essential. So now if you run this code, what that is going to do is that it is going to give you this as the output. Whereas if you try to alert and call upon the str.match, and inside the pattern slashes, you write in slash p, and right here you write in L, but you forget to use the U flag, then what that is going to do is that it is going to actually return null because there is no match found, because the slash p does not work without the flag U. So now let's just talk about the main character categories and their subcategories, which are listed right here. The first category is the lowercase l. Now, inside the lowercase l, we have certain subcategories. The first one is the lowercase, then we have the modifier, we have the title case, we have the uppercase, and we have others as well. Now, for the letter, you can see we have this L, which we have used over here as well with this slash p here. Now, if since these are actually letters, now if they were, let's just say, uppercase letters, or you can say modifiers or a title case or others, then you have to specify these categories accordingly. Now, since we have specified this entire category L, which means that this over here is now going to use all of these subcategories, these that are 5, that are listed inside the letter category. So then after that, the second category is the number category that has three subcategories that includes the decimal digit, the letter number, and other. Now, in front of everyone, we have got the symbols for these that are these. Now, the third category is the punctuation that has, I guess, seven subcategories: the connector, the dash, the initial code, the final code, open, close, and others. And after that, we have the mark category that has the spacing combination, the enclosing, and the non-spacing. Then we have the symbol that has the currency, modifier, math, and other. Then we have the separator that has the line, paragraph, and space. And in the last one, we have the control, we have the format, we have the non-assigned, and we have private use, and we have the surrogate. So, for example, if we need letters in lowercase, we can write the L. We can have the punctuation signs using P and so on. Now, there are also some deprived categories which we have listed as well here. The first one is the alphabetic, that is the alpha that includes the letters L plus letter numbers that has NL, which is listed right here, this one over here. So it includes, as I told you, letters. This one over here includes letters. It includes the letter numbers that has an L as the symbol, plus some other symbols that include other alphabetical characters. Now, in the second class, we have the hex digit that includes hexadecimal digits from 0 to 9 and from small a to small f, and so on. Now, Unicode supports many different properties as well, which you can actually go on and Google yourself. There are a lot of properties which Unicode actually supports. So let's just see an example of a hexadecimal number. For instance, if we look for hexadecimal number written as XFF, where F is a hexadecimal digit that can be from 0 to 9 or A to F. Now, a hexadecimal digit can be denoted using the slash p, and in the parentheses, you have to write in hex digit, which is right here. So let's just say that you have a regular expression, and before we code that, we will just remove the code we have at the top here. So moving down back here, so let's just say that we have a regular expression, and this regular expression is going to equal to slash p, and in the parenthesis, what you are going to write in that you are going to use this over here. So we will just copy this from here, and we will have it pasted right over here. That is the hexadecimal digit. Now right here you can have backslash p again, and inside that you can have hexadecimal digit forward slash, and u is must. Now if you right here try to alert the number, that is XAF, and you want to call in the match function on this, and inside the match function you are going to write in regular expressions. So if you run this code, it is going to give you right here. Yes, we missed this X over here. Now this X is actually going to match this, and this A is going to actually match this. That is the first hexadecimal digit, and this F is going to match this second digit. And this should be not a slash, but it should be a dot function to call the match function. And now if you refresh your browser, you can see that you have got XAF, which is the exact match. So I hope that you have understood that. Now in the very same way, you can go on and match anything. You can actually try on some of these for sure. That is going to help you get a grip on Unicode characters. So that was it. What we have studied is that flag hue enables the support of Unicode in regular expression. That means two things. First, characters of 4 bytes are handled correctly as a single character, not two byte characters. And the second thing was that Unicode properties can be used in the search using the slash p. So with Unicode properties, we can look for words in given languages, special characters, codes, currencies, and so on. So that is it with this tutorial. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course where we are talking about regular expressions in JavaScript. In this tutorial, we are going to talk about anchors, and we are going to talk about string start and end. Now the caret sign, which you can see right here with start, and the dollar sign, which you can see here with the end, have special meaning in a regular expression. Now they are called anchors in JavaScript. Now the caret actually matches at the beginning of the text, and the dollar sign matches the text at the end of the string. So for example, if we have, just remove this from here, and let's just say that we have a string that is equal to Mary had a little lamb. So now if you want to use the two functions, so if you try to write in alert and inside the brackets you use the caret sign, then you want to check for Mary, and you want to call in the dot test with str here, then this statement over here is going to return true. Now what this statement over here means that you are actually having the string start and then Mary. So you are checking if the string starts with Mary or not. Now since it does, so that's why it is going to return true. So if you run this, you can see that it says true. Now for the second one, if you want to check if this actually ends with a specific word or not, so for that, let's just say that we want to check if it ends with lamb. So you have to first write in lamb, that is the characters sequence you want to check, and after that you have to specify the dollar sign. Now in case of the start, you have to provide the caret start before you start writing the text. So that is going to be it. Now this is also going to return true as well, since the text over here actually ends with lamb. So in these particular cases, we could actually use the string methods that includes the starts with and ends with instead. Regular expression should be used for more complex text. These are very simple examples where I have shown you how to actually use them. But in very complex cases, you can actually use these two anchors. Then comes how to test for a full match. Now, both the anchors are often used to test whether or not a string fully matches the pattern or not. For instance, to let's just say check if the user is in the right format or not, what we are going to do is that we will have good input. That is going to be a time. That is going to be, let's just say 12:34, and let's just say that we have a bad input as well, and in the bad input we have 345, which is a bad input for a time. Now right here we are going to have the regular expression that is going to equal to caret, which means that we want to check for the start. Then we are going to have slash d colon slash d, and we are going to specify dollar sign here. So we did it wrong. It should be these slashes right here, and right here as well. And now it is good. So we are actually here checking whether or not a string is in a specific format or not. Now that is 2 digits, then a colon, and it is then followed by 2 digits again. So in regular expression, it is going to look something like this: d colon d, dd, and colon dd. So what we are going to check now is that right here we are going to write an alert, and we are going to have regular expression dot test, and we are going to check it for the good input, and we are also going to check the regular expression for the bad input as well. So if you save this and go towards the browser, refresh this. For the first one, it is going to say true, and for the second one, it is going to be false, but we have to add the test method here. And now let's just run it. So run this, true for the first one, false for the second one. So here the match must start exactly after the beginning of the text, and the end must immediately follow. The whole string must be exactly in this format. If there is any deviation or any extra character, the result is going to be false. Now, anchors behave differently if flag M is present. We are going to see that later. So, one thing you need to understand before we quit on is that anchors have zero weight. Now, anchors are basically tests. They have zero weight. In other words, they do not match a character, but rather force the regular expression engine to check the condition, that is the text start or end. So right here you have seen how to actually test for a complete match using this symbol at the start and this symbol at the end. It is going to look for exactly this format which you have specified right here, that is DD colon DD, which means digit digit colon digit digit. Anything else, if it's present like this 5 here, that is extra over here, it is actually going to give you false as the result. So that's all about anchors. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course where we are talking about regular expressions in JavaScript. In the previous tutorial, we talked about the anchors, and we talked about two anchors: the start anchor, that was the caret sign, and the end anchor, that was the dollar sign. In this tutorial, we are going to talk about the multi-line mode of those two anchors we covered in the previous tutorial. Now, the multi-line mode is actually enabled by using the flag M. Now, it only affects the behavior of the caret and the dollar sign. In the multi-line mode, they match not only at the beginning and the end of the string, but also at the start or at the end of the line. So first we are going to see that how we are going to search at the line start using the caret sign. So what here we are going to do at the very start is that we are going to have a string, and it is going to be a multi-line string where we are going to have first place is going to be Winnie, then we are going to have second place, that is going to be Piglet, and we are going to have third place, that is going to be this. So just add an equal sign over here, and that is the string we have over here. So right now, if you have alert and you call upon string dot not character add but the match method, and inside the match method, what you are going to do is that you are going to specify the caret sign, that is the anchor for start match, then the D sign, and after that you have to specify the M flag. So when you specify the N flag, now that is going to be the multi-line mode of the start anchor. So if you refresh this page and see the output for this, you can see that you have the output as 1, 2, and 3. Now, without the flag M, what this thing is going to give you, it is going to give you only the first letter or a digit, you can call it, that is going to be 1. Whereas if you specified M, which is the multi-line mode, it is going to give you all the character. Now, the reason behind that is by default, a caret only matches the beginning of the text, and in the multi-line mode, it is going to have the start of any line. Now, the start of any line formally means immediately after a line break, the test in multi-line mode matches at all positions preceded by a new line character. So this is going to be treated as a single line. After that, since we are moving to a new line, so that's why it is going to treat it as the slash n, which means a new line character, and this is going to be a separate line, and this is going to be a separate line. So that's why this line over here is going to generate the output as 1. This one is going to generate the output as 2, and this one is going to generate the output as 3. So now the second part of this tutorial is to how search at the end of the line. Now to do that, what we are going to have is that we are going to have Winnie colon 1, then we are going to have Piglet colon 2, and this colon 3, and we will just remove this from here and this one as well. So we have these three. Now what we are going to do is that we are going to call upon the string dot match. We will just remove this from here. We don't need that. And after this D, we are going to specify the dollar sign. Now the dollar sign behaves differently. The regular expression, that is the slash D and dollar sign, finds the last digit in every line. So now since you can see that we have the 1, 2, 3 at the end of the lines, so now it is going to give you the numbers in that pattern. That is 2 and 3. That should not be it. So let's just click here and you can see that it is actually now matching this space. So we will just remove this space from here, and yes, we have now no more spaces, and now it is going to give you 1, 2, and 3. So that's how it works. Now, without the flag M, the dollar sign would only match the end of the whole text. So only the very last digit would be found. So the end of the line formally means immediately before a line break. So the test in multi-line mode matches at all positions succeeded by a new line character and at the text end. Then we have for how to search for the slash n instead of the two anchors that are the caret and the dollar anchor. Now to find a new line, we can use not only anchors but also the new line characters. Now what is basically the difference between these two? Now the difference is that in here, if you write in the slash n, and we don't need the multi-line mode here, and you run this code, you're going to see that you have one, and then you have a new line space, then a colon, then you have two, then after that you have again a new line space. Now as you can see here, there are two matches instead of three. Now the reason behind that is that there is no new line after the third one, that is this one over here. So since there is no line from after that, so there is text and though, so it matches the dollar sign. Another difference is that now every match includes a new line character as well. Unlike the anchors that only test the condition, that is the start or end of a line, the new line slash n is a character, so it becomes a part of the result. So a slash n in the pattern is used when we need new line characters in the result, while anchors are used to find something at the beginning or end of the line. So I hope that you have understood the difference between using the slash n and the use of anchors. And you have also seen the difference between the output for how to use multi-line modes with anchors and for how to use this slash n over here. So that is it with this tutorial. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course where we are talking about regular expressions in JavaScript. In this tutorial, we are going to talk about the work boundary that is represented using the slash b. Now, a work boundary is basically a test, just like the anchors which we have covered in the previous tutorials. Now, when the regular expression engine comes across the work boundary, it checks that the position in the string is a work boundary. Now there are three different positions that qualify as work boundaries. The first one is the string start, if the first string character is a word character. Then the second work boundary is, the position is between two characters in the string where one is a word character and the other is not. And the third position is the string and if the last string character is a word character. So for instance, let's just say that you have something like an alert statement here, and inside the alert statement you have hello, uh, comma, space, Java. So on this one, if you write in dot match here, and inside the pattern you use the slash b, you use Java, and then again you use slash p, then what that is going to do is that, since as I told you it is going to give you the match, so it is going to give you Java as the output. Now if you want to have JavaScript over here, and what you are matching is over here Java, so this over here is actually going to return null. Now, in the string hello Java, if you talk about this one only, then actually you have a certain position that corresponds to the work boundary. The first one is the start of the string here. Then we have this comma here. After that, we have again the start of the string here, and then we have the end of the string. So these are the three positions that are the start of the text, which are these two, and then the end of the text, which are this one and this one over here. So it matches the pattern. If we have something like hello here, so it is going to match this pattern because at the beginning of the string is going to match the first test, that is the work boundary. Then it is going to match the word hello, and after that the test work boundary matches again. So we are between O and a comma. So the pattern which we have here is going to actually match, but if you have, let's just say, HELL, because there is no work boundary after L and not Java and work boundary, so the exclamation, so here it is actually going to be since there is no work boundary after it, so that's why it is not going to be a match, because as you can see that we have a work boundary after O, since this comma is not going to be treated as a character, and then we have a work boundary after this, and we have a work boundary here, and we have a work boundary here. So if you try to write an HELL, and after that you want to check if there is a work boundary, but since after this L we have a character O and not a work boundary, so that's why this over here is going to return null. So if you have hello, it is going to give you the output here as hello. But if you have HELL, then it is not going to give you the output. Now, in the same way, let's just say that you have an exclamation mark over here. Then the exclamation mark is not a wordly character, so there is no work boundary after it as well. We have the work boundary here after this A and not after this exclamation mark. So if you want to check Java and you output this, then it is going to actually run perfectly and it is going to give you Java as the output. But if you specify the exclamation mark over here, then as I told you that since this is not a wordly character, so there is no work boundary after it, but the work boundary is after this A. So that's why this over here is now going to return null as the output. So we can use the work boundary, but only with words, but with digits as well, but not with special characters. So let's just say we want to use it with words. So let's just say that we have numbers here. Sorry, we want to deal it with numbers now. We have, let's just say, 1 space 2 3 space 4 5 6 space 7 8. So now if you want to actually output something like this, where you want to check for only the work boundaries, so we will have the work boundary, and let's just say after that we want to check if there is a digit, after that a digit, and then after that we have a work boundary, specify G, and if you now run this code, it is going to give you 2 3 and 7 8 as the output. So what that is going to do is that it is going to look for anything with this pattern, which means a work boundary, at the start, work boundary at the end with two characters in between. Now, as you can see here, that since there is a space here, which means that the work boundary after this one has ended. Now, 2 is actually, we have a work boundary before 2 and we have a work boundary after 3 as well. So this is actually the match that matches this pattern, whereas this is also the match that matches this pattern over here. So these two are going to be the output in that case. So if you have, let's just say 1, 2 over here as well, then the output is also going to get updated something like this, because now this also matches the pattern right over here. So I hope that you have understood. So work boundary does not work for non-latent alphabets. So if you want to check that there should be a word on the on one side from the position and not work on the other side. So the work word characters means a latent letter A to Z, or a digit or an underscore. So the test doesn't work for other characters, for example, the Cyrillic letters or the hieroglyphs. So it is a must that you must have a wordly character, not a Cyrillic letter or hieroglyph. So I hope that you have understood the concept of work boundary in JavaScript. That is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course where we are talking about regular expressions in JavaScript. And in this tutorial, we are going to talk about escaping and special characters. Now, as we have seen that a backslash is used to denote character classes. For example, you have talked about the backslash t. So it is actually a special character in a regular expression. Now, there are other special characters as well that have special meaning in a regular expression, which are listed right in front of you. The first one is the square brackets, then we have the curly brackets, the round brackets, the backslash, the caret sign, the dollar sign, the dot operator, this symbol, then the question mark, the asterisk, and plus. Now we have covered almost many of these before. They are actually used to do more powerful searches. Now, you don't have to try to remember the list. Soon we are going to deal with all of them. And I'm sure that you are going to know all of these by heart automatically. So let's just talk about the first part of this tutorial where we are going to talk about escaping. Now, let's just say that we want to find literally a dot, not any character, but just a dot. Now, to use a special character as a regular one, we have to prepend it with a backslash as well. That is also called as escaping a character. So for example, so just remove these from here and let's just say that you have an alert statement where you have a string that is chapter 5.1. So if you call in the match on this, so the pattern here is going to be something like backslash t, then it is going to be the backslash dot, then it is going to be backslash d. Now, if you run this code, it is going to give you 5.1 as the output, not 5 colon 1, but it is going to be 5.1, that is going to be a match. But if you have, let's just say chapter 511, and now you try to run it, it is going to give you null, which means that it is actually looking for a real dot because you have prepended a dot with a backslash. Now, parentheses are also special characters, so if we want them, we can also use the backslash, the open circular brackets, and then a dot operator as well. So, for example, inside here, in place of this, if we have a function g dot match, and inside the match we are going to have backslash g, and after that it is going to be backslash text. So if you run this code, it is going to give you the function as the output. We don't need this. And I guess we need to have one more bracket here, and now it is going to be good. And one more thing which we have to do over here is that we have to actually enclose these into brackets, and now I guess we don't need this bracket over here. So now this what that is going to do is that it is actually going to give us the output which we require, and all you have to do is that you have to add this mark over here followed by this bracket, and now what that is going to do is that it is going to give you the function as the output, that is g in this case. Now if you're looking for a backslash, then it is a special character in both the regular strings and regular expression. So what we have to do is that we have to actually double it. So let's just say that if we are looking for a backslash, that is something like this, which means that we want to look for this match. Now to have this match, now inside this, what you are going to do is that right inside here, you have to specify these two brackets, and that is actually going to do your job. You have to add the bracket for the alert statement, and when you run this code, what that is going to do is that it is going to give you the output as a single backslash, because one of this backslash is for the is for actually the regular expression part, and this one is for the matching. So if you have two of these, then actually that is not going to work, because you have to then add one more over here. And when you add one more over here, what that is going to do is that it is going to give you these two as the output. So I hope that you have understood that. Then comes how to have a slash symbol. Now, a slash symbol is not a special character, but in JavaScript, it is used to open and close the regular expression pattern. So we should escape it too. Now, to have it, let's just say that we have a slash here, and we want to have a match of this. Now, to have a match of this, what we are going to do is that you are going to have the slash slash, and inside that you are going to have slash, and this is going to be the slash that is going to be for the output slash, and actually it is going to give you this as the output. So you can see that how prepending a backslash is helping you out to deal with the to deal with actually how to escape the special characters of regular expression. Now, on the other hand, if you are not using the regular expression here, but you are actually creating a regular expression using the new regular expression syntax, which we have talked about in the first tutorial of regular expression, then we don't need to escape it. We can just write it in the very same way, where we have to simply write in dot match, and inside the parenthesis for match you have to write in new regular expression, and inside that you don't have to write in the you don't have to prepend anything here. You have to just write in the backslash, and that is going to do your job. So if we are creating a regular expression with a new regular expression, then as I told you that we don't have to escape, but we need to do some other escaping. So for instance, let me just remove this from here, and let's just say that we have a regular expression that is equal to not a mu, but a new regular expression, and inside that we have a slash d slash dot slash d. So that was for the chapters example. So right here, if you want to have alert and you want to have chapter 5.1 dot match, and in the match you have to simply write in the regular expression. But now if you run this code, what that is going to do is that it is going to give null. Now the similar search in one of the previous example worked when we use the slash d slash dot and slash d, but when you are using the new regular expression pattern here, with the same pattern for regular expression, that is slash d slash dot and slash t, it doesn't work. Now the question is why? Now the reason is that backslashes are consumed by a string. Now as we may recall, regular strings have their own special characters such as the slash n, and a backslash is actually used for escaping them. So here's how the slash d colon slash d is perceived. It is perceived something like this. It is d dot d. So string codes consume the backslashes and interpret them on their own. For instance, slash n becomes a new line character. Slash U1234 becomes the Unicode character with such code, and when there is no special meaning like slash D or slash Z, then the backslash is simply removed. So using the new regular expression pattern is going to get us a string without backslashes. That's why the search here does not work. Now to fix it, we need to actually add double backslashes because strings code are going to turn the double backslash into a single backslash. As I told you that string codes consume the backslashes and interpret them on their own. So just remove this from here, and all you have to do is that wherever you see a slash, add a pair with that so that it actually works. So now if you run this code, now it is going to run perfectly fine, and it is going to give you the output that is 5.1, which is what you want here. So it is going to give you 5.1. So I hope that you have understood how to escape characters using the shorter syntax, and also how to escape using the new regular expression syntax. So that's all we have to study in this tutorial. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this tutorial we are going to talk about sets and ranges in regular expression. Now several characters or character classes inside the square brackets mean to search for any character among given. So in the first part of this tutorial we are going to see what is a set. Now for instance, let's just say that we have a string that looks something like EAO, means any of the three characters, either A, either E, or either O. That is actually called a set. Now, sets can be used in a regular expression along with regular characters as well. So right here, if you have an alert statement that says mop top, not a 9, but a square bracket, and now we have, let's just say mop top, and you want to call in the match function on that, and inside the pattern you have to have, let's just say em, then op, and right here you have to specify gi. So what that is going to do is that it is going to give you both the mop as well as the drop. Now what it means that it is going to search for op, and it is going to search whether it starts with a T or M. So whatever characters it finds that has OP at the end and has either T or either M at the start, it is going to print them. So you can see that we have empty, we have got OP at the end, and since we have used I, so it is going to be case insensitive. So that's why it is going to give you mop as well as it is going to give you top. So please note that although there are multiple characters in the set, they corresponds to exactly one character in the match. So for example, if you have a voila here and you want to match it with we, and then you have oi la, then actually if you alert this, it is going to give you an error message. Not an error message, but it is actually going to return null, which means that it is going to say that no match was found. Because the thing is that this pattern is first going to search for we. After that, it is going to be one of the letters from O or I, and after that, it is going to be LA. So what it is going to do, it is going to be true for Vola, and it is going to be true for Vila as well, but it is not going to be true for this VOILA, because from this O or I, it is going to pick one character at a time. So if you have, let's just say, voila and voila here, then this is going to return true. If you have only voila, it is going to also return true. If you have only voila, it is also going to return true. So that is what sets are in JavaScript. In the second part of the tutorial, we are going to talk about ranges. Now, square bracket may also contain character ranges. For instance, A to Z is a character in range from A to Z, and 0 to 5 is a digit from 0 to 5. So what we have is that, let's just say that we have an alert statement, and inside that we have exception 0xAF, and we want to call in the match function on this, where we have something like x, and then inside this we are going to actually specify ranges now. So we are going to have 0 to 9 range, we are going to have A to F range, then we are also going to have, for the second one, we are going to have a range from 0 to 9, and we are going to have a range from A to F followed by a G. So what that is going to do is that it is going to have this X matched first, which is right over here. Then what it is going to do is that for this first one, A, it is going to look inside this range, that is it is 0 to 9 and A to F. And then for this F, it is going to actually search inside this second range we have specified from 0 to 9 and A to F. Now, since it is going to find it, so that's why the output is going to be XAF, which is actually a match. So here 0 to 9 A to F has two ranges. It searches for a character that is either a digit from 0 to 9 or a letter from A to F. Now if we would like to look for lowercase characters as well, we can also add a range that is A to F, that is a small a and a small f, or add the flag I to make it case insensitive. Now we can also use character classes inside the ranges. So for instance, if we would like to look for a worldly character or a hyphen, then the set for that is going to be slash w, that is going to be for the worldly character, and followed by a dash, and that is going to be the range for worldly characters and a hyphen. Now combining multiple classes is also possible. You can have the slash d and slash the backslash d s and the backslash d, meaning a space character or a digit as well. So for example, let's just say that after X you have a space here. So to add a range for that, what you can have is that you can have, let's just say that it can be either backslash S or backslash D. Now, since it is a space after X, so this over here is going to be the match in that case, and it is also going to return true for this output. So I hope that you have understood that. Then we have also the multi-language as well. Now, since the character class, that is the worldly class, is a shorthand for A to Z in caps as well, 0 to 9 and an underscore, so it can't find the Chinese hieroglyphs or Cyrillic letters. So we can write a more universal pattern that looks for worldly characters in any language. Now that's easy with Unicode properties like the slash p, which we have covered in the previous tutorial, where we can specify either alpha, either the m, nd, pc, joint c, and a lot of other options which we have studied in the previous tutorial. So you can actually decipher it, and similar to the worldly characters that is represented by the backslash w, we are going to make a set of our own that includes characters with any Unicode properties from the previous tutorial, where we talked about a lot. We talked about alphabetic for letters, mark, M for accents, decimal number for digits, connector punctuation for underscore and similar characters, and we talked about a lot of them. So you can just go on and use them, and then it is going to not only include the Chinese letters, the hieroglyphs, the Cyrillic letters, but a lot more. Then comes the topic where we are going to talk about how to exclude ranges. Now, beside normal ranges, there are excluding ranges that look something like this, where we have these square brackets, and inside these square brackets we have the caret sign, and after, not this and sign but the caret sign, and dot dot dot. So it looks something like this. Now they are donated, as you can see, by a caret at the start and match any character except the given one. So for instance, if you have, let's just say that you have something like a caret sign and then you have AEYO, then it is going to match any character except AEYO. If you have, let's just say here 0 to 9, then it is going to match any character except a digit that is the same as writing the backslash with a capital D, that was the inverse class. And if you have the, let's just say here, you have the backslash S, then it is going to have any non-space character as the, which is similar to the slash backslash S, that is the inverse class with a capital S. So right here, let's just see escaping, excluding ranges with the help of an example where we have an alert statement, and inside that we have a email address that looks something like this, John123, and it is going to be at the rate of gmail.com, closing closing brackets, not brackets but quotations, and we are going to call in the match function on this. And inside the patron here, it is going to be a GI. And inside this pattern, what we are going to do is that we are going to add an excluding range. So in the excluding range, what you want to exclude is that you want to have slash D slash S and A to capital Z. So what that is going to do is that it is going to check for this email and it is going to make sure that it does not have any caps, it does not have any spaces as well. So, and it should not only be a single digit as well. So that's how excluding ranges. So it is going to check for this match except these. So that's how excluding ranges in JavaScript works. The next part of this tutorial is how to use the escaping. Now, usually when we want to find exactly a special character, we need to escape it using the backslash followed by dot dot. And if we need a backslash, then we use double backslash and so on. Now, in square brackets, we can use the vast majority of special characters without escaping. Now, for example, the symbol, the dot operator, the plus operator, and the opening and closing parentheses never need escaping. Now, a hyphen is also not escaped in the beginning or the end. A caret sign is only escaped in the beginning, and the closure square bracket is always escaped. In other words, all special characters are allowed without escaping, except when they mean something for the square bracket, which means that a dot inside square bracket means just a lot. Now, the pattern dot and comma in the square bracket would look for one of the characters, either a dot or the comma. So let's just see the example for escaping with the help. Here we are going to have, let regular expression is going to equal to, so let's just say that we have this regular expression where we have square brackets, and inside that we want to have the dot, we have the brackets, we have dot operator, we have the caret sign, we have the plus operator here. So if we try to alert and we want to check for, let's just say 1 plus 2 minus 3, and call in the match function on this, and inside the match function just write in regular expression, then it is actually going to match the plus operator, and after that it is going to match with the minus operator as well, which means that you are actually now escaping character. So if you decide to escape them just in case, then there would be no harm in that as well. So if you have here the, let's just say, backslash dash, then backslash, backslash, backslash here, and backslash here, then that is also going to work in the very same way and give you the very same result. So the last part of this tutorial is ranges and the flag U. Now, if there are surrogate pairs in the set, then the flag U is required for them to work correctly. So if you have, let's just say, if you want to have the match for, let's just say, the mathematical x dot match, and in the square brackets you write in the mathematical x and mathematical y, then it is going to show a strange character. The result is going to be incorrect because by default, regular expression don't know about surrogate pairs. The regular expression engine thinks that the pair which you have specified, that is the x and y of mathematical, are not two, but they are four characters, which means that since it is going to treat the mathematical x as two character and the mathematical y as two characters, so that's why it is going to think of them as four characters. That is the left half of mathematical x, that is going to be the first one. The right half of mathematical x is going to be the second one. Then similarly, the left half of y and the right half of y are going to be the third and fourth characters. So you can actually go on and see their codes if you have a for loop, and you can use you see their character code, and it is actually going to return four character codes for the expression, which has something like this, where you have square brackets and you have not the normal x and y, but suppose that these are the mathematical x and the mathematical y. So if you have these mathematical x and mathematical y, and you run the for loop on that and use the character code at function, it is going to give you four codes. So what that is going to do is that it is going to actually return incorrect result. Now the solution for that is actually to use the U flag, and when you use the U flag, then everything is going to get solved and you are going to get the correct results as well. So what that is going to actually do is that, since as I told you that this mathematical x is going to give you two results and the y is also going to give you two results, but right here inside this, if you have the mathematical x and mathematical y inside here, and right here you use the U flag, then what that is going to do is that it is going to store these x and y, and let's just say that these are the character code at, and it is going to treat these two as a pair of two, which means a surrogate pair is going to be made here, and it is actually going to solve your problem for matching any characters like these. And you can see how ranges and flag U work together in case of special symbols like mathematical x or mathematical y. So that is all with this tutorial. That is all with sets and ranges. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course where we are talking about regular expressions in JavaScript. And in this tutorial, we are going to talk about quantifiers. So we have these quantifiers which are listed right here. That is the plus, the steric, a question mark, and finally we have an inside the curly brackets. So to understand it, let's just say that we have the very same string where we have that strange kind of number that start with +7, 903, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And what we want to do is that we want to find all the numbers in it. Now we have done it previously, but unlike before, in this tutorial, what we are going to do is that we are actually interested not in single digit, but we are interested in full numbers. So what we want here is that, let's just say that we have that number that was plus 7, then it was followed by the 903, and then it was followed by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it was followed by 6, 7. Now in here what we want to do is that we want to get the output as something like this, 7, and after that we want to get the 903. After that we want to get 1, 2, 3. After that we want to get 4, 5, and after that we want to get 6, 7. So as you can see that we are actually interested in every section. We are interested in this 7 separately, we are interested in this section, then this one, and finally this one over here. So we will just remove this from here for now. Remove this as well. So a number is basically a sequence of one or more digits. Now, to mark how many we need, we can append a quantifier with it. And that is exactly what we are going to study in this tutorial. So, the first thing we are going to talk about is the quantity n. Now, the simplest quantifier is a number in curly braces, that is the last one right over here. So a quantifier is actually appended to a character and it specifies how many we need. So it has a few advanced forms. So let's just see this with the help of an example. Now to have a 5-digit number, what we are going to have is that we are going to alert, and inside that, not this, it is going to be alert, and inside the alert we are going to have I am 1 2 3 4 5 years old. So if you match this with, and inside that you have slash t, and right here you're going to specify the curly brackets and write in the number of digits. So if you run it, it is going to return the output as 1 2 3 4 5. Now this is example that shows how to look for a 5-digit numbers. Now you can add the work boundary to actually exclude longer numbers as well. So that is going to be done something like this. You have to add a work boundary here and a work boundary over here as well. That is to exclude larger numbers. Now you can also have the range like 3 to 5, which is going to check if you want to find a number from 3 to 5 digits. So we can put the limit into the curly brackets as well. So that it is going to be something like this. And now this over here is going to satisfy the range. This is also going to specify the range, whereas this is also going to specify the range, because we are now talking about the numbers from 3 to 5. Now we can also omit the upper limit where we can have 3 comma, and we can just remove this, which means that it is going to be minimum 3 and maximum it can be any set of numbers. So a number is actually a sequence of one or more digits in a row. So the regular expression for that looks something like this. So we don't need these work boundaries now. We will just remove these, and that is also going to return true. Now for our number, which we have previously, what we are going to do is that we are going to have, right here, we are going to have a string that is going to equal to that number we had. And right here, we are going to have let numbers is going to equal to str dot match. And inside that match, we are going to have slash d, and inside the curly brackets right here we are going to have 1 comma, and after that we are going to specify here g, which means that we want to look inside the whole string. So if you just write in here now that you want to alert numbers, then actually you are going to get the output which you were looking for. Now how is that going to be? So let me just show you the output first and see if it works. So you can see that you have got 7, 903, then 123, then 45, and then 67, which is exactly what we were looking for using quantifiers. So what this over here is going to do is that it is going to look for digits that has the minimum of 1 digit and there is no maximum limit. So right here it is going to print this 7 and it is going to output that. And after that, it is going to have 903. So it has minimum 1 digit and maximum 3. So maximum is not the problem with this pattern here. So it is going to give 903, then 123, then 45, and then 6, 7. And it is going to get us the output which we wanted. Now there are shorthands for most used quantifiers like the plus operator. So the plus means one or more, the same as this pattern which we have used over here. So for instance, if you have the backslash d plus, it is going to look for numbers. So in place of this completely, if you just specify the plus sign, it is going to give you the very same output which you have. Then we have a quantifier that is a question mark, which means 0 or 1. Now it is the same as writing 0 comma 1, which means minimum 0 and maximum 1. In other words, it makes the symbol optional. For instance, if you have a pattern that is OU question mark R, it looks for O followed by 0 or 1, U, and then R. So if you have a string that looks something like should I write a color or COLOUR. So now to have it, what you're going to do is that in the string dot match, you are going to add COLOU, and after that what you're going to do is that you are going to add question mark R, and what that is going to do is that it is going to give you both the that as output, the color with O and the color with OU, as well as you can see in the output here. So it is the same as writing COLOR, and right here you can actually make it follow by the curly brackets format where you can have backslash d and 0 1. So if you run it, it is also going to give you the very same output. Then for the third quantifier, that is asterisk, it means 0 or more, which means that it is something like this where you have a backslash d and it is followed by 0 comma and no maximum limit. So that is the character may repeat any times or be absent as well. So for example, if you are looking for something like this where you have 100, you have a 10 and you have 1, and you want to match this with something like this where you have backslash t, just remove this from here and it can be 0 and asterisk G. So what that is going to do is that it is going to give this complete set as the output for you. So I hope that you have understood the short form for how to use that. So that is going to be it with quantifiers. We have studied all of these. So the main pattern is using the n inside the curly brackets, but you can also use the short forms using the quantifiers plus asterisk and the question mark. So that is it with quantifiers in JavaScript. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course where we are talking about regular expressions in JavaScript. In this tutorial, we are going to talk about greedy and lazy quantifiers. Now, as you have studies, you have seen that quantifiers are very simple from the first sight, but in fact, they can be a bit tricky as well. We should understand how the search works very well if we plan to look for something more complex than what we have been studying so far. So let's just see this with the help of an example. So let's just see that we have a regular expression that is equal to something like this, where we have double quotes, and inside those double quotes, we have a dot operator and we have a plus operator followed by a G. Now, you can see that we have actually a we have a text and we need to replace all the quotes with guillemot marks. So you can see that we have these quotes here inside this regular expression, and what we want to do is that we want to actually convert these double quotes into guillemets mark, which looks something like this, but with a double and startings and double ending quotes like these. Now, they are preferred for actually typography in many countries. So for instance, if you have hello world in double quotes, then it should become hello world inside these quotes here that are known as the Guillemot marks. Now there exist other quotes also, which are the Witage, the Suisi, Polish, or we have also the Chinese, but for our task we are going to choose these Guillemot marks. So the first thing to do is to locate quoted string, and after that we can actually go on and replace them with these Guillemot marks. Now, if you have a regular expression that looks something like this, that is a quote, then something, then the other quote may seem like a good fit, but it is not. So right down here, if you have let str and that is equal to a witch and her broom is one. So right down here, if you try to alert the str dot match and write in the regular expression over here, then what that is going to give you is the witch and her broom as the output. So we can see that it works not as intended. Instead of finding two matches that are the witch and the broom, it finds one that is witch, and after that it finds and her broom. So this can be described as that greediness is the cause of all evil. So in the first part of this tutorial, we are going to actually talk about what is a greedy search in quantifier. So to talk about greedy search, basically to find a match, the regular expression engine uses some algorithms. Firstly, for every position in the string, it is going to try to match the pattern at that position, and if there is no match, it is going to go to the next position. Now, these common words do not make it obvious why the regular expression actually fails. So let's elaborate how the search works for the pattern which we have specified here, that is a dot and a plus operator inside these double quotes. So the first pattern character is actually a double quote starting. So the regular expression engine is going to try to find it at the zero position of the string A, which is right over here, that says a witch and her broom is one, but there is a there, so there is immediately no match, because in the regular expression we have these double quotes, and in the string we have this a, which is actually not a match. So it is going to advance, and it is going to go to the next position in the source string, and it is going to try to find the first character of the pattern there, where it is again going to fail and finally find the quote at actually the third location, because as you can see here, that firstly we have this a, after that we have got a space here, and at the third instance we have a double quote, which is exactly what this regular expression is looking for here. So after it is going to actually have a code. So when the code is detected, and then what the engine is going to do is that it is going to try to find a match for the rest of the pattern. So it tries to see if the rest of the subject string conforms to the pattern, that is the dot plus and the closing tags for the double quotes. So what we have left are these three here. So in our case, the next pattern character is actually the dot operator, as you can see, because we have actually found a match for these double quotes at the third place inside the string. So now we are going to find a match for this dot operator here. So basically the dot operator denotes any character except a new line. So the next string letter W is going to fit that match. As I told you about the dot operator, that dot operator means any character except a new line. So right here, as soon as it continues its search and try to look for this dot operator, the next character it is going to find in the string is going to be this W. As I told you, that dot is any character except a new line, and since this is not a new line but a character here, so that's why it is immediately going to give you a match here, and W and this dot operator is actually going to be the match for these two inside the regular expression here. Then the dot actually repeats because of the quantifier, that is the dot plus. Since dot is followed by a plus operator, so it is going to repeat itself. So the regular expression engine adds to the match one character after another, but until one. All characters match the dot, so it only stops when it reaches the end of the string. So it is going to keep repeating itself until the end of the string is reached up till this e of this one. So it is going to be dot 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 everything over here. Let's just add a comment here, and right here it is going to start on with this, and right over here it is going to actually find you the match for the double quotes, and then it is going to have the dot, and since it is going to be followed by the plus operator, so we are going to have dots until the very end up till this e. So now the engine has actually finished repeating the dot plus, and it is going to try to find the next character of the pattern, that is the closing quote. But there is a problem, is that the string has actually finished and there are no more characters left, because since we have used the plus operator, so it is going to repeat this dot operator and it is going to occupy it till the very end. And when now we want to find a match for this closing quote here, that is this one, what it is going to have is that since there are no characters left, so it is going to get a bit tricky for you. So that is exactly where the problem lies. The string has actually finished and there are no more characters left. Now the regular expression engine understand that it took too many dots and it is going to start to backtrack. In other words, it is going to shorten the match for the quantifiers by one character at the time. So it assumes that the dot plus ends one character before the string and tries to match the rest of the pattern from that position. If there were a code there, then the search would end. But since the last character here is E, so there is no match. So the engine decreases the number of repetitions of the dot plus by one more character. So the code actually does not even match at this end here. It is going to again actually repeat itself, so until and unless the match is completed. So what that is going to do is that when it tries to find a match for this ending quote here, and since the characters are finished, so what it is going to do is that it is going to realize that I have inserted too many dots match. So what it is going to do is that it is going to decrease one. And after that, since it is going to look at this end, so that is again not a match, so it is going to again remove one. So it is going to keep removing, keep removing until and unless it is going to find this double quote after this M here, which is the match. So the match is going to get completed by actually decreasing the dot. That is going to be done by your system yourself. So the match is complete. So the first match, as you can see that is found over here, looks something like this one right behind it, that is witch and her broom, which is the match we have in the output as well. So you can see the output is right here that says match what the witch and her broom. So if the regular expression has actually the flag G here, then the search will continue from where the first match ends. If there are no more quotes in the rest of the string, that is one, so no more result. Now that's probably not what we expected, but that's how it works. In the greedy mode, by default, the quantified character is repeated as many times as possible. The regular expression engine adds to the match as many characters as it can for the dot plus here, and then shortens that by one if the rest of the pattern does not match. For our task, we want another thing. That's where a lazy mode can actually help you out. So I hope that you have understood that how we got this output, that is witch and her broom, but we were expecting the output to be witch and this broom over here, but not this witch and her broom. But that's how since it worked this way, so that's why you are going to get this output. So that was about the greedy mode in JavaScript. In the next tutorial we are going to talk about the lazy mode and see how that works. So for this tutorial, that is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course where we are talking about regular expressions in JavaScript. And at this time, we are talking about the greedy and the lazy modes. So in the previous tutorial, we talked about the greedy search, and you see that how this output was generated, whereas what we expected was the output to be witch and broom. So for our task, we actually wanted something else. And as I told you at the end, that lazy mode is going to help us in this regard. And in this tutorial, that's exactly what we are going to see. So the lazy mode of quantifiers is actually an opposite to the greedy mode. It means repeat the minimal number of times. So we can enable it by putting a question mark after the quantifiers so that it become a steric question mark or plus question mark or double question mark or single quote question mark. So to make things clear, usually a question mark is a quantifier by itself. We have studied that. It means 0 or 1. But if needed, after another quantifier or even itself, it gets another meaning. It switches actually the matching mode from greedy to the lazy mode. So in this example, if you add this question mark after the plus operator, then what that is going to do is that it is going to switch the matching mode from greedy to lazy mode. So here we have now this expression with a question mark after the plus operator. So it is now going to work as intended. It is going to find us what we need, that is the witch and the broom here. So we are not going to get this now. So if you save this and have a look at the output, you can see that it says witch and it says broom, which is exactly what we are looking for. Whereas if you remove this question mark, save this now, refresh this, you can see that we have got our previous output that says witch and her broom, which is not what we wanted. So we will add a question mark back. So now let's just see that how actually we got this output, that is witch in double quotes and broom in double quotes separated by a comma. So to clearly understand the change, so let's just trace the search step by step, and in the very same way we discuss it about the greedy search, let's just see how lazy mode works. So the first step is the very same. It is going to find the pattern start, that is the double quote here. So we will just remove this from here now. So what that is going to do is that it is going to start the first match at this location where it is going to find a double quote right here. So you can see that the first has now actually matched. Now the next step is also similar. The engine is going to find a match for the dot operator, which is actually the part of the pattern which we have right here. Now, as I told you that dot means any character except a new line, so actually the match is going to be found right here. That is, the W is going to get matched with this dot operator in the pattern here. So what now it is going to do is that now the search is going to go differently, and that's where the difference between the greedy and lazy mode is going to come, because we have a lazy mode where we have added a question mark after the plus operator, and the engine does not try to match a dot one more time but stops and try to match the rest of the pattern right now. So what that is going to do is that it is going to first take into account this question mark here instead of repeating this dot here. So it is going to now look for this double quote here. So if there were a double quote there, then the search would actually end. But since there is a I here, so which is actually not a match, so there is no match, then what the regular expression engine is going to do is that it is going to increase the number of repetitions for the dot, and it is going to try one more time. So what that is going to do is that it is going to add a dot here, and then it is going to try to match this double quote with this T here. Now it is going to be again a failure. So the number of repetitions is going to increase again and again till the match for the rest of the pattern is going to be found, which is going to be right here. So after this hatch, you are going to get a match, which is going to be this one. Now, in the previous case where you were actually having this plus operator without a question mark, it is going to first repeat it till the very end. And after that, when it find out that we have one more match to do, but we are done with all the characters, so it then start decreasing here. But in this case, it is going to first look for a match. After that, it is going to insert a dot. So the next search is going to start from the end of the current match, and it is going to yield one more result. So since here the match has actually completed according to the pattern, so it is now going to get at the very start and start matching again from this space over here. No match, so it is going to just move on, no match with n. So it is going to find a match right here, and dots are going to get inserted in between these. So first it is going to find a match for this double quote, which is right here before this B. After that, for the dot mode, it is going to get matched with this R here. After that, it is going to actually search for this double quote, and it is going to find it right over here. But before that, for every iteration, it is going to add a dot and match it with all of these characters one by one. So it is going to be matches until and unless it finds this double quotes that is going to be a match. And after that, it is again going to go to the start of the pattern, that is this double quote. But since we don't have any double quotes here, so it is going to generate this one and this one as the output of this lazy search. So the laziness is only enabled for the quantifier with a question mark. Now, other quantifiers remain greedy. For instance, if you have 1, 2, 3 space 4, 5, 6, and you want to match it with the D pattern, so it is going to give you 1, 2, 3, and 4 only. For example, if we have, let's just say, if you want to alert, and inside that you have 1, 2, 3, a space 4, 5, 6, and you want to call in the match function here, and you want to match it with a pattern that looks something like this with D plus and D plus, and you try to add a question mark here, then the output which it is going to generate is going to be 1, 2, 3 space 4 only. Now the pattern actually D plus tries to match as many digits as it can in the greedy mode. So it finds 1, 2, 3, and it is going to stop because the next character is a space. Then there is a space in the pattern it matches. Then after that there is D plus with a question mark. The quantifier is in now lazy mode, so it finds one digit 4 and tries to check if the rest of the pattern matches from there, but there is nothing in the pattern after D plus. So the lazy mode does not repeat anything without need. The pattern is going to get finished and we are done, and we are going to have the match as 1, 2, 3 space 4. Now for optimization, modern regular expression engines can optimize internal algorithm to work faster, so they may work a bit different from the described algorithm. But to understand how regular expression work and build a regular expression, we don't need to know about that. They are only used internally to optimize things. Complex regular expressions are hard to optimize, so the search may work exactly as described as well. So I hope that you have understood what we have covered. We have talked about the greedy search and we have talked about the lazy mode as well, that how adding a question mark is going to actually change the entire scope of your search. So that is it with the greedy and lazy search. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course where we are talking about regular expressions in JavaScript. In this tutorial, we are going to cover a very important topic regarding regular expressions, that is the capturing groups. Now, a part of a pattern can be enclosed in parentheses, and that is what is we called as capturing group. Now, this has actually two effects. The first one is that it allows you to get a part of the match as a separate item in the result array. And the second is that if we put a quantifier after the parenthesis, it is going to apply to the parenthesis as a whole. So let's just see that how parentheses work in example. So let's just start on with a very simple example where we have an alert statement. And inside that we have a normal text with a space, go, go, go now. And you want to match this with a regular expression where you are going to have a capturing group where you are going to have go inside that, And now you know that plus is actually going to be used for repeating purposes, IG, so that it is case insensitive. So what this plus is now going to do is that it is going to be applied on this whole go here because of these parentheses, which is actually the concept of the capture interrupt. So the output for this is going to be go, 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 since it is case insensitive, so it does not care whether this G is in caps or not. So this is going to be your output. Then you can also make something more complex like a regular expression to search for a website domain like mail.com, users.mail.com, smith.users.mail.com. So as you can see that a domain consists of repeated words, a dot after each one except the last one. So in regular expression, that is going to be something like this, where we are going to have, just remove this from here, and it is going to be a worldly character followed by a plus, followed by a dot, and this one is going to be plus as a whole. We will just remove this plus from here, and after that it is going to be slash w and a plus operator after that, followed by g. We don't want it to be case insensitive. So now if you have, let's just make it to site.com space my.site.com. So it is actually going to be a match. It is going to give you this over here as the output on your screen. So you can run it and see the output, which is going to be this right here. So this is actually the pattern which you have to use while searching for any domain. So the search work, but the pattern actually cannot match a domain with a hyphen, because if you have, let's just say, my dash site.com, then that is not going to match, because in this word here, that is this slash w, hyphen does not belong to this class. So that's why it is going to give you an error message. You can actually fix it by having a dash here, so that it is going to add a dash inside here. But for now, if you have this, it is not going to work. So as I told you, it cannot work. So you can actually extend it. So we can create a regular expression for emails based on it. So the email format is basically name at the rate of domain, and any word can be the name. Hyphens and dots are allowed. So in regular expression, that is going to look something like this, where you are going to have a dash operator first. Let's just quote it in the new line. So it is going to be something like this, where you're going to have these square brackets, dash, and followed by dot and worldly characters, and as a whole plus. So that is the pattern which you have to use in case of emails. So let's just talk about the parenthesis contents in the match. Now, parentheses are numbered from left to right actually. The search engine memorizes the content matched by each of them and allow to get it in the result. So the method string.match with regular expression in the parameter is that if the regular expression has no flag G, it is going to look for the first match and return it as an array. At index 0, the full match; at index 1, the contents of the first parameter; at index 2, the contents of the second parenthesis, and so on. So for instance, we would like to find HTML tags and process them. So it would be convenient to have the tag content, that what's inside the angles, in a separate variable. So you can actually wrap the inner content into parentheses like this, where you can have, just remove this, and you can actually code them like this: dot steric question mark. So this is actually, you can wrap the inner content into parentheses. So now what we are going to do is that we are going to get both the tag as a whole for h1 and its content h1 in the given array. So right here, what we are going to do is that we will just remove all of this stuff from here, and we are going to create an str that looks something like this, where we are going to have h1 that is going to say hello, And after that, we are actually going to close this h1. So right here, we are going to specify the tag, which is going to be string.match. And inside here, we are going to specify the pattern as what we discussed, that was dot steric and a question mark. And what we are going to do is that we are going to enclose these in the round brackets, sorry, in the parentheses here, so that it is actually a capturing group. So as I told you that now, if you want to alert the 0th position, it is going to actually give you the output as this. That is going to be h1. Whereas if you try to alert the tag 1, then the output for you in that case is going to be h1. So I hope that you have understood that how parentheses or capturing groups help you to apply a quantifier to a thing as a whole. So before we quit on, let's just talk about non-capturing groups with a question mark. So sometimes we actually need parentheses to correctly apply a quantifier, but we don't want their contents in result. Now, a group may be excluded by adding the question mark and the colon in the beginning. For instance, if we want to find the go plus in the very first example which we talked about, but we don't want the parenthesis content, that is go, inside that as a separate array item, we can write question mark colon go, and that is going to be in the parenthesis, and it is going to be followed by the plus operator. So it is going to look something like this, where we have the parenthesis, and inside that we are going to add a question mark and a colon, and after that we are going to have this go plus here. So let's just see this with the help of an example. So let's just remove this from here, and we are going to have a string that is going to be go 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 John. And after that, we are going to have a regular expression where we are going to exclude the go from capturing. So to do that, we are going to have a case insensitive pattern where we are going to have the very same go followed by a plus operator, but this time, since we are going to exclude it, since it is a non-capturing group, so we are going to add a question mark and colon, and it is going to get followed by w plus. So right here, we can have the result that is going to be str dot match, and it is going to pass in the regular expression here. So now if you try to have result 0, then it is actually going to give you the full match, and the full match here in this case is going to be go 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 John. Now if you want to alert the res1, then it is actually going to give you John as the output, and if you want to have the res dot length, then that is going to give you to no more items are going to be in the array. So that is how the non-capturing groups work, and you can actually exclude something using the question mark and colon operator, that is the operator for non-capturing groups. So what we have studied is that parentheses group together a part of the regular expression so that the quantifiers apply to it as a whole. Parentheses grouped are number left to right and can optionally be named as well. The contents matched by a group can be obtained in the result using the str.match or str.matchAll. And we can also exclude a group from numbering by adding a question mark colon in its starts. That's used when we need to apply a quantifier to the whole group, but don't want it as a separate item in the results array. We also can't reference such parentheses in the replacement string as well. So that is it with capturing groups. It is a very important topic, and you are going to see a lot of the uses of this in the future tutorials as well. So I hope that you have got a very good grip on what we have studied in this tutorial. So thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course where we are discussing regular expressions. And in this tutorial, we are going to talk about back-referencing in pattern. So we can use the contents of capturing groups not only in the result or in the replacement string, but also in the pattern itself. So let's just talk back reference by number using the slash n. Now a group can be referenced in the pattern using the backslash n, where n is the group number. Now to make things clear here, why that's useful, let's just consider a task. So let's just say that we need to find quoted strings that can be either a single quoted or a double quoted string. Both variants should match. Now question is that how we are going to find them. So we can put actually both kind of quotes in square brackets, but it would find string with mixed quotes. Like it can be, let's just say starting is the double quote where the ending is the single quote, or it can be other ways as well. Now that would lead to incorrect matches when one quote appears inside other ones, like in the string where we can have, like in the very previous example where we wrote in she's the one. So let's just say that you have a string that looks something like this. He said, and after that it is going to be she the one, exclamation, and that is going to end here. So if you have, let's just say, regular expression here, that is going to be something like this, where we are looking for single quotes, double quotes. After that, we are having dot steric question mark, and we are having single quotes and double quotes followed by a G. So this is the regular expression we have. And now what we want to do with it is that we want to alert str.match with the regular expression. So if you run this, you are going to get the output that is going to look something like this, where it is going to have a starting quote, she, and it is going to be this closing bracket here. And now as we can see that the pattern actually find an opening quote that was a double quote, and then the text is consumed till the other quote that is the single quote that matches the close. Now to make sure that the pattern look for the closing quote exactly the same as the opening one, we can actually wrap it inside a capturing group, and we can back reference that. Now to do that, what we have to do inside this pattern here is that we are going to just remove this from here, and we are going to add a capturing group here. And now when you run this code, you are going to get the output which you want. That is going to be she's the one, exclamation mark. So that is the output you were expecting. So the regular expression engine actually finds the first code, and it actually memorizes the contents of that. And that's the first capturing group. Now further in the pattern backslash one means that find the same text as in the first group, exactly the same code in our case. So similar to that, if you use the slash 2, that would mean the content of the second group. If you use slash 3, it is going to uh, actually it is actually going to mean the contents of the third group, and so on. Then you can also back reference using this, that is actually by name. Now if a regular expression has many parentheses, now it's convenient to actually give them names. Now to reference a named group, we can actually use this format, which is right here, that is slash k, and after that you have to specify the name. So let's just say that you have this very same string, and what you're going to do is that you are going to actually change the pattern here. So in the pattern, what we are going to do is that we are going to have quote, and outside that, what we are going to do is, we don't need this. In here, we are going to have and inside that, we are going to have dot steric question mark followed by the escape, and after that you have to specify this as quote slash k and quote, and that is going to be it. So when you now run it, it is going to give you the output which you actually require here. So I hope that you have understood that. And what you have to do also is that you have to close these brackets here and not here. So now that is going to work completely. You have this code where you want to look for either this question mark or double question mark, and now we have actually named it. And now when you run it, it is going to give you this as the output. So that's how actually you can back reference by name and use the capturing groups to actually print out what you want. So that is it with back referencing and patterns. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course where we are discussing regular expressions in JavaScript. In this tutorial, we are going to talk about alternation. So basically, alternation is a term in regular expression that is actually a simple or. Now, in a regular expression, it is actually denoted with a vertical line character as in any other language. So for instance, let's just say that we have a string that is actually a list of programming languages. So we will have str, and that is going to equal to first HTML appeared, then CSS, then JavaScript. So this is exactly how you should actually learn website development. You should first have HTML, then CSS, and after that you are going to have JavaScript. So right here we are going to define our regular expression that is going to look something like a pattern where we are going to make it case insensitive, and inside this pattern what we are going to do is that we are going to write an HTML, then we are going to write an or PHP or CSS or Java. In brackets you can write in script followed by a question mark. So this is the regular expression here, and this is our string. So if you now want to have alert str dot match, and inside that if you specify the regular expression, then it is actually going to print out HTML, CSS, and JavaScript as your output. So we already saw a similar thing, which is the square brackets. They allow to choose between multiple characters. For instance, where we have the example where you have gr, and inside that you have either A or E, and then you have Y. So it actually helped us to choose between either this A or this E here. So it is going to either match the pattern that can be gray, or it can be GREY. So it also, you can see that looks something like an or here. So square bracket actually allow only one characters or character classes. Now what alternation is going to help us with that, it is going to allow any expression. A regular expression like A or B or C means one of the expression, either A or B or C. So for instance, in here, in this example, if you quote AE, so it is going to be A or E. So it is going to exactly mean the very same where you have GR and then you have AE inside that. So these two expressions are actually very same here. So now to actually apply alternation, to a chosen part of the pattern, we can actually enclose it in parentheses. So, like if you have I love HTML or CSS, so if you have, let's just say something like I love HTML or CSS, it is going to actually match where you have I love HTML or CSS. So these two are actually going to match. Whereas if it is also going to match the statement where you can have I love HTML or I love CSS the very same way the square brackets work. So I hope that you have understood it. So let's just have a regular expression for a time where we can have an example for that. So in previous tutorials, there was a task to actually build a regular expression for searching time in the form where we have hours and then minutes. For instance, if you have 1200 and you have a simple pattern where you have DD colon DD, that is too vague. It is going to accept 25 colon 99 as well as the time as the 99 minutes match the pattern, but that time is invalid for sure. So how can we make a better pattern? So we can use a more careful matching. First, we are going to find the hours. So if the first digit it is either 0 or 1, then the next digit can be any, which can be either 0 or 1. Otherwise, if the first digit is 2, then the next must be from 0 to 3. No other first digits is going to be allowed. So we can write both variants in a regular expression using alternation where you can have something like this, where you will have that the first character is either 0 or it is going to be either 1 and it is a digit, or it can also start with 2, but when it starts with 2, it can be from 0 to 3 only, because you know that the ors are only 24. So this can be, as I told you, either 0 or 1. So this should be limited to 0 till 3. After that, a colon, and then the minutes can be from 0 till 59. So the first digit can be from 0 to 5 slash D. Now the last digit can be anything. It can be either 0, it can be 9 as well, or anything in between that. So we are almost done, but there is a problem there, is that the alternation now happens to be between 01 slash D and 203 colon 0 dash 5 slash D. That is, minutes are added to the second alternation variant. So to get you a clear picture, we have slash T, and let's just add space here, and then 203 colon. So we have a alternation between this and actually this entire pattern over here. So that pattern looks for first this one, or it is going to either look for this entire one. But that is actually wrong, because what we want it to do is that we want it to look with this, where this is actually something that is separate, then this is also separate, whereas this is also separate, and the last one over here is also separate. So what the alternation should only be using in the ORs part of the regular expression to allow 0, 1D or 2, 0 till 3. So we are going to correct that by enclosing OR into parentheses. So the final solution here is going to look something like this, where we will have a regular expression that is going to equal to, let's just enclose it in the pattern here. And inside here, what we are going to do is that we are going to add a closing parenthesis here. And after that, we are going to have the closing parenthesis here. So opening and closing parenthesis have been specified. And now that is going to give us exactly the time which we are looking for. So right down here, if you try to have the alert statement, and inside that alert statement, you have 00 colon 00, and 10 colon 10 and 23 colon 59 and 1 colon 2 and call in the match here with the regular expression, then this is only going to get you what we have here, these three times, because this over here is not going to be a match. So you can also run it. So we will just remove these comments from here. So just save this and refresh this, and you're going to see that you have 2359. The rest, I guess we forgot to add a D here. Just remove these spaces now. Now save this and now refresh this. And now you can see that we have got the three correct patterns for a time, which we have right here. So that's how actually the alternation works in JavaScript. So I hope that you have understood alternation and you have seen how it was actually kind of similar to the square brackets pattern, which we have studied in the previous tutorials. So that is it with this tutorial. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course where we are talking about regular expressions in JavaScript. And in this tutorial, we are going to talk about look ahead and look behind. So sometimes we need to find only those matches for a pattern that are actually followed or preceded by another pattern. Now there is a special syntax for that. That is what exactly we are going to discuss in this tutorial. That is look ahead and look behind, together referred to as look around. For the start, let's just find the price from the string like one turkey costs $30. That is actually a number that is followed by a dollar sign. So let's just look at the syntaxes first. So in the look ahead, we have two kinds. We have a positive look ahead and we have not a p negative, but we have a negative look ahead syntax. So for the positive, you can see that it looks something like this. So it actually means that you have to look for X, but match only if it is followed by Y. Now there may be any pattern instead of X and Y. So for an integer number that is followed by a dollar sign, the regular expression is going to be slash d plus, and inside that it is going to be question mark equal to dollar sign inside the parenthesis. So if we have an example of the positive look ahead, then it is going to be let an str that is equal to one coffee costs 30, and it is going to be followed by a dollar sign. So as you can see here that it says a number that is followed by a dollar sign here. So right here, if you have an alert statement and you write an str dot match with an expression where you have slash d plus, and inside the parentheses you have to actually write in the syntax for the look ahead that looks something like this, where we have question mark equal to, and y here is going to be the dollar sign here. So actually we have x, which is going to be this, that are some digits plus, so which means that it is going to be this number that is 30 in this case, and it is going to be followed by this y, which is the dollar sign here. So if you run this code, it is going to give you 30, which means that the number 1 is ignored, so it is not followed by a dollar sign. So if you note here, the look ahead is merely a test. The contents of the parentheses are not included in the result 30. So when we look for the syntax for of the look ahead, the regular expression engine finds the X and then check if there is a Y immediately after it. If it is not so, then the potential match is skipped and the search continues. Now, more complex tests are also possible, which means it can actually ask you to find X, check if Y is immediately after X, skip if it is not, check if Z is immediately after X, skip if it is not. If both tests pass, then the X is a match, otherwise continue searching. So you can have something like this as well in the positive one, where you can have more like these, where question mark equal to, let's just say Z here. So it is going to check for X, check if y is immediately after x. If not, check if z is immediately after it. If both passed, then x is a match. Now, in other words, such pattern means that we are looking for x followed by y and z at the same time. That's only possible if patterns y and z are not mutually exclusive. So in this example here, if we have right here, we make certain changes where we are going to make this to slash s, and after that we want to have question mark equal to dot steric 30. So now what that is going to do is that it is going to generate 1 as the output. Now in our string, exactly that exactly matches the number 1, which is right over here. So that's how you can actually make it complex as well. Now we have the negative look ahead as well. You can see the syntax for that as well. So in that, let's just say that we want a quantity inside, so not a price from the same string. Now that is going to be a number not followed by a dollar sign. So for that, a negative look ahead can be applied. Now the syntax is right in front of you, which means that search X, but only if not followed by Y. So in here, if we have this one coffee cost $30 and you want to use the negative look ahead, then what you can have is that in place of question mark equal to, you can have question mark negation. And what you can have here is that you can have the work boundary, and right here we are going to actually have our very own dollar sign, and we are going to actually exclude the rest and just use G here. So what that is going to do is that it is going to also give you this as the output, that is the price is actually, since it is not going to be matched this time, because it is going to give you anything which is actually not followed by a dollar sign, which is actually this one over here, that is a digit and also not followed by a dollar sign. So I hope that you have understood what look ahead is and also what negative look ahead is. So let's just talk about look behind. Now, look behind is actually similar, but it is going to actually look behind. That is, it allows to match a pattern only if there is something before it. So you can see the syntax for the positive look behind. It is going to match X, but only if there is a Y before it. And for a negative look behind, it is going to match X, but only if there is no Y before it. For example, if you change the price to US dollars, and the dollar sign is usually before the number. So right here we have the dollar sign after, but if you add this dollar sign before it, then that is actually going to be like using the look behind here. So if you have the str.match, we will just remove this from here. And in the parenthesis here, you can have question mark equal to a dollar sign, and outside that you can have d plus. Now you can see that this is actually the syntax for looking for a sign, and then this is the syntax for the digit that is going to be this 30. So it is going to look for this digit and it is going to look behind for a dollar sign before this digit. So if you run this code, it is actually going to give you 30 as the output, so it is going to skip the sole number. And if we need the quantity here, then it is going to be not preceded by a dollar sign. So we can use the negative look behind for that, where we are going to actually make a small change here, where we are going to have not this equal to operator, but an exclamation mark. And this is going to be followed by this. We are going to just add a work boundary here, and the rest is going to remain the same. And this time it is going to give you 1 as the output, which is something that is not followed, not actually a number. We have nothing before that number, which is a look behind thing. So that's what look ahead and look behind are. I hope that you have understood that. So thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to this crash course where we are going to learn about HTML and CSS. So first we are going to talk about HTML, which stands for the Hypertext Markup Language. Now HTML is the standard markup language for web pages. With HTML, you can create your own websites. Whereas secondly, we are going to talk about CSS, which stands for the Cascading Style Sheet, which is basically going to actually style up whatever you have coded using the HTML. So here in the first part, we are going to talk about the basic layout of a page, and we are going to talk about HTML first, and then we are going to see how you are going to style your HTML basic layout using CSS. So let's start on with HTML first. As I told you that it stands for the Hypertext Markup Language, which is the standard markup language for creating web pages. Now, HTML basically describes the structure of a web page. So if you have a web page, let's just say, just type in google.com, click enter, then you are going to see a page. Now you can see that this page has a specific layout. We have got this Gmail tag. We can click on this images. We have this icon, this sign up page. We have this text. We have this text area. We have these buttons, and then we have got some other stuff here as well. Now, all this has been done using the HTML. And after that, it has been styled using CSS. I'm not saying that this page has been done using it, but most of the pages are. So HTML, as I told you, describes the basic structure of a web page. Now, HTML consists of a series of elements, as you have seen here in this google.com, that you have got a lot of elements here. As I told you that it is a series of elements where you can have, let's just say, this text area, you can have these buttons, you can have this button, you can have these icons, you can have these labels which you can actually click, you can have these tags. So basically HTML consists of a series of elements. Using and combining with them makes a web page. Now HTML elements tell the browser how to display the content. HTML element label pieces of content such as this is a heading, this is a paragraph, this is a link, and so on. So let's just first talk about the compiler. So we are going to be using the Visual Studio Code here. Now, if you want to see how Visual Studio Code is going to be installed, you can just refer to the very first tutorial of this course, where we have covered how to install Visual Studio Code and how to actually create a file. So right here, we have this index.html where we are going to do all the HTML stuff. So let's just first talk about the basic HTML document. Now, a simple HTML document can be coded if you click on this icon, that is the negation item. Just click on it, and it is going to help you to display the entire simple HTML document. Now, this is where basically all your code is going to go. So let's just first explain this, that what actually is this. So let's just talk about line number 1, where we have the doc type as HTML. Now, the doc type HTML declaration basically defines that this document is an HTML5 document. After that, you can have the language, which is actually English here. Then you have got the HTML tag closing here. As you can see that this was the starting tag, and this is then the ending tag. We are going to see how the tags work, but for now, just focus on that this is the HTML code. And you can see as soon as I highlight this, this one is that is the closing tag here is going to get highlighted itself. Now, this is the element that is the root element of an HTML page. And after the root element, you have got the head tag. Now, this is the closing area of the head tag. Now, the head element contains meta information about the HTML page. So if you have a look inside here, you can see that you have the UTF-8 combination here. In the meta, you have the XUA compatible. The content is IE Edge. Then you have got the name as viewport, the content as width device, width, initial scale is 1.0, and you also have got the title here. Now, the title element basically specify a title for the HTML page, which is shown in the browser title bar or in the page tab. So if you have a look here, you can see that for now, for the initial, it is document by default. So now, as you can see here, that for now it is still index.html. So what you have to do is that you can see this black dot over here, which means that you have not saved it. So just press on Control S, which is going to save your document. And as soon as you actually save your document, what it is going to do is that here it is going to refresh. And you can see that at the top now you have got this document, which is actually going to be the title. Now you can specify anything over here. Document is not necessary. You can type your name, your application name, or whatever you like. Now the next tag you can see is the body tag. Now this is the most important tag where actually all the code, all the paragraphs and every other thing goes inside here. So the body element basically defines the document's body, and it is basically a container for all the visible content such as the headings, paragraphs, images, hyperlinks, tables, lists, and many other things. Now, inside the body, as I told you, that you are going to have a lot of things. So, for example, let's just say we want to have an H1 tag. Now, whatever you have to do is that you have to actually close whatever you open up. So this is going to be the opening tag for heading number 1, and this is going to be the closing tag for heading number 1. Now, the H1 element defines a large heading. Then you can also have a paragraph element where you can have P, and you can see that this is going to be the closing tag for the paragraph, and this specifies that we are going to have a paragraph here. So now let's just talk about that. What is an HTML element? Now an HTML element is described or defined by a start tag, then it has some content, and then it has an end tag. So right here you can see that these are the starting tags, that is H1 and this P, whereas these are the closing tags for H1 and the paragraph respectively. Now inside here is what is basically known as the content. So right here you can have the content of whatever you like and whatever is your requirement. So the HTML element is everything from the start tag to the end tag. Now you have to note here that some HTML element have no content, like the break element. We are going to study that later. Those elements are known as the empty elements. Empty elements do not have an end tag. For example, you can have one that is known as break element that is going to specify a new line for you. And as you can see that it has no ending tag. It only is going to be like this. So such elements are called empty elements in HTML. Now we have got the support of web browsers with your Visual Studio Code and any other compiler which you use for HTML as well. Now, the purpose of a web browser is basically to read the HTML document and display them correctly. Now, a browser does not display the HTML tag, but it uses them to determine how to display the document. Now, what I mean here is that, for example, you can see that inside the body you have this H1, and after that you also have this backslash H1 here as well with these arrow tags as well. Now what your browser is going to do is that it is only going to treat these closing and ending tags as the structure of how this content is going to be. So if I just save this and refresh this and show you what I'm talking about, is that as you can see that, as I told you, that H1 is something like a bigger content, which is going to have a more font, or you can say boldness. So as you can see that the content goes with a high font. Whereas you can see that this is a paragraph which is going to go exactly as typed here. Now, as you can see that the browser has actually ignored the tags, and it actually treated the tags as what or how the content is going to be displayed in your document. So I hope that you have understood what we have covered here. Now, you can have many editors for your coding purposes. You can have Notepad. You can use Notepad, which is the most basic of the browsers which you can use. But since we are learning JavaScript here, so that's why compiler which I'm using is going to be Visual Studio Code. So whosoever is actually learning from this crash course for learning the HTML and CSS, I want him to have a grab on Visual Studio Code by learning HTML and CSS so that when he jumps on to the JavaScript part, he does not face any kind of problem or difficulty coping up with Visual Studio Code. So that's why I suggest everyone, even the basic developers, to actually use the Visual Studio Code. All right, so now we are going to show some basic HTML examples here. Don't worry if we use tags you have not learned about yet. So first, let's just talk about HTML documents. Now, all HTML documents must start with a document type a declaration, which you can see here at the top. That is the doc type HTML. Now, the HTML document itself begins with the HTML tag and ends with the HTML tag here. As you can see, it starts with the HTML tag and it ends with the HTML tag here. Now, the visible part of the HTML document is between the body tags. Now, you can also see that here that the visible part is only the heading and the paragraph which we have specified here inside this body. So if you talk about the doc type declaration, then it basically represents the document type and it helps the browser to display web pages correctly. It must only appear once at the top of the page before any HTML tag. Now, the doc type declaration is not case sensitive. What you can do is that the doc type declaration for HTML5 is listed right in front of you. Then if you talk about HTML headings, you have already covered the H1 tags. That stands for the heading number one tag. Now there are multiple other headings as well. Now in a website, you might have seen that there is a content that has a lot of font, then with a smaller font, then with a smaller font. Then how comes that is coded using the HTML? So for that, you have the facility of using the H2 tags. Now for the H2 tags, what you can do is that you can just write in here contents of the heading to tag. And what you can do is that you can change this one to the contents of the heading 1 tag. And you can have H3 as well. Now in the H3, you can simply write in contents of the heading 3 tag. And if you just save this page, we will just remove this paragraph from here for now. And if we refresh your browser, you can see that the content of the heading 1 tag, which is in the H1 tags, is slightly bigger than the H2 tag, which has content of the heading number 2 tag, which is slightly bigger than the contents of the heading 3 or the H3 tag. So that's how basically headings are used in HTML. Then we have the HTML paragraphs as well. Now, the HTML paragraphs are defined with the p tag, which you have seen as well. Now, for that, you can also have multiple paragraphs. So, for example, let's just say that we have a paragraph here, and you can just write in this is paragraph 1, and you can have a second paragraph here. And inside that, you can just write in this is paragraph 2. Just save this page and refresh your browser window. And as you can see that it says this is paragraph 1 and this is paragraph 2. The next thing we can have is the HTML links. Now the HTML links are defined by the A tag. Now how that is going to be done, let's just see this. We'll just remove this from here. And for that, what you have is that you have a lot of options. You can have a blank one href, you can have one with the link, one with an email link, and this one as well. So what we are going to do is that we are going to click on this one, and as you can see that it is going to ask you for a link. So what you can have is you can just write in www.google.com. So this is going to be the link right here. You can just write in Google .com, not like this, but like this. So I'll just write in Google, just ignore the .com here. So this is going to be the link. If you just save this page and visit your browser, refresh this, you can see that you have got this tag that says Google. If you click on it, what it is going to do is that it is going to direct you to the href, which you have specified here in this link tag, that is google.com. So that's how the link destination is specified in the href attributes. Now, attributes are used to provide additional information about HTML elements. You will learn about attributes later in this crash course. Then you can also have images. Now, HTML images are defined by the img tag. Now, the source file is going to be specified using the src. The alternative text is going to be specified using the alt, and you can also specify the width and height for your image attribute. Now, how that is going to be done, let's just remove this from here. And for that, you are going to have image. Now, you also have, you can see some options for that as well. So what we are going to do is we are going to click on this first one, and you can see that it is going to ask you for the location of the image. Now, what you can do is that you can just write in, let's just say, the name of the image as, let's just say, abc.png, or let's just say that it is a JPG image. And this is going to be, let's just say, the alternative text is going to be image. And you can also specify the width. Let's just say that the width of the image is 100, and let's just say that the height of the image is going to be 50. Now, you can also see here that the image tag here does not have a closing tag. Now, we talked about that uh, at the start of this crash course, where we said that such are known as the empty attribute. So image is also an empty attribute. Now, this code is not going to work for now. Now, the reason behind that is that we do not have an image named as abc.jpg in our folders here. You can see that the only folder inside this crash course folder is the index.html. So what you have to do is that you have to load this abc.jpg here. So guys, what I did is that I just paused the video, and as you can see that I have loaded abc.jpg here. Now you can see that abc.jpg is a JavaScript image which we want to actually load. So we will just save this, and what we are going to do is that we are going to refresh our document, and as you can see that we have actually successfully loaded an image inside our web browser. Now, what you can do is that you can also change the size of the image using the width and height. That is totally according to your requirement. So I hope that you have understood what we have covered so far. Now, the next thing is that how to view the HTML source. So have you ever seen a web page and wondered, hey, how did they do that? The first thing is that what you have to do is that you have to right click in an HTML page and select a view page source in Chrome or view page in any browser. Or now what that is going to do is that it is going to open a window that is going to contain the HTML source code of the page. So let's just do that. So let's just say that we just went to google.com, we right click it, and as you can see that it says we have to view the page source. Now, if you can see that you have got the view page source. Now, this is going to open a window containing the HTML source code of the page. So for now, this is going to be very tricky for you, as this is a very difficult HTML code, but this is an HTML code for this. Now, you can also inspect an HTML element. For that, what you have to do is right click on an element or a blank area and choose inspect or inspect element to see what elements are made up of. You will see both the HTML and CSS in that case. You can also edit the HTML or CSS on the fly in the element or styles panel that opens. So for example, what we can do is that we can actually, let's just say we just click on this one. And what we can do is that we can actually inspect this. You can see that it is going to open this HTML element for you. And you can also right click on this again, and you can add attribute, you can edit it as HTML, you can get copy paste it, and you can do a lot with it. But that is something that is advanced. I just wanted to show you that how the HTML can be shown for any page you can have. You can see that you have got HTML, you have got head, you have got body, you have got forms here. Now, this is exactly what this google.com basic page is made up of using the HTML and the CSS. So now let's just get back. Let's just go to the Visual Studio Code here. So we will just remove this from here. So now what we have covered so far are the HTML elements. So let's just say that we have now let's just say a paragraph. Now, inside this paragraph, we have a statement that says that I am an instructor. So if I just save this page and refresh my browser, you can see that it says I'm an instructor. But what I want is that I want this instructor to have a bigger font. Or let's just say that I want it to be, let's just say in the H1 tag or the H2 tag or the H3 tag. Now, that is something that is known as nested HTML elements. Now, HTML elements can be nested as well. This means that elements can contain other elements. Now, all HTML documents consist of nested HTML elements. So let's just say that I want to have this one inside the H1 tags, my bad. So what we are going to do is that we are going to have let's just say H3 tag. And now inside this H3 tag, I can just write an instructor. I missed the C. So you can see that it says INN. And after that, the H3 tag begins, which closed with the H3 tags closing. Inside that, it has the text instructor. And after that, the paragraph got closed. So this is what is known as nested HTML elements. And let's just see what is going to be the output for this. So refresh this, and you can see that it says I am an, and then it says instructor, and you can see that the instructor has been in the caps lock. Now, one thing you can see here is that the instructor has been moved to a new line. Now, the reason behind that is that whenever a new tag starts, what that is going to do is that it is going to move your text into a new line. Now, this is something that can be solved, but we are going to discuss that later. Now, the next thing we are going to talk about is what if you missed the end tags? So let's just say that we just remove this from here, and let's just say that it says I'm an instructor, and let's just say then you have one more paragraph, and it says that I teach online. So if you save this page and you refresh this, you can see that it says I'm an instructor and I teach online. But let's just say that we actually missed these paragraph tags here. So if we now save this page and refresh this, you can see that it has the very same output. But this is something that is not recommended at all. Never skip the end tag. For some HTML elements, which may be displayed correctly, as you can see here, but there are cases where you are going to actually get unexpected results and errors that may occur if you forget the end tag. So it is a good programming technique to actually use the end tag. Now, one more thing before we move on is that HTML cases are actually not case sensitive. So, for example, if we write in a capital P instead of a small p here, and now refresh this page, you can see that it remains the same, which means that HTML is not case sensitive in this case. So now, the next thing is that how we are actually going to actually style up these things. Now, not with the CSS, but with the style property of the HTML. Now, to do that, what we are going to do is that we will just name this to P. Now, the syntax for doing that is something like this, where we have the tag name, which can be paragraph, which can be heading number one or anything. And right here, you are going to specify an attribute. Now, whenever you have something like this, where you have a tag, and inside that you just specify something like if you remember for the a tag, where we have the href inside here. Now, this thing that is inside a tag is known as an attribute. Now, for the HTML style attribute is going to be used for styling purpose. And what that is going to do is that it is going to have a property, and then it is going to have a value. So let's just implement that. This is the basic syntax for applying the HTML style attribute. Now, for example, let's just say that you want to have a background color. Now, the property is the CSS property. The value here is actually the CSS value. So let's just say that inside the body, what we are going to do is that we can specify the whole as style. And right here, we can just specify the background background color. And let's just say that we want to have the background color as aqua. So if you save this and you refresh this, you can see that the whole background has been changed here. Now, what you have to note here is actually that this is the property, that is the background color. This is known as the CSS property, whereas this color is basically known as the CSS value, which is going to be applied to this property. Now, using that, as you can see that we have actually changed the color of your background. So we will just remove this from here. We don't need it here. And let's just say that you want to actually style your paragraph here. Now, to style your paragraph, what you can do is that you can specify the style attribute to the paragraph. So the attribute is going to be inside the paragraph here. You can have style. And let's just say that the property which you want to change is the color. And let's just say you want it to be aqua. So we will just save this. And if you refresh your browser, you can see that now it is going to be in aqua color. You can also change the style for this. The style is, let's just say you want to change the color, and let's just say that you want it to be in the red color. Just save this page and refresh this, and you can see that it is in aqua color and the second paragraph is in red color. So this is how basically the HTML styles property can be used to actually specify a color to a paragraph or any HTML tag using the attributes. So you can also change the fonts as well. You can also change the text size as well. To change the font, what you have to do is that right here, we will just remove this from here, and you can have the font family, and you can select from any one of these. So let's just say I select this one that is a bit bigger. But if you refresh this, you can see that it is in a specific format. You can also change the text size as well. So to change the text size, what you can do is that you will just first scroll it here so that it is visible. And right here, you can have the font size, and you can just write it to be large, larger, medium, small, or smaller. But what you also can do is that you can make it a 300% as well. So if you refresh this now, you can see that it is now 300% of whatever it was at the default size. Now you can also change the text alignment as well. For that, what you can do is that in the styles property, you can have the text align, and what you can do is, let's just say that I want to align the paragraph number 1 to the center. So if you refresh this, you can see that this is paragraph number 1 that says I'm an instructor, and it is aligned in the center of your screen. So that's how you can actually use the styles attribute, which is kind of a CSS type of thing with your HTML. We are going to see a lot of other styling things when we jump on to the CSS part. But for now, what I wanted to teach you was the styles attribute of HTML. So let's just remove it from here. Now, the next thing we are going to talk about is the HTML text formatting. Now, the HTML contains several elements for defining text with a specific meaning. Now, there are specific HTML formatting elements, like you can actually have your text bold, you can have your important text to be strong, you can have italic text, you can have emphasized text, marked text, smaller text, deleted text, inserted text, subscript text, and superscript text as well using HTML. Now, for that, let's just say for the very first one, if you want to have a bold text, what you can do is that you can have a B tag, and what you can do inside it is that this is bold. So what you can do is save this page and refresh your browser, and you can see that whatever you have displayed is actually bold. Now you can also have, let's just say something like, let's just say you have something important, or let's just say like an announcement. Then what you can do is that for that, you can use the strong tag, and inside the strong tag, what you can do is that you can write in this is an important message. So for the strong tag, if you refresh your browser, you can see that it is going to look something like this, which is exactly the same as if you have something as bold. Now, what you can do is that you can add a breakline statement here, which we have studied earlier as well. And what that is going to do is that if you refresh this, it is going to move it to a new line. Now, what you can also have is that you can actually italize your text. For that, we are going to add a breakline statement here. And you can have an italic text. And in italic, you can just write in this is italic text. So if you save this page and refresh your browser, you can see that it is going to say that this is italic text. Now you can also have emphasized text. Now for that, what you can do is you can use the EM tag. We are going to specify EM over here as well. So if you save this and you can see that it is the topmost, you can see that now it says this is bold, which is something like italic, but it is also known as emphasized text. Now you can also have the marked text as well. Now for that, what you are going to do is that you are going to use mark here. And for the closing tags, you're also going to specify mark, and you will just save this page. And for the second one, you can see that it is going to actually kind of highlight the background with this is an important message, and this is actually known as the marked text. Now you can also have the smaller text. For that, the small tag is used, which we are going to specify here as small. So if you just save this page and refresh this, and you can see that now it is going to be a smaller text, which is going to be using the small tag. Now you can also have the deleted text using the del. So for that, we will just add del here, and we are going to have del here. And if you save this page and refresh your browser, you can see that you have got a line on top of the text, which you have specified inside the del tag. Now you can also have inserted tag, uh, inserted text, which is using the ins tag, that is known as the inserted text. So let's just save this. And if you refresh your browser, you can see that it is going to be underlined, which means that this is known as the inserted text. And similarly, you can have the subscript text and super subscript text as well. Now for the subscript text, you can use the sub. So right here, we are going to use the sub. And for the subscript text, what you can do is that you can use the SUP, that stands for the superscript text. So it is going to be the superscript text. We will just remove this from here. And if you save this page refresh this, then the first one is known as the subscript text, and the second one is known as the superscript text. So this is how basically HTML formatting can be done using certain things which you have studied in this tutorial. All right, so the next thing which we are going to talk about is the HTML quotation and citation elements. So for that, what we are going to do is that first we are going to copy some text from, let's just say, tourism Wikipedia, and we will just copy this from here. And what we are going to do is that we will just remove this from here. And what we are going to do now is that we are going to use the first one is for quotations, that is known as the block quote tag. Now the HTML block quote element defines a section that is quoted from another source. Now you might have seen a lot of websites where you might see quotations which defines something from another source. So browser usually indent the black quote elements. So for that, what we are going to do is that we are going to write in block quote. And for the block quote right here, what we are going to do is that we are going to provide the citation. So the site is going to be Wikipedia. So the site was the Wikipedia. And now what we are going to do is that inside this tag, we are going to actually have our text. What we are going to do is that we are going to have move it into separate lines so that it is all visible. All right, so now you can see that it is all visible. So we will just save this and refresh this. And now you can see that it is in the block code here. So what you can also do is that you can also have the Q tag for the short quotations. So we will just remove this from here. And let's just say that you have let's just say a small quote, and for the small code, what you are going to do is that we are going to have the Q tag. So we will just remove this from here, and we are going to have a paragraph element, and we are going to have here as tourism is to, and we are going to specify the Q tag. And inside the Q tag, we are going to write in tourism is good for your mental health. So that was the Q tag. Inside the P tags, save this and refresh this. And as you can see that it has actually quoted this inside these double quotes. That is, tourism is good for your mental health. So that's how you can use the Q tag for the short quotations. Now, for the abbreviations, you can use the ABBR tag. Now, the HTML ABBR tag defines an abbreviation or an acronym like HTML, CSS, ASAP, ATM. Now, marking abbreviations can give useful information to browser, a translation system, and search engines as well. So the tip here is to use the global title attribute to show the description for the abbreviation or acronym when you mouse over the element. So we will just move back here. And let's just say that inside this paragraph, what we are going to do is that we are going to write in D, and we are going to write in ABBR. So the first thing is going to be the title. So let's just say that we want to talk about the World Health Organization. So now, since this is the title for WHO, which is the World Health Organization, and right here we are going to write in is for handling health related issues. So we will just move it to a new line so that it is all visible. Just scroll it towards here. Now you can see that inside the paragraph tag, you have specified the abbreviation as World Health Organization. So if you refresh this page, you can see that it is something that is underlined that says the WHO is for handling health related issues. Now from this dotted underline text, you can actually get an idea that this is an abbreviated text, and this WHO actually stands for something. And if you move your mouse over that element, you can see that it says World Health Organization, which is actually the abbreviation for WHO here. The next thing is for contact information, and for that, the HTML address tag is used, which defines the contact information for the author of a document or an article. Now, the contact information can be an email address, it can be a phone number, it can be a physical address, it can be a social media handle, it can be a URL, or it can be anything else. Now, the text inside the address element usually renders in italic, and browser will always add a line break before and after the address element. So let's just see that how the address element is going to be used. So just remove this from here, and we are going to write in address. Now, inside this address tag, we are going to write in that it is, let's just say, name is John. After that, we are going to have a line break. And after that, we are going to write in, let's just say that address is XYZ. Then we are going to add a line break. And after that, we can just write in, uh, let's just say example.com, which is the website where you can actually find him. And we forgot to add that line break here. And let's just say that you can also write the phone number is 12345. So just save this page, and if you refresh your browser, you can see that it is going to get italic, and this is going to define the address information for John. That his name is John. This is the address. This is the website where you can find John. And this is the phone number through which you can actually contact John. So the next thing is the HTML size for work title. So for that, the site uh, tag is used, which basically defines the title of a creative work. For example, like a book, a poem, a song, a movie, a painting, or a sculpture. So a person name is not the title of work. The text in the site element usually also gets renders in italic the same way as for the address tag. So for that, we will just remove this from here, and let's just use the site tag. For that, we are going to create a paragraph, and inside that, we are going to have a site. So we are going to write in the name of the site as ABC, and just move out of it, was made by XYZ in 1900, let's just say. So if you just save this page and refresh this, you can see that it says ABC, that is in italic, was made by XYZ in 1900. So this is how you can actually have your citation for work title. Now you can also have the bidirectional override using the BDO tag. Now BDO basically stands for the bidirectional override. The HTML tag BDO is used to override the current text direction. So to implement that, what you can do is that we will just remove this from here, and right here you are going to use the BDO tag, and you are going to specify the direction here. So if you write in RTL, so this means that this text will be written from right to left. So we are going to write in this text is going to be written from right to left. So just save this, refresh this, and you can see that this actually has been in the opposite direction of what this should have been. You can see that this is this. Then after that, you have text, then is, and similarly going to be written from left right to left. I also got confused in reading it. So this is known as the bidirectional override, which basically is used using the BDO tag in HTML. So I hope that you have understood all about quotations and citation elements in HTML. The next thing which we are going to talk about is the HTML comments. Now, to specify a comment in HTML, what you're going to do is we will just remove this from here first. We are going to scroll towards the left a bit. And right here, we are going to write in comments. Now, to write comments, what you have to do is that you have to write in negation dash dash, and that is going to be it. Now, what you can do is that whatever you write inside here is actually going to get ignored because this is going to be your comment section. So you can just write your comment here. So comments basically, are to actually provide data, or you can say information to someone who is reading your code. Now, for example, you have, let's just say that you write in here, this is a paragraph. So right down here, you can just write in paragraph here. And if you just save this page and refresh this, you can see that it only is going to specify paragraph here. This thing over here is going to get ignored. This is only for someone who is going to come back later and try to read your code. So when he sees this, that this is a paragraph, so he's automatically going to understand that we are going to now see a paragraph right here. So that's why basically comments are used in the in HTML or any other programming language. What you can also do is that if I just remove this from here and I paste it over here, and now if I just save this page and refresh this, you can see that the paragraph just got disappeared because now this paragraph is a part of this comment, which is automatically going to get ignored and it is not going to be written inside. So you can also have inline content for a paragraph as well. For example, you can have like para, and what you can do is that you can just remove it from here and you can just paste it here, and we will just write in this for here. Save this and refresh this. You can see that it says paragraph. Now, if you just remove these spaces here and now save this, refresh this, and you can see that it is exactly the same as the previous one that says paragraph. So this is known as the HTML inline content, where you can have a comment inside the text of a HTML element. And that is also going to get ignored as you have witnessed. So this is all about HTML comments in HTML. So we will just remove this from here. Now, the next thing we are going to talk about is known as the HTML favicon. Now, a favicon is a small image that is displayed next to the page title in the browser tab. Now, we have talked about this title element in the very start of this tutorial. So if you just remove this from here, and as I told you that you can write in anything over here, your name or whatever you like. So let's just say, since we are talking about HTML and CSS and we want to learn actually JavaScript, so we will just name it as JavaScript, and we will just save this page and refresh, and you can see that it is going to get changed to JavaScript. Now, if you just type in google.com here, refresh this page, you can see that it is going to pop up Google for you. And if you see this at the left side, you can see this G icon here. Now, this small G over here is known as the favicon here. This is a small image that is displayed next to the page title in the browser tab, as you can see in this Google case. Now, how you can actually obtain the HTML favicon yourself with this JavaScript. Now, to add a favicon in HTML, you can use any image you like as your favicon. You can also create your own favicon on sites where you can visit www favicon, you can have www.favicon.cc. Now, this is a website which basically allows you to create your own favicons. You can create your own favicon here, like something this. You can visit it, save it, and you can then use it as a favicon for your website. But we are not going to use that. What we are going to do is that we are going to use an image. Now, to add a favicon to your website, you have to either save your favicon image to the root directory of your web server or create a folder in the root directory called images and save your favicon images in that folder. Now, a common name for a favicon image is known as favicon.ico. Now, what we are going to do is that we are going to move right here. And after this title, what we are going to do is that we are going to write in link and we are going to move towards favicon. So what we are going to do here is that we are going to just name it to icon. The href in this case is going to be this abc.image. As you can see that it is a JavaScript image, which is perfectly all right for us. So the href is going to be the abc.jpg and the type is going to be image/x icon. So if I just add some text right down here, and let's just say this is a paragraph, and I just save this. So now we have a body. If I refresh this page, you can see that you have got your own favicon right here with this JavaScript text, which is not kind of visible right here because this is, I guess, not the perfect image. But the purpose is not here to get a perfect image for you, but to teach you how to get your favicon using HTML. The next thing which we are going to study in this crash course is going to be a very important topic that is known as HTML tables. Now, HTML table basically allow the web developers to arrange data into rows and into column. The first thing to do with a table is to define an HTML table. So to define an HTML table, what you need to do is that you need to, at the very first, remove this paragraph from here. All right. Now what you have to do is that you have to write in table that is going to create the closing and starting tags for you. Now, what you are going to do is that first you are going to create the table rows. Now, for that, you have an entry that is known as TR. Now, TR basically stands for the table rows. Now, after specifying the table rows, what I want to show you is that just go here and write tables in HTML, go to images. And as you can see that you have, let's just say this table over here, this is the perfect example. You can see that at the very top, you have got the item for which you have to specify. Now you can see that this is rank number 1, rank number 2, rank number 3. Name number 1, name number 2, name number 3, points 1, point 2, point 3, team 1, team 2, team 3. So this at the top is basically known as the table header, where you have to specify the main entries for which the data is going to get entered. So here you have got 4 headers, the rank, the name, the points, and the team. So let's just get back here. And in the first row, what you have to do is that, as you can see over here as well, that this is the first row in which you have got these 4 entities that are known as the table headers. So right here, we are going to create table headers. And the first one is going to be, let's just say rank. We are going to create that table, which is right there. The next table header was the name. Then the next table header was points. And the next table header was, I guess, the team. Yes, it was. So it is going to be team. Now, in the next row, as you can see that this row is going to get ended. And in the next row, what you are going to do is that now you are not going to have the th, but you're going to create a row here. And now inside this row, what you are going to do is that now you are going to insert data inside the headers which you have created. So now you are going to use TD, which basically stands for the table data. So now you are going to specify respective data. So the first one is going to be rank 1. Then we are going to have TD, that is table data. And let's just say that the first data name is going to be John. Then we are going to have TD, and we are going to specify the points as 1, 2, 3, 4. And we are going to specify the team as, let's just say, students. So let's just create more rows here, and we will just copy this from here. We will just paste it over here, and we are going to change the data elements. This is going to be 2 now. Let's just say that the second name is going to be Peter, and let's just say that the score for Peter is 5678, and let's just say he belonged to the instructors team. So let's just have one more row here. So we will just paste that data. This is going to be data number 3. The name is going to be Alice. And let's just say that the points are 1737. And let's just say that she also belongs to students. So just save this and go back here, refresh that, and you can see that you have got your very first table inside using HTML. You have used the table headers, you have used the table rows, you have also used the table data as well, how to insert data inside a table. Now, this is a very basic table. There are things like table borders, table sizes, headers, padding and spacing inside a table, call spans and row span, but all that is done using CSS. So before we move on and talk about the table border sizes, headers, and stuff like that, first, we are going to talk about HTML, CSS, and how HTML and CSS are going to get linked in here. So CSS, as I told you, stands for the cascading style sheet. CSS saves you a lot of work. It can control the layout of multiple web pages all at once. Now the question is that what is CSS? Now CSS is used to format the layout of a web page. With CSS, you can control the color, you can control the font, you can control the size of text, the spacing between elements, how elements are positioned and laid out, what background images or background colors are to be used, different displays for different devices and screen sizes, and much more. Now, the word cascading here means that a style applied to a parent element will also apply to all the children elements within the parent. So if you set the color of the body text to, let's just say, blue, then all the headings, all the paragraphs, and any other text element within the body would also get the same color unless you specify something else. Now, to use CSS with HTML, there are actually 3 ways. The first one is known as inline CSS. Then we have the internal CSS, and finally we have the external CSS. Now, we have already used the inline CSS by using the style attribute inside HTML elements. The second form is known as the internal HTML, that is by using a style element in the head section. And the third form is known as the external CSS, that is by using a link element to link to an external CSS file. The most common way to add CSS is to keep the styles in external CSS files. However, in here, we are going to use inline and internal styles as well, because this is easier to demonstrate and easier for you to try it yourself. Now, we are not going to get into inline CSS because we have already covered examples for how inline CSS is done using the style attribute. So first thing we are going to talk about for now is known as the internal CSS. Now, as I told you that internal CSS is used to define a style for a single HTML page. And internal CSS is defined in the head section of an HTML page within a style element. So what we are going to do is that we will just remove this table from here for now. We are going to get back to this table. So we will just remove this from here. And what we are going to do is that we are going to get inside the head here. And inside the head, we are going to actually have a tag that is known as the styles tag. Now, inside this style tag, we are going to perform the styling for our index.html. For example, what you can do is that you can, let's just say that the body background color is going to be, let's just say, aqua. You can have, let's just say, for all the h1 tags, what you can do is that you can say that the color for all the h1 tags is going to be blue. And for all the paragraphs, what I want is that I want the color to be red. So what you can do here now is that if you move inside the body here, and you already have got the background color for the whole body as aqua. So let's just create an h1 tag and let's just say write in anything over here. Just create one more h1 tag here and write anything over here as well. Let's just create some paragraphs here. This is paragraph number 1. This is paragraph number 2. And let's just say we have 3 paragraphs. So this is paragraph number 3. So if you just save this page and refresh this, you can see that the whole color has been changed to aqua. The H1s are in blue color, and as you can see that the paragraphs are in red color. So that's how basically inline CSS is used here. Now, the next part is the external CSS. Now, that is the most widely and common form of CSS which is recommended to you. That is to keep your external style sheet in a separate file. Now, to use an external style sheet, what you have to do is that you have to add a link to it in the head section of each HTML page. So for that, what we are going to do is that we are going to just remove this from here. And right here, we are going to write in link. We are going to move to CSS here. And it is going to, the REL is going to be style sheet and the href is going to be style.css. So just click on it. And what we are going to do is that we are going to create style.css here. Just save this for this. And right here in this style.css, what we can do is that we can actually have all the styling. For example, for the body, what you can do is that you can specify anything. Let's just say not background attachment, but the background color is going to be, let's just say, aqua. And for now, if you just save this and refresh this, you can see that only it is going to be aqua, and you can see that everything else is black for now. But what you can do is that you can just write an h1 tag here. And for all h1 tags, what I want is that I want the color to be blue. And for all paragraphs, what I want to do is that I want the color to be red. So if I now save this page, refresh my browser, you can see that it has been changed. So with an external style sheet, you can change the look of an entire web page by changing one file. Now you can see here that we have actually applied only one style to every element. So as you can see that to the body, we have only applied the color change. For the H1 tags, we have only specified to change the color. And for the paragraphs, we have also only changed the colors. Now, is it possible that we can also change multiple properties for something? Yes, that is possible. So let's just say for the H1 tags, for the color to be blue, we also want to change the font family. And let's just say that we want the font family to be this. And we also want to change the font size because I don't like this font size because it is way too small. So let's just say I want to change it to 300%. So this is the change which we have applied to H1 tags. We also want to make certain changes to the paragraphs as well. So for the paragraphs, let's just say that I also want to change the font family. And let's just say this is going to be it. And I also want to change the font size. and let's just say I want it to be 150%. So as you can see that now we have made multiple changes to the H1 tags as well as the paragraph. So let's just see what happens when we refresh the page. Now you can see that all the changes which you have made in the external CSS have been applied right here. Now you can also apply the border change. So to change the border, what you can do is, let's just say I want to change the border for the paragraph. So I can specify the border here. And let's just say that I want the border to be 2 pixels. I want the border to be solid, and I want the color of the border to be border blue. So let's just save this page and refresh this. And as you can see that it has actually drawn some lines over here. Now you can also change the padding. So to change the padding, let's just say I want to change the padding for the paragraphs here. So I'm going to specify padding. Now, as you can see that you have got a lot of options in padding. You can change the padding towards the left, top, bottom, right, and a lot of others. If you just scroll down, you can see a lot of them. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just stick on with simple padding, and I'm going to specify the padding to be 30 pixels. Just remove this from here and save this and refresh this. And as you can see that the padding 30 pixels has been applied here. Now you can also change the margin. The CSS margin property defines a margin or space that is outside the border. So let's just say that I want to specify a margin over here as well. So I'm going to just write in margin, and I'm going to write in 50 pixels. And as you can see with margin as well, you have got a lot of options, top, left, bottom, right, and others as well. So I'm going to just stick with a simple margin, and I'm going to make it to 50 pixels. If I just refresh this page, you can see that the margin has been applied here. So I hope that you have understood how CSS is used with HTML. This was a basic introduction to how HTML and CSS are going to be linked. We are going to study a lot more about CSS in this crash course. But for now, you need to just understand how CSS is linked with HTML and how it is actually used for the basic start. So let's just get back to the example where we were actually discussing about this table. So I will just get this table back. And as you can see that we have got our table back. Let's just save this page, and we will just remove this from here. So in the tables, as I told you, that the next thing we are going to talk about is the table border. Now you know how to create a table, how to have your rows, how to have the headers, how to add data to the table headers which you have specified. Now the next thing we are going to talk about is the HTML table borders. Now HTML table can have borders of different styles and shapes. Now, when you add a border to a table, you also add borders around each table cell. So to add a border, you have to use the CSS border property on the table headers, and on the table data elements. So in here, what you're going to write in, you're going to write in table, as I told you. Now you can apply certain properties to elements accumulatively. So to do that, what you can do is that you can just specify a comma here, and you want to specify th and td here as well, these brackets. And right here, you are going to specify the border. And let's just say I want to just specify a simple 1 pixel solid border that is going to be black. Now, as you can see that how much it has simplified our task. What you, if this was not the option, then what you have to do is that you have to specify it for th separately, then for td separately, and for the table down here separately. But what CSS allows you is that you can perform all these operation accumulatively by just specifying a comma here, and this thing over here is going to get applied to the table headers, and the table data as well. So let's just refresh this page, and you can see that how beautiful your table now look. It has got a beautiful border around it. Then there is also a table bordering that is known as the collapsed table borders. Now, to avoid having double borders, like here, as you can see, what you have to do is that you have to set the CSS border collapse property to collapse. What that is going to do is that this will make the border collapse into a single border. Now, to do that, what you have to do is that inside the CSS, what you have to do is that you have to write in border dash collapse. This one is it. And you have to make it equal to collapse, which means that both the borders are now going to converge into a single one. And if you refresh this, you can now see that it is a single line border, which looks more elegant than the previous table. Now you can also style the table borders. So if you set a background color of each cell and give the border a white color, the same as the document background, you get the impression of an invisible border. Now to do that, what you can do is, now right here, you have to note one thing, is that we have applied these two properties to the table header, and to the table data as well. But what if I want to apply a property to the table header and table data alone and not to the table? Then for that, what you can do is that I'm going to write in th and td here and code these. And let's just say I want to change the background color. So I'm going to change the background color to aqua. Now, what that is going to do is that it is going to apply the 1 pixel solid border black and the border collapse to table header and table data accumulatively, whereas it is only going to apply the background color aqua to the table header and table data, not to the table. So if I just save this page and I just refresh this, you can see that now it has got this color, which is the property that has been applied only to the table headers and to the table data. Now, what you can also have is that you can also have a round table borders. So with the border radius properties, the borders are going to get rounded up. To do that, what you can do is that you can have something like this, where you can have, we don't need this. We are going to just write in border radius, and we are going to set it to 10 pixels. Save this, refresh this, and as you can see that now it has got a rounded up border. Now this is something that is, if you like to do it, you can just go on and do that. So then you can also have a dotted table borders. You can have a dashed, you can have a solid, you can double, groove, ridge, inset, outside, none, and hidden table borders as well. For that, what you have to simply do is that you have to add a property that is known as the border style. And in the border style, you can see that you have got dashed, you have got dotted, you have got double, groove, hidden, inherit, initial, inset, none, outside, ridge. You have got a lot of options. So let's just say if I want to have a dotted border, we will just remove this from here. And what we are going to do is that we are going to apply this property to the table header and table data only. So if you just save this page and refresh this, and the reason is that we have this here, so we will just remove this from here. And now we are going to refresh this, and you can see that now you have got a dotted double border. So to just remove this, what you can do is you can just write in border collapse as collapse, save this, and now refresh your browser, and you can see that now it is going to be a single line dotted border. Now you can choose any option in the border style as which you have just witnessed here as well. Now, the next thing we are going to talk about is the HTML table sizes. Now, you can have multiple sizes for different columns or rows as well. Now, to do that, what you have to do is that let's just say that for the table, I want the table, and I'm going to just use the style here. and I'm going to just write in the width here as 100 percent. So this is going to be 100%. Now let's just say that I want to change for a certain table column width. So to do that, let's just say that for the first one, not for the first one, let's just say for the name tag, what I want to do is for this header, I want the width, not like this, but I'm going to specify it in the style tags. I'm going to just write in not like this, but select this, and I'm going to just write in this one to be 70%. So now if I just go back here and refresh this page, you can see that now the table is 100%, which means from the leftmost corner towards the rightmost corner at complete. But as you can see that the 70% of this table space is going to be occupied by this name tag. Now this is useful in some cases where, for example, you can have, let's just say, you want to give remarks about some students, and in one column you have the names of the student, and in the other column you want to specify the remarks. Now for the name column you only want, let's just say, 20% of the space of the table, whereas for the remarks, which is going to be a large paragraph type of column, what you want is that you want more space, so you can just assign the 80% space to that. So for that, HTML is going to come to your help, and using the style property here, you can change the width or height as well for a specific column. So for example, I want to change the height as well. So let's just say for the points table, I want to change the style here, and I want to change the height this time, and I want to change, let's just say that the height is going to be 200 pixels. So if I just save this page now and I just refresh my browser, you can see that now the points table is going to be larger. But since the points table is going to get larger, so since it is in the same row, so it is going to also make all of these larger. Now you can also apply changes to the table data entries as well. So for example, I want this table data John to be to have more width or height. I can also specify style over here as well, but this is not recommended. The recommended thing is that you apply the changes to the table headers. So this was all about tables in HTML. The next thing we are going to talk about in this crash course is the HTML list. Now, HTML lists allow web developers to group a set of related items in a list, but there are two ways in which you can actually do that. The first one is using an unordered HTML list, and the second one is using an ordered HTML list. Now, in an unordered HTML list, you can have item, 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 but in an ordered HTML list, first, you are going to have the first item, then you are going to have the second item, then the third, and finally the fourth item. Now, an unordered list basically starts with the UL tag that stands for the unordered list. Each list item starts with the LI tag, that is the list tag. The list items will be marked with bullets that are small black circles by default. So let's just see this with the help of an example. So we are going to just remove this table from here. I hope that you have understood all about tables. We don't need this CSS as well. So inside here, we are going to create an unordered list. As I told you, it is going to be represented using UL, and inside that you are going to have list items. So let's just say I'm going to have cricket. The second list item is going to be football. And the third list item is going to be basketball. So if you just save this page and refresh your browser, you can see that you have got cricket, football, basketball, and as I told you that the list items will be marked with small black circles by default. So let's just now move towards the ordered HTML list, which is basically represented using the OL tag that stands for ordered list tag. Each list item starts with the li tag, and the list items will be marked with numbers here because it is an ordered list. So just change this U to O, and that is going to do your job, or just not do it. What we are going to do is that just specify U here, and just copy this from here and paste it over here again. Not like this, but copy this and paste it here, and we are going to change this to O and this one to O as well. The rest is going to remain the same. So just refresh this now and you can see that this is your unordered list that in which the representation is done using the small black dots, whereas for the ordered list you have got numbering, because this is an ordered list where you have got first item, the second item, and the third item. Then there is one more kind of list that is known as the HTML description list. Now, a description list is a set or a list of terms with a description of each item. Now, the DL tag defines the description list, whereas to define the term or give a description of that, the DT tag is used, and we also have the DD tag that describes each and every term. So let's just see this with the help of an example. So we are going to just remove the unordered and ordered list. I hope that you have understood that. So what we are going to do is that we are going to have DL, that stands for the description list. Then inside that we are going to have the description T, that is going to be the item. So the first one is going to be cricket. And after that we are going to have the DD tag that is going to give a description of cricket. So right here we are going to just write in bat and ball. So that is going to be the description for cricket. Then we can have the second item. The second item is going to be football. So in the description tag, we can have, let's just say, goalpost and let's just say football. So if you just save this page and refresh this, you can see that it says cricket, bat and ball, football, goalpost, and football. So that's how you can have a description list in HTML as well. So I hope that you have understood unordered list, the ordered list, as well as the uh, description list as well. Now you can also specify some styling to it as well. You what now to do the styling part, what you can do is just go to CSS, and to perform the styling to the description list, what you can simply do as, let's just say I want to change the background color for that. Save this and go back here, refresh this, and you can see that the background color is going to get changed. You can specify bordering, you can specify spacing, margins, and you can do a lot of stuff with that as well. So I hope that you have understood how lists are used in HTML. All right, the next thing we are going to talk about are the HTML block and inline elements. Every HTML element has a default display value depending on what type of element it is. Now there are two type of display values. The first one is the block and the second one is the inline. So let's just first talk about the block level elements. Now a block level elements always starts on a new line, and browser automatically adds some spaces or a margin before and after the element. Now, a block line element always take up the full width available, which means stretches out to the left and right as far as it can. Two commonly used block elements are the paragraph and the div. Now, the paragraph elements define a paragraph in an HTML document, you know that, whereas the new one for you is going to be the div element. The div element basically defines a division or a section in an HTML document. Div is kind of, let's just say, a container that is going to hold some information for you. We are going to see the practical demonstration of div as well. But first, let's just talk about the block level elements in HTML. Now, there are a lot of block level HTML elements. Now, if you talk about what we have discussed so far, then the unordered list and the ordered list are the block level elements. The address tag, which we studied, the description list, the list, the canvas, the block quote, the div, the DD, and the tables which we studied so far, paragraphs, all these are basically the block level elements in HTML. Then comes the inline elements. Now, an inline element does not start on a new line. An inline element only takes up as much width as necessary. So if there is a span element inside a paragraph, it is going to only occupy that space, and it is also known as inline element. So the inline elements are the A tag, buttons, input tags, the abbreviation tags, which we studied, the labels, select, small, the span, the object, the BDO, which we studied as well, the I tag, which we studied, the BR tag that is used for a break statement is also an inline. We also talked about the IMG, that is for the image element, that is also an inline element. So these are some of the inline elements. There are others as well, which we are going to study as well. Now, an inline element cannot contain a block level element. That is also a information note for you. So let's just talk about the div element now. That is also known as the block element. So the div element is often used as a container, as I told you, for other HTML elements. As I told you, that div is kind of a container that is going to hold data or HTML elements for you. Now, the div element has no required attributes, but the style class and ID are common. When used together with CSS, the div element can be used to style blocks of content. So let's just see this with the help of an example. So we will just remove this description list from here. Now, what we are going to do is that we are going to have a div. Now, inside this div, what we are going to do is that we are going to have, let's just say, an h1 tag where we can have anything. And we are also going to have a paragraph where we can have anything as well. Now, what you can do is that when you style this div, what that is going to do is that it is automatically going to style up this h1 and this paragraph as well. So we will just save this and move towards the style tag, remove this from here. And what we are going to do is that we are going to write in, not like this, but we are going to actually style our div. So for the div, we are going to change the background color as, let's just say, black. We are going to have the color as white, and we are going to specify padding of 20 pixels. So we will just save this page and we are going to refresh this. And as you can see that it is going to be applied to everything. You can see that the heading as well as the paragraph are in white color. The background for the heading as well as the paragraph are in, and you can see that this black color is actually the container that now contains the H2 and the paragraph as well. This is known as the block line element. As you can see that it has occupied all the space from the leftmost corner towards the rightmost corner. And that is exactly what block line elements do. They occupy all the available space and they stretch out as much as they can. So let's just see one example of the inline element that is known as the span element. Now the span element, as I told you, is an inline container used to mark up a part of a text or a part of a document. The span element has no required attribute, but the style class and ID are common. When used together with CSS, the span element can be used to style parts of your text. For example, if I just move not here, we will just remove this from here. We don't need this anymore. So we will just move here and we are going to remove this from here. And right here, what we are going to do is that we are going to just remove this from here and we are going to have a paragraph that says cricket is a game. Now what we are going to do is that we are going to have some styling for this game. So right here, we are going to write in span, and right here, we are going to specify this game. So we will just remove not this, but this from here. And right here, we are going to specify some styling. So we are going to just write in span style. And we are going to, let's just say, change the color. And let's just say that I want the color to be blue. And I guess that is going to be it. Let's just save this and see how it is going to work. We also have to save this page and just get back, refresh this, and you can see that it only has occupied the space which it requires. Let me just change the background color so that it is much more visible. So the background color, and this has to be in the style tag. We just missed that. And that is going to work now. So save this and refresh this. And as you can see that it has only occupied the space which it requires. Uh, if it was the block line element, it would have been started right from where the game G has started, and it would have stretched right towards the rightmost corner. But since it is an inline element, so it is going to only occupy that space which it only requires. It is not going to stretch itself. So I hope that you have understood the difference between the blockline elements and the inline elements. So, and you have also learned about a new thing, that is div here, which is a very important thing and is in very much use when you're going to handle large projects. So, I hope that is it. In next thing which we are going to talk about is the HTML classes now. Now, the next thing which we are going to talk about is very important here. That is known as the HTML class attribute. Now, the HTML class attribute is used to specify a class for an HTML element. Now, multiple HTML elements can share the same class as well, which we are also going to see. Now, the class attribute is often used to point to a class name in a style sheet. It can also be used by a JavaScript to access and manipulate elements with a specific class name. So let's just remove this from here. And let's just say that we want to do the sports stuffs here. So right here, we are going to create a div here. Now the class for that div is going to be sports. Now inside this sports, we are going to have headings. Now the first heading is going to be, let's just say, for cricket. And we are also going to have, let's just say, a paragraph here that is going to say that cricket is played with a bat and a ball. Now we can have one more div here. Now for this div, the class here is again going to be sports. And this time what we are going to do is that inside the h1 tag, we are going to write in football. And right for football, we are also going to have a paragraph that is going to say that this game is played with a football. Next thing is, let's just say we have one more div where we are going to have the class again as sports. And inside that, we are going to have h1 tag that is going to have, let's just say, baseball. And in the paragraph tag, we are going to write in that this game is played with a baseball bat and a ball. So I hope I'm right because I do not play baseball more often. So these are the three divs in which we have got three sports here. You can see that we have got cricket, we have got football, and we have got baseball. Now, for each and every one of these, the class is same, that is known as sports. Now, from this example, you can clearly see the purpose of having classes in HTML.
Now the purpose is that you can actually classify things. Now you can see that for cricket, football, and baseball, we have actually placed them in a single area, that is a class that is known as sports. And whenever we want to do something with them, we can actually call in upon this class that is known as sports, and we can actually access all of these three sports which we have, that is cricket, football, and baseball. Now, when you skip on to the JavaScript part where you are going to do the JS coding, you are going to see that how this thing is going to help you a lot. And actually you can actually access all of these three sports using this single variable, using the get by the class name. And you are going to see the purpose of this. Now what we can also do here is that to style it, actually you can simply write in dot, and you can just write in sports, and that is going to help you actually design each and everything which you want to do for this sports here. So let's just say that I want to change the background color, and let's just say that I want the background color to be red. And let's just say that I want to also change the color, and let's just say that I want the color to be black. And I want to specify a border here. Let's just say that the border is going to be 2 pixels. It is going to be a solid border, and it is going to be not black in color, but it is going to be, let's just say, white in color, so that it is visible over the red color. And let's just say that I specify a margin of 20 pixels as well. And I also specify a padding of, let's just say, 20 pixels. So now when I save this page and I refresh this, you can see that I have actually designed all of these three sports, that is cricket, football, and baseball, with this a single designing right here. So you can see that not only did it help here, but it is also going to help you when you code the JavaScript part, and it is going to help you access all of these three sports using this single class name that is known as sports here. Now you can also have multiple names for classes as well. For example, you can have, let's just say this is the sports class. Let's just say that we have also a cooking class. And in that cooking class, let's just say that we just write in chef over here, and we just say that it is used for cooking delicious foods. So you can just save this now, and when you now refresh your browser, you can see that it only design the ones with the heading of class sports. And to now design the one with the other one, we will just copy this from here. We are going to paste it over here. We are going to change this to the class name, which we have specified here, that is cooking, not cook. So we are going to write in cooking over here, and we are going to just change the background to, let's just say, aqua. Save this, and we have also saved this page. So just refresh your browser, and you're going to see that how it is going to design itself. So this is all about classes in HTML, and it is a very useful thing to have in HTML, because it is also going to, as I told you, help you a lot in the JavaScript part. The next thing we are going to study is known as the HTML ID attribute. Now, the HTML ID attribute is used to specify a unique ID for an HTML element. Now, you cannot have more than one element with the same ID in an HTML element. Now, the ID attributes specify a unique ID for an HTML element. The value of the ID attribute must be unique within the HTML document. The ID attribute is used to point to a specific style declaration in a style sheet. It is also used by JavaScript to access and manipulate the elements with the specific ID. Now, the syntax for ID is to write a hashtag character followed by an ID name, then define the CSS properties within the curly braces. Now, in the class type, you have seen that we use actually a dot operator here. You can see that to access the classes, you have to write in the dot operator. But for the IDs, what you have to do is that you have to write a hashtag, and that is going to help you access IDs. So let's just see this with the help of a very simple example. So right here, what we are going to do is that we are going to simply write an ID over here, and the rest is going to do your job. Now, but there is one small thing. Let me just run this and I'm going to show you then. What you have to do is that you have to replace this with a hashtag. And we are also going to specify this to ID. And now we are going to save this. And if you now refresh this page, you're going to see that it remains the same. Now, the reason behind that is that let's just change this one. Now you can see that this may work sometime, but this is not the thing here, because the ID should be assigned to only one HTML element inside a single HTML file. So what you have to do is that you can see that right here we have not only assigned this div an ID of sport, but also this div also here is having an ID of sports, which is completely wrong. You cannot just do that. What you have to do is that you have to actually assign separate IDs to a separate HTML elements. So if you now refresh this page, you can see that it is this. And right here to now actually perform the HTML for it, sorry, the CSS for it, you have to write in sport braces, and you can just copy this from here and you can just paste it over here, save this and refresh this, and that is going to be it. So that is basically the only difference between ID and classes as well, that classes can be assigned to multiple HTML elements at the same time, whereas the ID cannot be assigned to multiple elements at the same time. And as I told you that in the JavaScript part, when you move to the JavaScript part, what you are going to also do is that you can actually access elements using these IDs as well, which you have specified here in the HTML part. Now, the next thing which we are going to talk in this crash course is going to be the most important of whatever we have been discussing so far. That is known as the HTML forms. Now, an HTML form is used to collect user input. The user input is most often sent to a server for processing. Now, you know what a form is. Now, to create a form actually in the HTML, what you have to do is that you have to use the form element or the form tag. Now, what that is, let me just show you. You will just remove this from here. Just type in FORM, and you can see that you can have three types of form. You can have a simple form, you can have a get form, and you can also have a post form. For now, we are going to just stick to a simple form, and you can see that it specifies a variable that says the action, which can be either get or the post form. Now, the form element is basically a container for a different type of input elements such as text field, checkboxes, radio buttons, submit buttons, and a lot of other things which we are going to discuss just right now. Now, the first thing which we are going to discuss in the form is known as the input element. Now, the HTML input element is the most used element of form. An input element can be displayed in many ways depending on the type attribute. Now, if you just move inside this form, and right down here, and you just write in here the input, then you can see that you can have a lot of input types. You can have an input button, as you can see, you can have checkboxes, and you can have, let me just show you the important types. You can have a password field, you can have a radio button, you can have a range set, you can have a reset button, you can have a search submit button, you can have a text input field, you can have a URL input field. So these are some of the important ones: the text one, the radio, the checkbox, submit, and button, which you are going to encounter a lot. Now, for the input type text, it is going to display a single line text input field. For the input type radio, it is going to display a radio button. For input type checkbox, it is going to display a checkbox. And for the input type submit, it is going to display a submit button. And for a simple input type button, it is going to display a clickable button with which you can do anything. So let's just start on with the input type equal to text. So we are going to just move down here, where the input type was text. So we are going to just create it, and you can see that it is going to say that the input type is text. That defines a single line input field for text input. So what you can do here is that right at the top here, what you can do is that you can actually create a simple label. Now the label is going to be for the f name. So that is known as the first name. So we are going to just write in first name. And I guess we have also not covered how to create a label. So this is the simplest thing, or simplest way for creating a label. You have to just write in label, and the label is going to be for the, this is basically going to be, you can say, the ID or the tag for accessing a certain label that is defined using this for variable. So f name is going to be the, you can say, ID for accessing this label, and this is what is going to be the label that is going to be named as first name. Now what you can do is that you can now create your input text field. So the type for it, the type is going to be text. You can specify an ID, which is going to be f name. And you can also specify a name here to this input field that is again going to be named as f name. And after that, you can specify a break line statement. So if you save this now, and you go here, refresh this, you can see that you have got a very simple label that is known as first name, and you can see that you have got a very simple input text field inside which you can type anything. Now you can create multiple labels as well. So for that, you can just move down here. You can have a label for L name that is for the last name. So you can just write in last name over here. You can create an input type text. The ID is going to be L name, and we are going to specify a name that is also going to be L name. You can just save this, and we will just refresh our browser, and you can see that now we have got two fields here. The first one is the first name, and the second one is the last name. So right here, you can just write in John and Doe, which is the first name and last name of a certain user. So this is how the HTML code is going to work for a simple form field. So we have talked about the label element. You notice the use of the label element in the example here. Now, the label tag actually defines a label for many form elements. The label element is useful for screen reader user because the screen reader will read out loud the label when the user focuses on the input element. The label element also helps user who have difficulty clicking on very small regions such as radio buttons or checkboxes, because when the user click the text within the label element, it toggles the radio button or checkbox. The for attribute of the label tag should be equal to the ID attribute of the input element to bind them together, as I told you as well. So let's just get to radio button. So let's just see how a radio button is going to be created. So we will just remove these from here. And to create a very simple radio button, what you have to do is that you have to just write input and just go down here and just click on this radio. You can see that input type is radio. You can specify an ID, and you can also specify the name here as well. So we are going to just specify the name as sport. And let's just say that the ID for the first one is going to be a cricket. And after that, what we are going to do is that we are going to create a label for that. So the label is going to be for cricket. And right inside this label, we are going to write in cricket. And after that, we are going to create an input type radio, another radio button, the name for which this time is going to be again sport. And we are going to specify a certain ID to it. Let's just say that the ID this time is football. We are going to create a label for that is going to be football. And right here, we are going to write in football. And let's just create one more radio button. The input type is going to be radio. The name is going to be again sport. And the ID this time is going to be baseball. And right here, we are going to create a label for that. The label is going to be for baseball, and right here we are going to write in baseball. So if you just save this and let's just refresh this, you can see that now you have got a set of three radio buttons. You can see that you can click on one at a time. Now let me just show you here a very important thing. You can see that we have actually specified inside the code here, you can see that we have specified the name for these three radio buttons as a single name, that is sport. Now you can see that what it did is that it actually grouped them into a single group so that you are allowed to check only one radio button at a time, because this is not a checkbox. Now in checkbox, you can actually go on and select multiple things, but there are things where we need to select only one option. For example, you are asked about your gender, so it can be either male or female. You cannot select both at the same time. So that's also here. So you can see that if I just add a S here and I just go back here and I refresh this, you can see that I can click on cricket, football, and you can see at the same time I can also click on baseball, which means that now baseball is not a part of that group which belong to sport, not sports. So you have to just remove this S here and refresh your browser to make baseball again a part of this group sport. So you are allowed to click only one of these at a certain time. After that, the next thing with forms is the checkboxes. Now, to create a checkbox, what you have to do is that you have to only change this radio here to checkbox, this radio over here to checkbox as well, and this radio over here to checkbox as well. Now, you also have to specify a value in case of checkboxes. So right here, we are going to write in value, and the value for the first one is going to be cricket. The value for the second one is going to be football, and the value for the third one is going to be baseball. So just save this and refresh this, and you can see that it is going to actually now display three elements. You can see the first one is cricket, the second one is football, and the third one is baseball. So now in checkboxes, you know that you are allowed to select multiple options. So they are a part of a single group because all of them have the ID of sport. But since it is a checkbox, so that's why you are allowed to check upon multiple items at a same time. The next thing about form is the most important of all, that is known as the submit button. Now, what the submit button do is that it is going to define a button for submitting the form data to a form handler. The form handler is typically a file on the server with a script for processing input data. The form handler is specified in the form action attribute. Now, the action attribute is something you don't need to worry upon right now because this is what we are going to cover in the JavaScript part. For now, you just need to focus on how to create the submit button using the HTML. Now for that, it is very simple. You have to just write an input, just scroll down a bit and search for this submit button, and that is going to be it. Just specify a value to it. Let's just say that submit is the value for this. The type is submit, and that is going to actually create the submit button for you. You can see right here that when I click on baseball, I click on submit, you can see that it is going to display sport equal to baseball here, which means that it has actually submitted the form data to the form handler. But since for now we do not have any form handler, because in the action, as you can see over here, we have nothing for now because we are going to cover that in the GS part. So for now, you just need to understand what is the submit button, how it is created, and what is the purpose of the submit button. So I hope that you have understood all about forms, how to create certain things in forms, and how the checkboxes work, how the radio buttons work. Let me just show you one more thing before we quit on. That is the password field. You can just write an input and just go to password here. Just specify an name as pass, ID as pass as well. Just save this and just go back here refresh this, and you can see that you are going to have this area where you can actually type in the password, and you can see that as soon as I type anything, it is going to be in dot form as the password in everything is, so that it is not visible. So you can just click on submit here, and you can see that this was what I typed. That is the pass right here, which has been submitted due to the click on submit button to the form handler. So I hope that you have understood what we have right here. So we are going to discuss about more things about forms, like form attributes, how the action work, how the functions are going to get executed when you click on the submit button. But that is what we are not going to cover here, because that is going to be a part of the JS tutorials. The next thing which we are going to talk about is known as the HTML canvas graphics. The HTML canvas element is used to draw graphics on a web page. Now the question is that what is an HTML canvas? Now the HTML canvas element is used to draw graphics on the fly via JavaScript. The canvas element is only a container for graphic. You must use the JavaScript to actually draw the graphics. Now, Canvas has several methods for drawing paths, boxes, circles, text, and adding images as well. So let's just see that how you are going to create a very simple looking canvas in here. So you have to just write in Canvas, and you have to specify an ID to the canvas. So let's just say that the name is going to be my canvas. And what you have to also do is that you have to specify a width to this canvas. Let's just say that is 200. And you have to also specify a height to this canvas. Let's just say that is 150. Now, what that is going to do is that it is going to create a canvas for you. Now, note here that always specify an ID attribute to a canvas, and a width and height attribute to define the size of the canvas. To add a border, you have to use the style attribute, or in other words, you have to refer to the CSS part. So this is basically going to create an empty canvas for you. If I just go on and refresh this browser, you can see that for now I have nothing here. There is a canvas here, but you can actually not see it. And the reason behind that is that we do not have any border for now. So what you're going to do is that copy this from here, remove this, write in canvas, and right here, we are going to specify a border for the canvas so that the canvas is visible. So we are going to specify a 1 pixel solid border. And let's just say that red is going to be the color for that. So just save this and now refresh this. And you can see that now your canvas is visible. It was created using the HTML, but we have only provided this border using the CSS so that it is visible on this entire white screen. So you can see that it is an empty canvas for now. Now, I cannot just show you how to draw things on this canvas, because that is what we are going to cover in the JS part. So you're going to learn them there. When you cover the JS part, you're going to see how you are going to draw anything on the canvas we just created using the HTML. So what you have also to do is that you have to not actually create it inside this form. My bad, you should not have created it inside this, but it actually worked because this was a canvas inside a form, which is quite unique. All right. So the next thing which we are going to talk about is the HTML symbols. Now, you know that there are a lot of entities which are actually not present on your keyboard. And if you want to add them inside your website, what you have to do is that you have to use certain method to actually use those entities, like mathematical symbols, let's just say the euro sign. And there are a lot of other things like the for all operator, the and, the negative nebula, the element of, not an element of. There are a lot of things which basically are not directly available to you on your keyboard. So that is where the HTML symbol entity comes into account. Now, many mathematical, technical, and current symbols are basically not present on a normal. Now, to add such symbols to an HTML page, you can use the entity name or the entity number. That can be a decimal or a hexadecimal reference for the symbol. So let me just show you a very simple example where we are going to show the uh, euro sign. So it is going to say that is going to be the and EURO. You can see that it is also available in the options part. Just save this and let's just see what happens. So if you just refresh this page, you can see that you can see this euro sign over here, right here. So you can also use other patterns as well, but the most suggested one is this one, which I have just covered. But you can also use something like a hashtag value that is going to be 8364. So if you just save this page and refresh this again, you can see that again you are going to see the euro sign. So that is basically a decimal part. You can also display it using the hexadecimal value, which is going to be x20ac, which is going to be again the value for the euro sign. So there are a lot of things which you are not going to find on your keyboard, which you are going to do using some code or some name. So you can just go on and search them. There are a lot of things. You can see the math references, and there are a lot of other special symbols which you can just Google up and see that what are the codes for writing the HTML for that. Now you can also have emojis, and for that you also have to use these codes here. So let's just say for an emoji whose code is going to be, I guess, 128512. Let me just save this and refresh this, and you can see that it is an emoji right here. You can just move ahead by this by just changing it to 3, and that is going to also change the emoji. And you can see that now it is this emoji. So you can also have codes for these emojis. You can just go on and search for these emojis as well. So this was all about HTML, which you have learned. This was a very simple crash course which covered the very basics of HTML, which you need to learn before you jump onto the JavaScript part. In the next crash course, part number 2, we are going to talk about CSS in detail. In this crash course, part 1, you have actually covered some parts about the HTML the CSS basics, but we are going to discuss in detail about CSS in the crash course part number 2. So for this tutorial, that is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you here to this course where we are going to talk about CSS now. In the first part of this crash course, we talked about HTML, and we also discussed some very basics about CSS as well. But in this crash course part number 2, we are going to just dive deep into CSS, and we are going to see what CSS is. So before we begin on, let me just refresh your memory by describing what CSS is. Now, CSS stands for the Cascading Style Sheet. CSS describes how HTML elements are to be displayed on screen, on paper, or in other media. CSS actually saves a lot of work. It can control the layout of multiple web pages all at once. External style sheets are stored in CSS files, which you can see right over here as well. We have got this style.css. Now you know how to link it. You can see that this is actually the link to the HTML with CSS. You can see that we have only linked this at this time only one file. You can link multiple files as well. Like you can just have, let's just say, styles sss.css. But for now, we do not have more. We are going to just stick on with this single one. So now the question is that why use CSS? Now CSS is used to define styles for your web pages, including the design, the layout, and variations in display for different devices and screen sizes. CSS basically solved very big problems for you. HTML was never intended actually to contain tags for formatting a web page. HTML was created only to describe the contents of a web page, like a header that is going to say this is a heading, a paragraph that is going to say this is a paragraph. When tags like font and color attributes were added to HTML 3.2 specification, it started a nightmare for web developers. Development of larger websites where font and color information were added to every single page becomes a long and expensive process. Now, to solve this problem, the World Wide Web consortium known as the W3C created the cascading style sheets. CSS removed the style formatting from the HTML page. Now, if you don't know what HTML is, then you should refer to the first part of this crash course. And also, CSS saves you a lot of work. The style definitions are normally saved in external CSS files. With an external style sheet file, you can change the look of an entire website by changing just one file. Now, the question is that how many ways are available for you to actually style upon your sheet? Now, there are three ways which we have discussed in the crash course part one. The first one is the inline CSS, the second one is the internal CSS, and the third one is the external CSS. And as I told you in the crash course part one, that the most important and the most useful one and the most recommended one, which you should use more often, is known as the external CSS, in which in the HTML part, you have to only link the HTML with CSS, create a separate file for the CSS coding, and just code your CSS here. Not only your code is going to look good in that way, but also the CSS is going to be at a different file than the HTML, so that when someone else wants to read your code, it is going to not be a nightmare for him. So this was a brief overview of what we have covered so far. So let's just talk about a very simple CSS syntax. So in the index.html, in the body tag, let's just say that we have an h1 that is going to say heading. Save this, and right here what you're going to do is that you have to just write in heading brackets, and right here you are going to perform the styling. So it is going to be, let's say, color is going to be blue. Now, what that is going to do is that this over here that is known as h1 is known as the selector. Now, the selector points to the HTML element which you want to style, which is h1 or the heading number one in this case. After that, we have the declaration block that may contain one or more declarations separated by semicolons. Now, each declarations include a CSS property name and a value separated by a colon, which you can see. Now, this over here completely is known as a declaration. Now, inside this declaration, we have two parts. The first one is the property, which is this color, and the second one is the value for that property, that is blue in this case. Now, this is a semicolon that is going to help you to actually separate one or more declarations. So, for example, we have one more declaration here that is known as font size, which is 12 pixel. So this semicolon is going to help you actually uh, just separate these two declarations. So this is a separate declaration. This is a separate declaration. This is the property for this declaration, and this is the property for this second declaration. This is the value for the first declaration, and this is the value for the second declaration. Now, multiple CSS declarations are separated by semicolon, and declaration blocks are surrounded by curly brackets. So, for example, you have one more entity here, or you can say one more selector here, which you want to actually decorate, then actually that one is going to be uh, differentiated, or you can say separated by these curly brackets. So you can see that since the brackets end here, which means that the styling for h1 has ended, the styling for the second one is going to just begin. That is the paragraph. So we will just save this, and right here we are going to create a paragraph that is going to say simply paragraph. Just save this and refresh this, and you can see that you have got heading, you have got paragraph. So that's how you can actually style things in CSS. This is the very simple syntax and what the element names are in that. Now, the next thing we are going to talk about is known as the CSS selector. Now, a CSS selector select the HTML elements which you want to style. Actually, CSS selectors are used to find or select the HTML elements you want to style. Now we can divide actually the CSS selectors into five categories. The first one is known as the simple selectors. That is the select elements based on name or ID or class. Now in this case, you can see that we have used the simple selectors where we have actually selected elements based on their names. The second one is known as the combinator selectors. Now, such elements based on it select elements based on a specific relation between them. Then we have the pseudo class selectors, which select elements based on a certain state. Then we have the pseudo element selector, which actually select and style a part of an element. And finally, we have the attribute selectors that select element based on an attribute or an attribute value. So in here, we are going to explain the most basic CSS selector that is known as the CSS element selector, which we have already covered. Now you know that how we are going to do this with the help of an ID. So for that, you have to assign this an ID. Let's just say heading is the ID. Save this. And right here, not here, but in here, now to style H1, what you have to do is that you have to write in hashtag heading. And right here, what you can do is that you can just change the color to red, and that is going to do your job. Just refresh this, and you can see that it is now going to be in red color. And you can also select them based on their class names, where you can just change this ID to class. And what you have to simply do is that in the style.css, you have to just replace this hashtag with a dot, and that is going to do your job. Now, there is also a selector that is known as the universal selector. Now, a universal selector actually select all HTML elements on a single page. So let's just remove this class for now, and let's just say that now you can see that we have a heading and we have a paragraph as well. So not here, but in here, if you just write in steric and then brackets and color red, then what that is going to do is, let me just show you, refresh this, and you can see that it is going to apply this description over here to every element inside this index.html, because we have applied a universal CSS selector that is going to apply or select all HTML elements on the page, and it is going to apply in each and everything we have inside that is color red in our case. Now, there also may be cases where, for example, we are not using, let's just say, this universal. But what we have is, let's just say that we have heading 1, we have heading 2, that is also going to say heading 2. We have heading 3, that is going to say heading 3. Now let's just say that we want to apply the same the same CSS on heading 1, heading 2, and heading 3, and different for this paragraph. So if we just go on here, we do not want to close it for now. So let's just say for H1, I applied it like this. Now for H2, I have to again write in something like this. I have to just write in color red. And for H3, I'm going to do the same. I'm going to just write in color red. And I guess we have only 3 headings we have. And after that, you have to specify the one for the paragraph. And let's just say for the paragraph, the color is going to be blue. Now you can see that for all the 3 headings, I have the same CSS settings, where I have only changed the color, and that is red, which is the same color. Now you can see that it is going to make the code look very, very large if you have a very big HTML file. So CSS is going to help you here. And what it does is that is it help you to perform the accumulative CSS styling, where you can just write an H1, comma, H2, comma, H3, and that is going to do your job. Just save it, refresh it, and as you can see that it is going to apply red color on all the 3 headings, which means that you have to just specify a comma, and wherever you want to apply the same CSS, you can just separate those HTML elements with a comma, and that is going to do your job. Now we have talked about comments in the HTML part for how you can actually add comments to an HTML file. Now you can also add comments to a CSS file, but the pattern here is going to be a bit different. It is going to look something like this. And now inside this, you can write in whatever you want, and that is going to simply get ignored. And that's how you can actually display comments that are not going to be displayed in the browser, but they can help you actually document your source code. So now let's just talk about colors. Now colors are specified using predefined color names, or the RGB or the hexadecimal value, the HSL, the RGBA, or the HSLA values. Now CSS actually help you to access 140 standard color names. Now that's a lots of color names, but for now you can use 140 colors. Maybe in the future that number is going to increase. Now you can change the color the way which we have change right here for the headings and the paragraph. You can also change the background color. You have to use the background color for that, and you can specify any background color which you want to do in here. Now you can also change the text color using the color, and you can also change the border color, and for that you have to actually specify a border to something, and you can specify the thickness of the border. You can call it either solid, rigid, or anything else. And after that, the third parameter is going to be the color. And let's just say I want to specify a green border. So that's how you can also change the border values as well. Now you can also specify CSS colors using values. Now in CSS, colors can also be specified using the RGB values, the HEX values, the HSL values, the RGBA values, and the HSLA values. For example, if you talk about the tomato red color, then it has the RGB value of 255, 99, and 71. Whereas the HSL value for that is 9, 100%, 64%. So you can actually just go on and Google these color values. Then you can specify it using the hashtags or the HSL or the RGBA or the HSLA. So let me just show you an example for how that is going to be done. Now for the background color, let's just say for the background color to have an RGB value, let's just write in RGB. And you can see that the pattern here is that you have to specify the value for red color, the green, and blue. Now, you know that these are primary colors, and all other colors are made by the combination of these three colors. So let's just specify these here. So right here in place of red, we are going to, let's just say, write in 255. And for the second parameter, we are going to write in 99. And for the third parameter, we are going to write in 71. So this is the RGB value for, as you can see right here, the tomato red. Now for the same value, you can just write in the hexadecimal value. Now this is the RGB value. You can see now to write in the hexadecimal value, what you can do is that you can just write in hashtag, and it is going to be FF64364 and 37. Now you can see that again it has been turned to the tomato red color. Now you can also specify it using the HSL pattern. For that you have to just write in HSL here, 900%, and the third parameter is going to be 64%, and you can see that again it is going to get converted into the tomato red color. After that you can also specify it using the RGBA values. So for that you are going to use this RGB pattern, but right here you are going to specify one more parameter that is known as the opacity, and right here you are going to write in the opacity to be 0.5. Just made it to 0 RGBA, and the rest is going to remain the very same, and this is the RGBA value now. Now you can also specify it using the HSLA. For that you have to just write in here HSLA, the values are going to be 9, it is going to be 100%, 64%, and finally it is going to be 0.5, and that is going to be your color. So that's how basically you can specify the colors. Now you can go on and visit many websites where you can find all of these values for every color. You can find the RGB values for all colors, the hexadecimal values for all colors, and similarly the HSL, RGBA, and HSLA values for each and every color. You can just go on and check their codes. Now, the next thing which we are going to talk about is known as the backgrounds. Now, in the CSS, the background properties are used to add background effects for element. Now, you can change the background color, which you have learned a lot, but you can also change the background to be a background image. You can also have a background repeat, a background attachment. You can change the background position, and background is going to be the shorthand property for that. Now you already know that how to change the background color, so we are not going to get into that. We are going to just jump on to how you can change the something to a background image. Now for that, what you can do is that, let me just show you all the properties right here. You can simply write in background, and you can right here see that you can change the background color, you can change the background image, the background position, background repeat, the background size, clip position, x attachment, origin, position, y, and blend mode, and a lot of other things. So for the background image, what you can do is that you can just write in URL, and right inside this URL just have these double quotes, and what you have to do is that you have to write in the name of the image. So just put it in the directory in which you are working, that image. Just specify the name of the image. Let's just say that the name of the image is abc.jpg, which we have right here, .jpg. JPG. So this is the image we already have. So let's just save this, and let's just see this as the output. You can see that it is going to disappear each and everything, because this is the background image we have. That is the image where we have the JavaScript mono. So it is going to automatically disappear everything. You have to choose an image that is going to actually adjust to your entire screen. Now you can also change the body here. So for the body, you can specify a background image that is going to have the URL as abc.jpg, and we'll just remove this from here, save this, and now refresh this page, and you can see that now this is going to be the background image. You can see that you have got this paragraph here, and for the headings to appear, you have to just write in h1, h2, H3, and specify a color that is visible on the black background of this image. So let's just change the color to red, and that is going to be good enough. Save this, refresh this, and you can see that you've got your headings, you've got your paragraph, and for the complete background of the body, you have got this image as your background. So that's how you can actually change the background image as well. The next thing which we are going to talk about is known as the CSS borders. Now, the CSS border properties actually allows you to specify the style, the width, as well as the color of an element's border. Now, the CSS border styles, we have already discussed them in the CSS in previous crash course part 1, where we have seen that we are allowed with certain values. The first one is the dotted border, that defines a dotted border. Then we can also have a dashed border, we can have a solid border, we can have a double border, we can have a 3D grooved border. The fact depends on the border color value. We can also have a 3D ridged border, we can have a 3D inset border, we can have a 3D outset border, we can have no border at all, and we can define a hidden border as well. Now, the border style property can have from 1 to 4 values for the top border, right border, bottom border, and the left border. So let's just see this with the help of an example as well. So right here, what you can have is that you can have border, and you can see that you can specify the top border, the left border, you can have the right border, and you can also have the bottom border, or you can have the border as a whole as well. So for example, I want to have the border as a whole. So let's just say that I want to have a 2 pixels border that is going to be, or you can just specify it to be, let's just say, groove. So the border is going to be groove. So let's just refresh that, and you can see that you are going to have a groove border right here. So you can choose from any of the options I have told you. So that's how basically you can have all these borders. Now you have also one more thing over here, that is known as the border radius. So you can also specify the border radius over here. That can be either, let's just say, 20%, 30%, or you can specify it in pixels as well. Now you can also have rounded borders. You can we have seen this in the crash course part 1, where we were creating tables, and we see we have seen there that how you can actually create rounded borders as well. So the next topic which we are going to talk about in CSS is known as the CSS margins. Now, margins are used to actually create space around elements outside of any defined border. Now, the CSS margin properties are used to create space among elements outside of any defined borders. Now, with CSS, you have full control over the margins. There are properties for setting the margin for each side of an element that can be top, right, bottom, and left. So, what you have here is that you can specify here the margin. Now you can see that you can specify the margin as a whole, or you can specify the margin top separately. You can specify the margin left separately. You can specify the margin right separately, or you can have the top separately as well. So you have these four options, or you can just use this over here. That is the top one, that is margin. You can use auto as well, that is going to perform the automatic margining between elements. So if you just refresh this, you can see that the automatic margin is going to be set right here. But you can also have, let's just say 2 pixels, 3 pixels, 4 pixels, and 5 pixels. So if you just save this page and refresh your browser, you can see that it is going to specify certain spaces here, where this is the top, I think, this is the bottom, this is the left, and this one is the right one. Now you can specify them separately as well by just specifying margin top is, let's just say, equal to 20 pixels. Save this and refresh this, and you can see that the margin from top is now going to be 20 pixels, whereas you can just write in margin bottom, that can be, let's just say, equal to 30 pixels. So if you just save this and refresh this, you can see that the bottom margins are going to get increased right down here. Now you can also increase the left margin. So you can just write in margin from the left is going to be, let's just say, 50 pixels. Save this, refresh this, and you can see that it's going to move towards the left by 50 pixels. So that's about margins, how you can specify them separately, or you can specify them using the attributes you are given here. That is the margin top, margin bottom, margin left, and margin right. The next thing which we are going to talk about is known as padding. Now, padding is basically used to create space around an element's content inside of any defined border. Now, in case of margin, you know that it defines boundary between the outside of two elements, whereas what the the padding is going to do is that it is going to create space around an element's content inside of any defined border. So let's just see what CSS padding is. Now the CSS padding property is used for that purpose. The CSS padding properties are basically used to actually generate space around an element's content inside of any defined borders. With CSS, you have actually got full control over the padding. There are properties for setting the padding of each side of an element, that is the top, the right, the bottom, and the left. Now, to actually perform padding, let's just see this. So all you have to do is that let's just remove this from here, and you have to write in padding, and you can see that you have got multiple options. You have got padding, you have got padding left, you have got padding top, bottom, right, inline start, and a lot of others. The most important are these five. The first one is simple padding, where you can provide all these four things, the left, top, bottom, right. Whereas you can also provide a specific padding either to the left, to the top, to the bottom, or to the right. So for example, you want to perform the padding to the left, just click on it and you have to write in here 30 pixels. Just save this, refresh your browser, and you can see that a padding of a specific length towards the left is performed. That is padding left, that is 30 pixels to all the three headings. So you can also perform padding here. So let's just say that I want to perform padding left of, let's just say, 50 pixels to the paragraph. So what that is going to do is that if I refresh this page, you can see that to the paragraph, a padding of 50 pixel has been applied. Now, as I told you that you can also perform padding in a short form where you can only specify something like this. For example, for the paragraph, I want to perform a simple padding. And right here, I'm going to just write in 25 pixels, 50 pixels, 75 pixels, and 100 pixels. Now, right here, the top padding is going to be 25 pixels. So the first parameter is going to be for the top padding. The right and left padding are going to be 50 pixels. The bottom padding is going to be, no, sorry, the right padding is going to be 50 pixels. The left padding is going to be 75 pixels. And the bottom padding is going to be 100 pixels in this case. So if you just refresh this and refresh your browser as well, the padding is going to get applied to that paragraph. So this is a shorthand notation for how you can perform all the four paddings in a single line. Now the CSS width property also is used here that specifies the width of the element's content area. Now the content area is actually the portion inside the padding, the border and margin of an element that is also known as the box model. We are going to discuss box model shortly. So if an element has a specific width, the padding added to that element will be added to the total width of the element. Now this is often an undesirable result. So most often this is something that is not used. So for example, you can have for a specific paragraph, we'll just remove these from here and we can just specify the width. Let's just say 300 pixels. And let's just say that I perform the padding here to be 25 pixels. Now to keep the width at 300 pixels, no matter the amount of padding, you can use the box sizing property. This causes the element to maintain its actual width. If you increase the padding, the available content space will actually get decreased. But for that, as I told you, you have to apply the box sizing, which is going to be border box. You do not need to worry about the box sizing here. We are going to discuss that shortly. So that was all about padding. I hope you have understood how padding is done in the CSS. The next thing which we are going to talk about is known as the CSS height and width. And also we are going to talk about the maximum width as well. Now the CSS height and width properties are used to set the height and width of an element, whereas the CSS max width property is used to set the maximum width of an element. So let's just first talk about CSS setting height and width. Now the height and width properties are used to set the height and width of an element. The height and width properties do not include padding, borders, or margin. So it sets the height or width of the area inside the padding, border, and margin of the element. Now, the height and width properties may have some values. It can be auto, which is actually the default one. The browser calculates the height and width for you. The second one is the length, which defines the length or width in pixels or centimeters. Then we have also got the percent sign, which defines the height or width in percent of the containing block. And we also have the initial and inherit, where initial sets the height or width to its default value, where inherit is going to set the height and width which will be inherited from its parent value. So let's just see this for the help of an example. So let's just say that for this paragraph, we are going to set the height to be 200 pixels and we are going to set the width to 50%. So let's just also specify a border here so that we can see what's going on actually. So let's just specify a border of 1 pixel, which is going to be solid. So let's just save this and refresh our browser here. So you can see that this is actually your paragraph. You have to specify a background color to that as well so that it is visible. So we'll just specify a background color aqua here. Now let's just save it and now refresh it so that now it is visible. You can see that now it is visible. So you can see that you have got a width of 50%, whereas the height is going to be 200 pixels. in this case. So now this element has a height of 200 pixels and a width of 50%. So you can also set both the height and width of something in pixels as well. Now, the second part is how to set the maximum width. Now, the maximum width property is used to set the maximum width of an element. The maximum width can be specified in length values like pixels, centimeter, or in percent of the containing block, or set to none, which is default, which means that there is no maximum width. Now, the problem with that is going to, which we are going to encounter, is that when the browser window is smaller than the width of the element, then what that is going to do is that the browser then adds a horizontal scroll bar to the page. So using maximum width instead in this situation will improve the browser handling of smaller windows. So if you drag the browser more than the size of the window, then what that is going to do is that it is going to forbid you from that. So what I'm saying is that let's just say that this window is, for example, let's just say 1,000 pixels in width. So what if I set the border of this paragraph to, let's just say, 1,200 pixels? And what that is going to do is that it is going to create a scroll bar right here at the bottom. Whereas if I set a height more than the required height, then it is going to set a scroll bar right here. Now, having a scroll bar towards the right is something that is not bad, because you often might have visited websites which have a scroll bar towards the right, but you will not have seen a website which is a good website and it has a scroll bar right here at the bottom. So it is not recommended to have a scroll bar at the bottom of your website. So for that, we use the concept of maximum width. So when you set the width of a certain container more than the size of the original window, then what that is going to do is that it is not going to allow you that, and it is going to stop you from doing that. So for example, if I set the maximum width here, you can see that the first option here is fit content, which is going to be the maximum width, which is actually the width of the window here. So right here, if I just click on, let me just show you the output of this. So if I just refresh this, you can see that it is going to just limit itself to whatever the content is here. But if I set it to, let's just say, the max content. And now if I just refresh this, you can see that again, it is going to remain the same. But if I write in here, let's just say 10,000 pixels, you can see that it actually has limited itself to this size. The reason is that we have set the width here. So let's just remove this from here. So or my bad, we should have it here. So let's just say that it is, let's just say uh 10,000 pixels, but we are going to set the maximum width to be, let's just say, 100 pixels. And it is not going to be equal, it is going to be a colon here, and 1,000, 10,000 pixels. So what if I refresh it now? You can see that what it does is that it is going to perform a check so that this width over here does not exceed this maximum width value, that is 100 pixels here. Because if I just remove this from here, let me just remove this, save this, refresh this, and you can see the scroll bar here, which is going to extend right to the end of the universe, which is exactly what we don't want. So that's why we have this maximum width here, which is going to actually limit so that we do not move outside the screen and we don't get that scroll bar, which we don't want to have. So I hope that you have understood that why we need the concept of the maximum width here. Now, in the same way, you can also have the maximum height as well, as you can see, but that is something that is not used most often, because in almost every website you visit on your browser, you can see that you have a scroll bar which scrolls to the bottom, but most often you do not see a website which scrolls towards left to right. So that is actually something that is not recommended. So that's why we often use the concept of maximum width in CSS. The next thing which we are going to talk about is known as the CSS box model. And to get your attention, this is the most important topic which we are going to cover about CSS. Now, consider that all HTML elements are boxes. Now, the CSS box model, in CSS, the term box model is used when talking about design and layout. The CSS box model is essentially a box that wrap around every HTML element. It consists of margins, it consists of borders, it consists of paddings, and the actual content as well. Now, the image here, right here, it actually illustrates the box model. Now you can see that in the innermost part, you have got the content. Now the content, this is the content of the box where the text and images appear. After that, you have got here the padding. Now it clears an area around the content. The padding is actually transparent. Then we have got a border, as you can see, a border that goes around the padding and the content. And finally, we have got the margin that clears an area outside the border. The margin is also transparent. Now this as a whole can be considered as a box model, or you can say a box for this right here. My bad. All right, this is it. We just missed the content here. Let's just put back the content here. All right. So this can be considered as a whole to be the box model. So the box model allow you to add a border around elements and to define spaces between elements. So you have already covered how to actually apply a border. You can apply a border something like this. You can see that you have already applied a border here. That is 15 pixels solid. You can also apply a color here. That is going to also apply the color for you. So now if you have a look here and refresh your page, you can see that you have got a border of 1 pixel, which is quite not visible. So let's just increase this to 5 pixels so that it is much more visible. Refresh this now. You can see now that you have got this border over here. Now this border over here actually encapsulate everything. Now this is that green border which is right over here, and it has the margin first, then the border, then the padding, and after that inside that it has got the content. But for now, as you can see that we do not have much padding or bordering over here. As you can see, we have not got any margin, we have not got padding. No, we only have got this border over here, so that's why it is in between. But if you got, let's just say, padding left of 20 pixels and refresh this, you can see that a padding of 20 pixels has been applied, but you can see that the border at the left remain the same. So this is exactly what is the purpose of borders in CSS. Now we also have the box sizing, where you have got actually built-in boxes. So for example, if you have border box and you refresh your page, you can see that it is going to border box the content towards the right side. Then you also have box sizing of content box. You save this page and refresh this, you can see that you can get the content one now. So it is going to be whatever the content is, and it is going to actually have that padding and things like that. So I hope that you have understood about the CSS box model. The next thing which we are going to talk about is known as the CSS outline. Now, an outline is basically a line that is drawn outside the element's border. Now, an outline is a line that is drawn around element outside the borders to make the elements stand out. Now, CSS has certain outline properties. The first one is the outline style. Then we have got the outline color. We have got the outline width. We have got the outline offset, and we have got simple outline. Now, outline differs from borders. Unlike borders, the outline is drawn outside the element's border and may overlap other content. Also, the outline is not a part of the element's dimension. The element's total width and height is not affected by the width of the outline. Now, the outline style property, which is the first one of the outline things, is the specifics, the style of the wind outline, and can have certain values. Now it can be either dotted, dashed, solid, double group, rich, inside, outside, none, or hidden as well. So let's just see this with the help of an example for how outline can be used. So right over here, what we are going to do is that first we are going to specify an outline style. Now in the style, you can see that you have got a lot of options. You can have a dashed outline, you can have a dotted outline, you can have a double outline, you can have a group outline, and then you have inset, outset, rich, solid. So you can see that you have a lot of options. So we will just stick with the dashed outlines. You can just choose the one you want. And but for now, if I just save this page and refresh my browser, you are going to see nothing. As you can see that you see nothing because we have not specified a color for our outline. So if I just specify an outline color, and let's just say that I want to stick with white. I just save this page, refresh my browser. You can see that you have got an outline. And as you can see clearly, the difference between outline and border is that the outline lies outside everything, outside the border of the box model. So you can see that the box model ends where the green color ends, but after that, the outline is going to start, and you can see this dotted line over here. Now, if you, for example, specify the outline width here, and let's just say that I want to go with 100 pixels, I just save this page and refresh my browser. As you can see that it actually does not cater with if there is something above or below or not. As I told you in the beginning, that an outline width does not care if there is an element near the content where you want to actually have your outline. It is going to extend wherever you have, whatever you have specified right over here. So if I just remove this to 10 pixels, you can see that now it is something that is not only more than visible, but it also is not disturbing anything. But if you just increase this, it is going to hide heading 3 or heading 2 or even this heading. It does not care. So that's why you have to be very careful while specifying the outline width, because you have to take care of the elements that are near the content for which you are having your outline. The next thing which we are going to talk about is known as the CSS fonts. Now, choosing the right font for your website is very important. Now, choosing the right font has a huge impact on how the reader experience a website. The right font can create a strong identity for your brand. Using a font that is easy to read is important. The font add values to your text. It is also important to choose the correct color and the text size for the font. Now, all of this depends on how creative your mind is. Now, in CSS, there are basically five generic font families. The first one is the serif. In the serif fonts have a small stroke at the edges of each other. They create a sense of formality and elegance. Then we have the sans serif fonts that have clean lines. They create a modern and a minimalistic look. Then we have got the monospace fonts. Here, all the letters have the same fixed width. They create a mechanical look. And we have the cursive family, where the cursive font imitate human handwriting. Then we have the fantasy fonts that are decorative or playful fonts. Now, all the different font names belong to one of the generic font families which we have discussed here. Now, it depends on you and the type of website which you are creating, that which type of font family you are going to be using. Now, for the first one, which was the serif font family, you have got the Times New Roman, we have got the Georgia, and we have got the Garamond font names. For the sans serif, we have got the Arial, Verdana, and the Helvetica font. And for the monospace family, we have got the Courier New, the Lucida Console, and the Monaco. For the cursive, we have got the Brush Script M7 and the Lucida handwriting. And for the last one, that was the fantasy family, we have got the Copperplate and Papyrus in that. Now, the CSS font family property is used to specify the font of a text. Now, here is a tip that the font family property should hold several font names as the fallback system to ensure maximum compatibility between browsers or operating systems. So start with the font you want and end with a generic family to let the browser pick a similar font in the generic family if no other fonts are available. The font names should also be separated by commas as well. So let's just see some very simple examples of the families we just discussed so far. So right here, you can just write in font family. And right here, you can see that you can see options now. Now you can see that you have got the Courier New and Courier, which is part of the monospace. We have got the Franklin Gotham Medium Arial. So you can select any of these here. For example, you want to select the Times New Roman. You can see that it belongs to the serif family, and this is now going to be the family which you are going to be using. So the next topic which we are going to cover is known as the CSS icons. Now icons can be easily added to your HTML page by using an icon library. Now there are three ways basically for adding icons. The first one is using a website that is known as the fontawesome.com. Then we have also got the Bootstrap icons and we have also got the Google icons. So we are going to cover all of these three here. Now the first question is that how to add icons. Now, the simplest way to add an icon to your HTML page is with an icon library such as the font awesome. You have to add the name of the specified icon class to any inline HTML element like a span. All the icons in the icon libraries are actually scalable vectors that can be customized with CSS size, color, shadow, and other things. So the first one, as I told you, is known as the font awesome icons. Now to use the font awesome icons, you have to go to the fontawesome.com. Let's just visit that. So right here, you're going to go to the font awesome and you have to go to the fontawesome.com here. And what you have to do is that you have to actually start for free. You have to create an account and you are going to get a code to add in the head section of your HTML page. So let's just sign in. So right here, you are going to specify a website and just click on the send kit code and it is going to say that the email has been. So I just actually paused the video here, and what you have to do is that after the code has been sent to your email address, you have to just go to your email address and it is going to ask you to create an account. That is going to be a verification kind of email. So you're going to create your email and then you're going to sign into fontawesome.com. And when you update it, you're going to see that you're going to get your font awesome kit right here. Now you can see that I've got mine one 2 years ago. So that was a very long way ago. So this is actually the code which we are now going to be using. So what we are going to do is that we are going to the HTML here. And in the tags, what we are going to do is that after the head tag here, we are going to create a script tag. And the script source is going to be the website here. So we will just copy the name of the website here. That is fontawesome.com. So we are going to just paste it here. That is https fontawesome.com. And after that, we are going to apply a slash. And after that, we are going to place this code that is F6CB. And after that, it is 505770. 505770. So this is actually the code which I'm going to be using. And after that, I'm going to write in dot JS, which means that it is now going to be converted into kind of a JavaScript file. After that, I'm going to supply a cross origin that is going to be anonymous. All right. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm actually set up with Font Awesome. There is no downloading or no installation which is required to actually run it. So what now I can do is that I can just go on And right here for this heading number 1, I can just write in the class to be equal to FAS FA cloud. Now this is the styling which I want to perform. So if I just save this page, I don't need it anymore. Refresh that, and this is going to be in that format now. So this is actually how you can actually use the fontawesome.com icons. Now there is also one more way, that is using the bootstrap icons. Now to use the bootstrap glyph icons, you have to add the in the head section, you have to add a link to the maxcdn.bootstrapcdn.com there. Now when you add that there, no downloading or installation is required in that case as well, and you can actually access the bootstrap icons. Now what I'm saying is that you have to actually visit the maxcdn dot bootstrap, and you have to actually go to this website, and then you have to get to the bootstrap section. So we don't need to be in here. What we need to do is that we need to have bootstrap cdn slash, we have to write in bootstrap, click enter, and now I am there. So you can just go on to the bootstrap icons. And after getting into the bootstrap icons, what you have to do is that you have to just copy this link from here. And what that is going to do is that you are going to not get that, but you are going to get this link down from here. So just copy it. It is going to be updated to the latest version itself. You can see that now you can use this one to actually use the glypho icons from bootstrap CDN. So just go in here, and what you have to actually do is that you have to actually provide a link. So right over here, you are going to provide a link to a style sheet. Now the href for that is going to be the link we just copied. So this is going to be the link which we are going to be using. And now what I can do is that I can just go back here, and what I can do is that now I can use anything that is a part of this bootstrap library here. So you can just build fast responsive websites with bootstrap like that. You can use all the icons you have there. You can see that you have got now this body. You can see that you can use the fonts which are available here. Now the third way to create icons is using the Google icons, and for that you have to visit the fonts.googleapis.com, and it is going to follow the very same pattern, and it is going to just get a link. You have to just provide a link for that. So just go to the fonts.google.apis, and I guess that is the websites. So this is the website which you are going to use. So you can just go into icons, and you can see that all of these icons are which you can now use. You can see that this is a very, very long list of icons which is available in the fonts.google.com, which you are actually allowed to now use. So this is how you can also use the Google icons as well. So I hope you have understood how to add icons. We are going to see practical demonstration of these in a while as well. But for now, let's just move on. So we will just remove this from here. We don't need that. We don't need this as well. The next thing which we are going to talk about is known as the CSS links. Now that is how you can actually style your links. So you know that a link is creating using the A icon. So right here, you can just write in link to, let's just say, google.com. And if you just save this page, and just, we don't need these websites anymore, just, so if you just refresh this page, you are going to have your Google icon, but that is in black color, so that's why it is not visible. We need to style it a bit here. So we will just remove these from here. Just save this now and refresh this. It's still not visible. Yes, the reason behind that is we have to specify something over here that is going to be clickable. So now let's just save this page and refresh my window. And now you can see that you have got this Google icon here. Now the question is that how you are going to actually style it. Now there are simple stylings like just changing the background color for this link, just changing the font color, font text, styling for this link. But there are some certain things which are important. So in addition, links can be styled differently depending on what state they are in. Now, for links, there are four states basically. The first one is a normal link, which is an unvisited link, which is this in our case, which is google.com. For now, we have not visited it. So it is a normal link, which is an unvisited link. Now, the second thing is that what if we click on this link? Then what that is going to do. So the third state is a link when the user mouse hovers over it. So when you hover over it, what that is going to do. And the fourth one is active link, a link that link the moment it is clicked. So what you can do is that you can actually style your link according to that. So in the style.css, the first thing which we are going to do is that we are going to write an a colon link, and we are going to just change the color for that. Let's just say I want to have it in red color. So this is the first kind of thing which you can do with a link. That is a link that is actually not clicked so far. The second one is what if the link has already been visited. Now for a visited link, what I want to do is that I want to change the color to, let's just say, green. Now for hovering over the link, what if I'm hovering over the link? So for that, just call in here hover. So if I'm hovering over the link, what I want to do is that I want to change the color to, let's just say, aqua. So finally, this last state is what if the state of the link is actually active. Now in that case, what I want to simply do is that I want to just change the color to, let's just say, blue. So these are the four things which you can actually style about a link. So if we just move back in here, refresh this, now you can see that it is in red color, which means that it is a unvisited link. If we click on this link, you can see that as soon as I clicked on that link, it turned in aqua color. As you can see that if I hover over this link, it turns aqua, and if I just move my mouse over it, which has now been clicked once, so that's why it has been converted into a green color. Now you can also perform the text decoration property to remove underlines from text as well. As you can see that you have got an underline over here. You can see that this link is underlined. So for that, what you can do is that you can just change the text decoration to none. So if you now save this page and you refresh this window so that you can see that now the underline, the line behind that has actually been removed, and it is now no more underlined text. Now you can, for example, if I want that, if a link has been visited, then for that, for those links, I want the text decoration to be underlined. Then for that, you can actually add a line. So it all depends on you how you want to change things about that. Now you can also change the background colors for that. For that, simply just write in background color, and let's just say that the background color which you want to specify is going to be aqua. You can do whatever you want to do right over here. You can also link buttons to a link. For example, right here, I want to add a decoration. So what I'm going to do is that I will just write an a dot link, and I can just write an a colon visited. For that, I want the color to be red, the text decoration to be none, and I can just write in the display to be inline block. So if I just save this page, refresh my browser window, you can see that it is kind of a button now. So if you click on this button, you can see that it moved you to google.com. So this was all about links, how you can style links in CSS. So the next thing which we are going to talk about is known as the CSS lists. Now, in the HTML part, we have actually talked about how to create lists, and we know that there are actually two kinds of lists we have in the HTML. The first one is the unordered list, and the second one is the ordered list. We have also got another type, but that is frequently not used. The most used types are these two, in which we have the unordered list and we have got the ordered list. Now, to style these, you have got four CSS properties which are used to style that. The first one is the list style, the second one is the list style image, the third one is the list style position, and the fourth one is the list style type. Now, for the first one, which is the list type, it sets all the properties for a list in one declaration. For the list style image, it specifies an image as the list item marker. And for the third one, where we have the list style position, it specifies the position of the list item marker, that are the bullet points. And for the last one, which is the list style type, it specifies the type of the list item marker. So let's just see this with the help of an example. So just move towards the HTML here. And what we are going to do is that we are going to create an unordered list in which we are going to have elements. Let's just say that we have got cricket. Then we have, let's just say, got football. And then we have got, let's just say, baseball. So let's just refresh this and let's just see what we have. So you can see that we have got an unordered list here. Now, to style this unordered list, what you can do is that you can first remove these from here and just write in UL. So for the UL, what you are going to do is that you can perform the styling here. So let's just say that I want the list a style type to be, let's just say, circle. So if I save this page and refresh this, you can see that now these icons over here are in the circular position. So this is how you can specify the list style type. Now you can also add a list style image as well. Now for now we have only got that JavaScript image. So let's just have that. Let's just remove this from here. And right here you can just write in list style image, and it is going to be a URL for the image we have, that is known as the abc.jpg. So if you now save this page and you refresh your browser, you're going to see that since it is a very long image, you can see that it has been converted into three images. But what you have to do is that you have to actually get an image which is actually resizable according to your specification. Now we have also got a list style position thing as well. So for that, just write in position. And now you can see that you can specify the position which you want. For example, you can just go with outside, you can go with inside, you can have this calc. So let's just stay with outside, save this page and see what happens with our list. So if you refresh this page, you can see that you have got this. But let's just say that for a certain text, we have, let's just say, got let's just say have a lot of text. So if you now save this page, refresh this, you can see that you have got that in a single line. So if I just resize it to a smaller window like this, let me just scroll it back a bit and let's just add more text over here. So now let's just save this page and refresh this. So now right here, if I just go in and change this to inside, save this page and refresh this, you can now see that the text moved towards a new line. Whereas for the other one, it is going to stay in a single line, even though the text got out of this, but you can see that it created a scroll bar for me, but it did not move to a new line. So that's what inside and outside for a list style positions are going to do. Now there is also a list style type which you have already covered, and then the final one which you are going to see is, let's just remove this from here. All right, just remove this from here. We don't need this as well. We will just stay with Cricut. And right here, what you can do is that you can have the list style. And as I told you that this is something which is actually used to specify each and everything. So let's just say I want to go for the list style type to be square. I want the position to be inside. Let's just say that I also want to add an image, but for now I'm just going to be good with these two. So if I just refresh this page, you can see that I've got squares and I've also got the position to be inside. So that's how actually using the list style, you can specify all the types which you have. The next thing which we are going to talk about is a very important topic that is known as the Z-index property that is related with the CSS layout. Now the Z-index property specifies the stack order of an element. Now when elements are positioned, they can actually overlap other elements. Now what the Z-index is going to do is that the Z-index property specifies the stack order of an element, which element should be placed in front of or behind the others. Now an element can have a positive stack order, or they can also have a negative stack order as well. So for example, let's just say that we are in here, and let's just say that we have got, we'll just remove this from here, and let's just say that we have a heading. So the heading is simply like this, heading right here, and let's just say that we also have a paragraph that says that I am a paragraph. So let's just say that we also have got an image. The source for the image is going to be abc.jpg. We don't need this, so we will just remove this from here. So we will just save this page. We are going to remove this from here, save this, and we are going to refresh that. Now you can see that you have got these three things, but you can see that it got up here, it popped up right here, and then this got right here. Now what you can do is that you can just go in here in the style.css and you can just write an image. And for the image, what you can do is that you can specify the position not to be relative, but to be an absolute position. It is going to be absolute. So for the position absolute, what you're also going to do is that I'm going to perform a left of 0 pixels, a top of 0 pixels, and I'm going to have a Z index that is going to be -1. Now you can see that for the left to be 0 pixel and for the top 0 pixels, we have actually got this heading right over here. So before I refresh this page, you can see that at that location, we have got this heading. But now if I just refresh this page, you can see that I have got this image right over here. So what I'm going to now do is that I'm going to just change the color for the heading. Let's just say that it is red. For the paragraph, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to also change the color to, let's just say, green. So just save this now and refresh this. You can see now that I've got this heading over here, and now that I have also got this paragraph over here. Now Z-index only work on positioned elements, that is position absolute, relative, fixed, or sticky. And it also work on flex item elements that are direct children of display flex element. Now let's just say that if I do not have a Z-index over here, It is going to be green. And let's just say that I just remove this from here. So if I now refresh this page, you can see that the headings are now gone because this image, as you can see in the sequence here for the HTML, the sequence is that the image is going to appear at position number 3. And since it is at position number 3, so it is going to overlap, or you can say hide, the heading as well as the paragraph here. But since I have specified the z index here to be -1, which is going to say that the order of the position for that is going to be that this is going to appear at -1 position, this is going to be at the 0th position, and this is going to be at the first position. So it is going to be kind of an array due to the z index. And when you specify the z index in the style.css here, save this page and refresh that, you can see that now you have got your heading as well as you have got your paragraph. So let's just see another z index example so that if you have any doubt, it gets cleared up. So in the index.css, let's just remove this from here. And let's just say that you have a div. The class name is container. And right inside that, let's just say that you have got three classes, or you can say that you have got three boxes. So the first one is going to be a black box. The second container is going to be a gray box, and the third container is going to be a green box. So if I just for now save this page, and in the CSS part, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to first perform the styling for all these three boxes. So let's just say that I just write in dot black dash box. I'm going to have the position to be relative. I'm going to specify the border to be a 2 pixel solid black border, and I'm going to specify height for the box that is going to be, let's just say, 100 pixels, and I'm going to specify a margin that is going to be 30 pixels in my case. Now for the gray box, what I'm going to do is that I am going to have the position to be absolute. I'm going to specify a background of aqua color, and I'm going to specify a height of, let's just say, 60 pixels. The width is going to be 70%. Left is going to be 50 pixels, and the top is also going to be 50 pixels. And finally, for the last one, that is the green box, I'm going to have the position to be absolute. I'm going to specify the background, and let's just say that the background for that is again the aqua color. I'm going to specify the width here to be, let's just say, 35%, and I'm going to specify left to be to 70 pixels, and I'm going to specify a top that is going to be minus 15 pixels. So I'm also going to specify the height for this. So the height is going to be 100 pixels. Now what we need to do before we run this code is that we need to actually specify the names here so that the styling gets applied. For that, it was the black box. For the gray one, the class name is going to be the gray box, and for the last one, the class is going to be the green box. Now, as you can see that I have used the dot operator in the CSS part, which means that I am actually using the classes styling here. You know that whenever you have a class and you want to style it, you have to write in this dot operator. So if I just save this page and refresh my window, you can see that everything is overlapping for right now because we have not specified any Z index for now. Now, what we need to also do is that we need to have the position for our container here. So in the style.css at the very top, what we are going to do is that we are going to write in container. Now you know that container is the one that is holding all these three boxes. So right here, I'm going to specify a position for that to be relative. And now if I refresh this, you can see that I have got a specific container in which I've got these three boxes, the black box, the green box, and the gray box. But as you can clearly see that everything here is jumbled up. So what I'm going to do is that now I'm going to bring up the concept of Z index over here. Now for the black box, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to specify a Z index of 1. For the gray box, after specifying the position, I'm going to have the Z index to be 3. And for the last one, that is the black box over here, after specifying the position, I'm going to have the Z index to be 2. So now if I just save this page and now if I refresh my window over here, I guess there is a saving problem here. There is none, but I guess we need to change the color so that everything is visible. So let's just change the background of this to be, let's just say, red. Now let's just change the background of this to be, or let's just change the background according to the types we have. Let's just change the background to be black. This one is going to be gray, and this last one over here is going to be green. So let's just now save this page and refresh my window. Now as you can see that you have got the black box. Now for the black box right here, you can see that you have specified the Z index to be 1, which means that it is going to be at the very bottom. Then for the second position, we have got the green box, and finally we have got the gray box. So you can see that you've got the black box, then you've got the green box, and for the very top, you have got the gray box for which the Z index here is 3. Now, if I just change it, I want to make this one over here 1. And let's just say not 1, but let's just say I want to make it 2. Now, if I just save this page and if I now refresh it, you can see that now green is at the top of the gray box because now green here is a kind of here. I have to change it to 3 as well. Now, the reason it was at the top because it was going to follow a sequential order of code execution. So that's why green got at the top. So if I just refresh it now, it is going to still stay at the top. Now, if I change, let's just say for this one, I want the black box to be at the top and I want the green box to be at 1. And now if I just save this page, refresh this, you can see that now the black box is going to be at the top. So this is how Z index works for overlapping elements. You are going to encounter this thing very, very, very often when you code a very big website. There are going to be a lot of elements which are going to get overlapped. And what you would have to do is that you have to just specify the Z index to see which elements comes at the top and which gets at the bottom. So the next thing which we are going to talk about in the CSS layout is known as the overflow. Now the CSS overflow property controls what happens to context that is too big to fit into an area. Now overflow is going to help you in that regard. The overflow property specifies whether to clip the content or to add scroll bars when the content of an element is too big to fit in the specified area. Now it has basically 4 important values. The first one is the visible value, which is the default value. The overflow in that case is not clipped. The content renders outside the element box. The second overflow property is known as the hidden property. In that, the overflow is clipped and the rest of the content will be invisible. The third overflow property is known as the scroll property, in which the overflow content is going to get clipped and a scroll bar is added to see the rest of the content. And the final one is known as auto, which is similar to scroll, but it adds scroll bars only when there are required. The overflow properties only work for block elements with a specified height. You have to remember that as well. So let's just go back here. We don't need this anymore. So right here, what I'm going to do is that inside this div, we don't need this container anymore. Inside this div, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to have, let's just say that I am an instructor who teaches and I want to transfer my knowledge to others so that others can also transfer their knowledge to others who are going to then transfer it to others, and maybe someday it is again going to come back to me and someone teaches me as well. So just ignore the spelling mistakes which I have made here. So I just wanted to be quick here. So let's just save this page, and in the style.css what we are going to do is that I'm going to add styling for the div here. Now I'm going to specify the width here to be 200 pixels, and I'm going to specify a height to be 65 pixels. Now the background color is going to be aqua in this case. So if I just save this page and I refresh this, you can now see that what that is going to do is that for this height, which I have got here, that is the width 200 pixel and height 65 pixels, it is going to change the background color to aqua, or you can also add a border here. So let's just say that I want to add a 2 pixels solid border of red color. So if I now just save this, and now if I just refresh this, you can see that it is going to add a certain text here. The rest is going to just disappear. Now, if you remember the properties which I just explained when we started on with CSS overflow, the first one was visible, which was also the default one, in which the overflow is not clipped and the content renders outside the element box. Now, this red line is actually the element box in this case, and you can see that the content is not clipped. It just move outside of this box here. Now, what that is going to do is that, for example, if I just write in here and I just want to specify overflow to be visible, then that is, as I told you, the default value, and this over here is going to remain the same. Now, if I want to actually hide what I have here, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to simply write in hidden, save this page, and if I now refresh my content, you can see that now I am unable to read the content which is below this line. Now, this is exactly what I don't want, but in some cases you may want it, so that's why CSS has added it over here. Now, the most best of all is known as the scroll overflow. And what that is going to do is that it is going to add a scroll bar, as you can see, so that you can just scroll down and you can read the rest of the content, which is actually not fitted in the dimensions which you have specified here, that is width 200 pixel and height 65 pixels. Now, the last overflow properties was known as auto, and as I told you that it is very similar to the scroll one, but what that is going to do is that it is only going to add scroll bars if and only if they are required. Now, as you can see that the bottom scroll bar just disappeared when I if I just change it back to scroll, as you can see, and if I just refresh it, you can see that I have got a scroll bar at the bottom here, which is totally not required here because I can just scroll down and read all the text. I do not want to scroll from left to right. So what auto here is going to do is that, as you can see, if I refresh this page, you can see that the bottom scroll bar just got disappeared. So what auto is going to do is that it is only going to add a scroll bar if and only if they are required. Also, you can have an overflow for the x coordinate and y coordinate as well. For that, what you can do is that you can just write in overflow x and overflow y as well. So for example, for the overflow x, I want it to be hidden, and for the overflow y, what I want to do is that I want to make it a scrollable thing. So if I now just save this page and refresh that, you can see that this is going to be scrollable for the y-axis, and for the x-axis you can see that it is hidden. So that's how you can actually have your CSS overflow and control the content that moves outside a certain box. So I hope that you have got an idea of that. Now, the next thing which we are going to talk about in CSS layout is known as the alignment. So we are going to talk about the horizontal alignment and the vertical alignment. So the first thing is how to actually center align elements. Now, to horizontally center a block element, like let's just say a div, what you have to do is that you have to use the margin to be automatic. Now, setting the width of the element will prevent it from stretching out to the edges of its container. The element will then take up the specified width, and the remaining space will be split equally between the two margins. So for example, if you want to style this div, and right here, I just write in the margin as auto, and I just save this page and refresh this, you can see that it is going to get centered to the centered to in the center of the screen. As I told you that to actually center a block element, you have to use the margin to be auto. Then you can also center align text as well. For that, you have to use the text align thing, and you have to just write in center for that, and that is going to do your job. What you have to simply do is that right over here in place of this, what you have to do is that you have to just write in text align center, save this, and you can now see that you have the text towards the left side. But if you refresh this page, you can see that now your text alignment is to the center. Now the border which you have around this div container, you can see that the text is in the center of that. Whereas in the previous case where you have the margin auto, you can see that this whole block was in the center of the screen. But for now, only the text has been aligned in the center of this box we have, that is the div container, and you can see that the text has been aligned to the center. Now you can also center an image. Now for that, what you have to simply do is that you have to just upload an image right over here, and to center it in the CSS part, you have to just write an image, and inside that, what you have to do is that you have to make the display to be block. And what you have to do is that you have to specify the left margin to be auto, and you have to specify the right margin to be auto as well. Now you can specify any width for that as well. For example, I want to stay with 40%, and that is going to do your job. What that is going to do is that it is going to align your image in the center of the screen. Now you can also left and right align using the position. So one method for aligning element is to use the position to be absolute. So for example, if you want to right align a thing using position absolute, what you can do is that, for example, you have an element that is named as right. Now it can be anything. So for that, what you have to simply do is that you have to specify the position to be absolute. And what you have to do is that you have to write in right to be 0 pixels, and then after that you can specify the width, border, and padding, whatever you like. But the important thing here is that you have to write the position to be absolute, and for the right you have to write in 0 pixel. Now if you want to left align it, what you have to simply do is that you have to change this right to left and make the left equal to 0 pixel, and that is going to left align your element. Now you can also left and right align using the float. For that, what you have to do is that, let's just say that this is the element. So what you have to do is that you have to just write in float, and you are going to write in right. And after that, you can specify the width, border, and padding, and that is going to do your job. If you want to specify the position to be left, what you can simply do is replace this right with left, and that is going to do your
job. Then there are also many ways to center an element vertically in CSS. Um, the most simplest solution is to use the top and bottom padding. So what you have to do for that is that, for example, the element which you want to center is, let's just say this. So we will just remove this from here. And right here, what we are going to do is that we are going to specify padding. And what we are going to do is that we are going to specify a padding of 70 pixels and 0. And let's just save this page and see what happens with our text. Now you can see that the text has been moved to the center of this block. So you can see that this block has been expanded, and you can see that you have got an extra space at the top, you have got an extra space at the bottom. Depending upon the pixels which you have specified right here, that is 70 pixels and 0, it is going to create these spaces, and you can see that the text has been aligned in the center of that. Now, to center both horizontally and vertically, what you have to do is that you have to use padding and text align center both, and that is going to do the job. So what you have to do is that you have to write in not text emphasis, but text align center, save this page, and refresh that. Now you can see that not only is your text aligned horizontally, but it is also aligned vertically. You can see that the text is in the center, and also you have got these spaces at the top and bottom, which means that the text is now in the center of the screen, both horizontally and vertically. Now you can also center vertically using the line height. That is another trick to use the line height property with a value that is equal to the height property. Now for that, what you have to do is that we'll just remove this from here. And right here, we are going to write in the line height, and we are going to specify it to be, let's just say 200 pixels. And if you now save this page and refresh this, you can see that your text has been kind of in the center of things, but you can see that for every line, you can see that you have got a lot of spaces in between. That is 200 pixels. Let's just reduce it to a bit so that we can easily see that. So now you can see that now you have got a space of this that is 20 pixels in between the lines. So that's how you can use center vertically things using the line height. Now you can also center vertically using the position and transform. Now if padding and line height are not options, another solution is to use positioning and the transform property. Now in that, what you have to do is that you have to use the position to be relative for the element and position absolute for the exact element which you want to center up. And then what you have to do is that you have to use the transform. So in this case, what you are going to do is that you are going to specify the position to be absolute. And right here, we are going to write in transform, and we are going to use a function that is known as translate minus 50% minus 50%. And that is going to do your job. If you refresh this, you can see that it is going to have an alignment at the center. It is at the very left because we specified it to be minus 50. Let's just make it to 50-50 so that it is much more visible. Now you can see that you can actually place it at the location which you want, depending upon what you write in the translate function parameters. So I hope that you have understood how we can actually align elements in CSS. There are a lot of ways. You can not only have the horizontal, but you can also have the vertical alignments as well. The next thing which we are going to talk about is known as the CSS combinators. Now, a combinator is something that explains the relationship between the selectors. Now, a CSS selector can contain more than one simple selector, and between the simple selector, we can include a combinator. Now, if you talk about CSS, there are four different combinators that are available for you. The first one is known as the descendant selector. The second one is known as the child selector. Then we have the adjacent sibling selector. And finally, we have the general sibling selector. So let's just talk about all of them one by one. So first, let's just take into account the descendant selector. Now, the descendant selector matches all elements that are descendants of a specified element. So, for example, if you have, let's just say that you have this
div. And now inside this div, let's just say that we have a paragraph that is going to say hi. And what we are going to do is that we will just remove these from here. So you can see that now inside the div, we also have got a paragraph as well. Now, what the descendant selector is going to do is that the descendant selector is going to match all elements that are the descendants of a specified element. For example, right here, if you want to select all paragraph element inside div elements, what you have to do is that you have to write in div and then you have to write in p over here as well. And after that, you can do whatever you want to do with it. Let's just say change the background color to aqua. So if you refresh this page, you can see that you have only got the paragraph highlighted over here. So let's say that we have multiple paragraphs over here. So let's just say we have one more paragraph that is going to say hello. So let's just save this page and refresh this. Now you can see that I have also got that paragraph that says hello, and you can see that the background color of that has also been changed to aqua, which means that what descendant selector is going to do is that it is going to match all the elements that are descendants of a specified element, which is paragraph in our case. The second selector combinator, sorry, is known as the child selector. Now the child selector select all elements that are the children's of a specified element. So in this example, if you want to select all the paragraph elements that are the children of a div element, then what you have to do is that you have to specify this greater than sign, which means div is greater than p. So if you now save this page and refresh this, you can see that you can again get the very same output, which means that it is going to select all the children's of a specified element, which means the children of div in this case are these two paragraphs which are going to get selected, and their background color are going to be changed to aqua. The third combinator is known as the adjacent sibling selector, that is specified using the plus operator. Now the adjacent sibling selector is used to select an element that is directly after another specific element. Now sibling elements may have the same parent element, and adjacent means immediately following. So in this example, if you want to select the first paragraph element that are placed immediately after div element, then what you have to do is that you have to write in here plus p, save this page, refresh this, and you can see that it does not imply upon that. Now the reason behind that is sibling element must have the same parent element, and adjacent mean immediately following. So that's why this is not going to get applied right over here. The last one of the combinator is known as the general sibling selector. Now it is done using the negation operator. Now the general sibling selector select all elements that are next siblings of a specified element. So in this example, to select all the paragraph element that are next siblings of the div element, what you have to do is that right here, you have to write in this negation element, save this, refresh this, and you can see that it also does nothing. So I hope that you have understood the difference between the four kinds of combinators we have in CSS. The next thing which we are going to talk about is something that you are going to come across a lot of time, that is known as the opacity or the transparency. Now CSS also allows you to do that. Now the opacity property specifies the opacity or the transparency of an element. Now the opacity property can take a value from zero point 0.0 to 1.0. So the lower the value, the more transparent the thing is going to be. So let's just say that right here, I want to load the image. So the SRC for that is going to be the abc.jpg. So if I just save this page and refresh this, you can see that I can get this image. But now right here, you can see that the opacity is one, which is the default value as well. For opacity, you can see that it is not transparent or opaque at all. Now that is exactly what we are going to do right over here. We are going to change the opacity. So right here, you're going to write an image and you're going to write an opacity. And let's just say I want to make it
0 0.5, which means 50% of the original value of this image. Now you can see that when I refresh my browser window, you can see that the image right in front of you is a bit of transparent, you can say, or you can say that the opacity has been reduced to a 50%. Now you can also have a transparent hover effect. Now the opacity property is often used together with the hover selector to change the opacity whenever you move your mouse over the image. Now for that, what you're going to do is that right here, you're going to change the opacity to 0 0.5, but you're going to specify a condition here that you're going to change the opacity whenever I hover upon the image. The opacity is going to be 1.0. So just save this page, refresh this, and now you can see that the opacity is 0 0.5, but as soon as I move my mouse at the top of this image, you can see that the opacity changes to 1.0. Now you can do the opposite of that as well. For example, I want to have the opacity to be 1.0, but when I move my mouse over that, I want the opacity to be 0 0.5. So if I refresh this page, you can see that the opacity at this time, that is the default value, that is going to be 1, but when I move my mouse over it, what that is going to do is that it is going to change the opacity to 0 0.5. Now the question is that what is the purpose of having this opacity or transparency functions in CSS? Now the reason behind that is that you might have come across websites which have images, and the top of those images you have got text. So if the opacity is 1.0, there are chances that the text might not be readable or not visible at all. So that's why we have this uh, property of opacity to do things like that. So let's just see that in practical use. So what we are going to do is that we are going to have a div. We are going to specify a class for that div to be background, and inside this div we are going to have one more div for which the class is going to be known as the transbox. Now inside this, what we are going to do is that we are going to have a simple paragraph element that is going to say that this is the text that is going to be inside the sandbox. So it is going to have it be here, save this page. And now what we are going to do is that in the style.css, we are going to change certain things. The first one is that we are going to have div.background. We are going to change the div.background, and in that, what we are going to do is that we are going to have the background as an image. So the image which we are going to use is the image we only have got, that is known as the abc.jpg, and right here we are going to specify a repeat, and after that what we are going to do is that we are going to specify a border of 2 pixels solid black border. Now what we are going to do is that after that we are going to specify the CSS properties for our trans box. Now for the trans box, what we are going to do is that we are going to specify a margin of 30 pixels. We are going to specify a background color of a hashtag value of FFFFF, and we are going to specify a border that is going to be 1 pixel solid black border. And the most important of all, we are going to specify the opacity to be 0.6 in this case. Now it depends on you what opacity you want to select. And finally, we are going to have the CSS properties for our paragraph inside the trans box. So for that, we are going to specify the margin to be 5%. We are going to have the font weight
to be bold, and we are going to specify a color that is going to be a hashtag value of black. All right. So let's just save this page and see the output we are going to get in this case. So you can see that you have got your image at the background. Then after that, you have got this transbox. And inside this transbox, you can see that you have got your paragraph that is going to say that this is the text that is going to be inside the sandbox. And as you can see that the opacity is changed here, so that's why you are able to see this text right over here. So there are going to be a lot of cases where you are going to come across scenarios where you are going to need text that is going to pop up at the top of the image, and that's where you are going to use the concept of opacity or transparency in CSS. So the next thing which we are going to talk about is also a very important concept is CSS, that is known as the CSS drop downs. Now there are a lot of examples of drop downs. For example, you can see that when you hover over this YouTube, you can see that it also have this drop down that says YouTube, and then it says also the link which is going to carry you to YouTube as well. Then you can see that you can have a drop down here. You can see that when you click on it, you can also have this drop down over here. So there are various types of drop down. You might also have seen websites, for example, let's say a tourism websites where you might have images of place. So when you move your mouse at the top of that image, which is a small image, but when you move your mouse over it, the image grows into a bigger size to just show you. And when you move your mouse away from it, which means that the hover property has been applied there. So there are a lot of cases where you can have a drop down in, and that's why you require it in the CSS as well. So let's just first talk about a basic drop down in CSS. So for that, we will just move back here. Now inside this, what you are going to do is that you are going to just remove this from here, and we are going to change the name of this to drop down. Now inside this div container, what we are going to do is that we are going to have a span which is going to just say mouse over me. Now outside this span, what we are going to do is that we are going to have a div class of drop down content. Now this is the content that is going to be the drop down content. As you can see in this case, that when you hover over this YouTube, you can see that it just popped down a list that says YouTube as well as the link to the YouTube. So this is going to be the container that is going to display that. So the text which we are going to have is going to be a simple text that is going to say hello world. So whenever you move your mouse over this span that says mouse over me, then what that is going to do is that in the drop down you are going to have hello world, or in other cases you can say that you can just write in here YouTube, and right here in place of hello world you can see that you can just write in YouTube, and then you can say that www.youtube.com. So it is exactly the same as I have mentioned there, but we are going to just stick with hello world for now, and let's just have this YouTube in the span here. So what we have done here is that we have used any element to open the drop down content, for example, a span or a button element. Now we are going to use a container like div to create the drop down content and add whatever you want inside of it. And you have to wrap the div element around the elements to position the drop down content correctly with CSS, which you have done right over here. So let's just move to the important part here, that is the CSS part. That is the main thing over here. So the first thing which you need to do is you need to just remove this from here, and you have to just write in drop down. That is the main div container which you have. So for that main div container, you have to specify the position to be relative, and you have to have the display to be inline block. Now in here, you can see that you have specified the position to be relative, and the reason behind that is that this is actually the thing which you are going to use when we want the drop down content to be placed right below the drop down button. So that's why we have used the position to be relative. And by display in block, inline block, I means that I want the display to be in a block format. The exactly the same where we can see this for the YouTube thing. You can see that for this, the position is also relative and the display is also inline block. You can see that it pop right below the content of this span or button or whatever you can call this. So you can see that it is right below it, and it is also having the format of inline block. Now the next thing which we are going to design right over here is known as the drop down content. Now drop down content is something that contains the paragraph in which is basically going to be the drop down text here. So right here we are going to write in drop down and stash content. Now in the drop down content, we want the display to be none. We want the position to be absolute. We want the background color to be, let's say, aqua. And we want the minimum width to be 160 pixels. We want a box shadow format here, and in the box shadow format we are going to have 0 pixels, 8 pixels, 16 pixels, 0 pixels, and we are going to have an RGBA value of 0, 0, 0, and 0.2. So this is going to be the box shadow for us, and in the padding box you're going to specify a padding of 12 pixels and 16 pixels, and finally we are going to specify the Z index to be 1. So in here in the drop down content class, it holds the actual drop down content. Now it is hidden by default and will be displayed on hover, which you are going to see later. Now you can note that the minimum width here is set to 160 pixels. You can feel free to change this. The tip here is that if you want the width of the drop down content to be as wide as the drop down button, you can set the width to 100% and the overflow to auto to enable scroll on small screen. Now instead of using a border, we have to use the CSS box shadow property to make the drop down menu look like a card. If you don't want to do that, you can just use a border here if you want to do that. But the this thing is a kind of a profession, it is going to give it a professional look, so that's why we have used the box shadow here instead of using a border. Now the final thing which we need to do over here is that we need to create a hover instance with this drop down. So we are going to write in drop down colon hover, and that is when you hover over the drop down content. So what we want to do is that we want the display to be block. So in here, basically the hover selector is used to show the drop down menu when the user moves the mouse over the drop down button. So when you save this page and refresh this, you can see that you have got this YouTube, and when you hover over it, you can see that you can see hello world. You can see that you've got a very good looking box shadow for this. You can see that we have not specified a border, and we've used the box shadow which is visible right in front of you. The background color for that is aqua, and you can see a drop down that says hello world when you hover over YouTube. So this is the first kind of drop down we have got in CSS. The second kind of drop down is known as a drop down menu. Now the drop down menu looks something like this. You can see that when you click at the top right corner here on these three dots, you can see that you have got this drop down menu, and this is exactly what we are going to create right now. So to create a drop down menu that allows the user to choose an option from a list, you have to use the drop down menu. So what we are going to do is that we are going to first move to the index.html, and what we are going to do is that we will just remove this from here. And if you have a look over here, you can see that this is kind of a button. When you click on it, it actually have this drop down menu. So right here, we are also going to create a button here. Now the class for the button is going to be uh, drop btn, and what this button is going to say is that it is going to say drop down. So this is going to be a drop down button. And finally, what we are going to do is that we are going to create our class that is the drop down content class. So we are going to have this as the drop down dash content. Now inside that, what we are going to do is that we are going to have three links, let's just say. So let's just say that the first link which we are going to have is going to say link 1. The second link which we are going to have is going to say link 2, and the third link which we are going to have is going to say link number 3. So this is going to be a button that is going to say drop down. When you click on that drop down button, you are going to see these three links in front of you. So just save this page and move to the CSS part. Now here in the CSS, this drop down is going to remain the same. The drop down content is going to remain the same. We are going to just remove the padding for now. The rest is going to remain the same. And for this, that is the drop down dot hover dot drop down content. It is also going to remain the same. What we are going to change here is that we are going to add certain things over here. So the first thing which we are going to add is the drop down content, and that is the link here. So for the links, we are going to perform a bit of styling. So if you don't want to style your links, that is cool. You don't have to, but let's just do it a bit. So let's just change the color for the links to be black. Let's just specify a padding, which we have deleted before. That was 12 pixels and 16 pixel right here. You know that we just deleted it from here because in the previous case we only had one element, but right now we are going to have multiple elements. So that's why we are going to specify the padding right over here, and we are going to specify a text decoration, and we are going to have the display to be block. So we have got the drop down content links as well. So we have actually styled our links as well. So what we also need to do is that when we hover over a link, we also want some changes over there as well. So for that, we are going to have drop down content. So whenever you hover over a link, what that is going to do is that it is going to simply change the background color for the link. Let's just say that I want the background color to be green in that case. Now the drop down hover drop down content, in that we are going to have this to be display to be block. And the last thing which we are going to do is that we are going to have drop down hover dot drop btn. So for that we are going to change the background color to be, let's just say, a red. So just save this page and refresh this. You can see that you've got your button. When you hover your button, you are going to see that you can see that you've got these three links. And when you hover over each of these links, the background color is again going to change. So this is known as a drop down menu. And this is the second kind of drop down we have in CSS. And this is also something that is going to be very useful. You are going to have a lot of cases where you are going to need such things. So this is the second kind of drop-down content. The third kind of drop-down content is known as the right-aligned drop-down content. If you want the drop-down content menu to go from right to left instead of left to right, what you have to do is that in the drop-down content over here, right over here, what you have to do is that you have to just specify the right to be 0, and what that is going to do is that it is going to move the menu from right to left instead of left to right. So if you save this page, you can see that now you can see that you have got this drop down over here. So I hope that you have understood these three types of drop downs now. So this is it with the drop down part. Now this kind of drop down, that is where we require this right to be zero, is in the cases which I discussed in the very start of this tutorial as well. That if, for example, if you are visiting a tourism website, and let's just say that you just hover over a small image and it throw into a bigger image to show you a image of, let's just say, a tourism place. So that is where you actually want the content to pop from right to left instead of left to right. So that's why in the drop down content here you have to use the right to be zero, and that is going to do your job. All right, so the next thing which we are going to do is the CSS math functions. The first function which we are going to talk about is known as the calc function, that allows you to perform calculation to determine CSS property values. The second function is going to be the max function, that uses the largest value from a comma separated list of values as the property values. And finally, the third function which we are going to talk about is known as the min function, that uses the smallest value from a comma separated list of values as the property value. So the CSS math functions actually allows mathematical expression to be used as property values. The first function, as I told you, is the calc function, that performs a calculation to be used as the property value. Now, the basic format for the calc function looks something like this, where you have to write in calc, and in the parameters, you have to actually write in the expression. Now, here, the expression is something that is a must. If it is going to be a mathematical expression, the result is going to be used as a property values, and the operations which you can use are known as the plus operator, the negative operator, the multiplication, and the division operator. So let's just see this with the help of a very simple example. So let's just say that you have a div container. I'll just remove this from here, and right here we are going to just style this div container. So for this div container, what we are going to do is that we are going to specify the position to be absolute. Let's just say we want the left to be 50 pixels. We want the width, and right here is where we are going to use the calc function. Now in the calc function, what we want to do is that we want the width to be 100%, but we want to subtract 100 pixels from the total value, because let's just say that we don't know the exact dimensions or value or how much width I want. But what I know is that I want it to be 100 pixels less than the 100%. So that is where calc function is going to help me, and I am going to write it like that: 100% minus 100 pixels, which is the expression in that case. So we are going to specify 2 pixels solid black border. We are going to change the background color to aqua, and finally, we are going to specify a padding of 5 pixels. So we will just save this page, and when you refresh this, you are going to see that you are going to have this. You can see that the width here is basically 100 pixels less than the total width. Let me just show you this. If I just remove, let's just say, 1 pixels over here, and just observe the change, you can see that now it has extended towards the rightmost corner. So that is where the calc function is going to help you. The next function is known as the max function, that uses the largest value from a comma separated list of values as the property value. Now you can use the same here, where you can have, let's just say that in place of this calc function, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just remove this from here. I'm going to just write in max, and what I'm going to, not max content, but the max function. And right here, let's just say that I want it to be 100 pixels, 50 pixels, 150 pixels, and let's just say 20 pixels. Now you can see that it is a list of comma separated values, and as I told you, that what max function is going to do is that it is going to select the maximum values from a list of comma separated values. So right here, the maximum value is 150 pixels. So if you just save this page, refresh this, you can see that this is the 150 pixel length, if you want to verify that this is the 150 pixels, you can just write in here 150 pixels to be the width. And when you refresh this, you can see that you can see no change here because that was the maximum value which was also selected by this max function. Whereas if you want to use the min function that selects the minimum value from a comma separated list of values, if you refresh this, you can see that it is going to select the minimum value, which is 20 pixel here in this case. So that's how you can use the CSS math functions. They are very helpful in certain scenarios as well. So the next thing which we are going to talk about is known as the CSS button. So up till now we have talked about styling a lot of things, but we have not talked about how to style a button, which is a very important thing and is a thing that comes most often when you visit a website, because buttons is something that is available each and everywhere. So let's just create a simple button here, and let's just say that the button simply says click me. Save this page, move here, remove this from here, and just write in button over here, and that is where we are going to style our very first button. So what you can do with buttons is you can change the background color of a button. Let's just say that I want the background color of a button to be green. You can specify a border for a button, but let's just say that I don't want a border for now. And you can also change the color for the button. Let's just say that I want it to be white. You can also specify the padding for a button. So let's just say that I want a padding of 15 pixels and 20 pixels. You can also align the text. So the alignment feature which we have studied recently, you can also perform that with buttons, in which you can have the text alignment to be center. You can also have text decoration. You can have a dash, dotted, double line through, but for now we will just stick with none. But you can have a text decoration if you want to. Whereas we can also have the display, which is going to be either block, content, flex, flag box, grid. There are a lot of options available for you as well. For now, we are going to stick with inline block, and you can also change the font size for a button to be, let's just say, 16 or 15 pixels. So if you save this page and refresh this, you can see that you've got a very good looking button over here that says click me. So we have talked about how you can change the background color for a button. You can specify any color for a button which you want to do. You can also change the font sizes for a button. For example, if you want to change this font size to, let's just say, 25 pixels, save this, refresh this, you can see that it is going to change to 25 pixels. So you can also use the padding property to change the padding of a button as well, which we have also seen. Now you can also use the border radius property to add rounded corners to a button as well. For example, if you want to have, my bad, it should be 25 pixels. Now refresh this. Now it's going to be a bigger button. But I guess the 15 pixels button was a good looking button. All right, so what you can do is that you can specify a border radius as well to have a rounded button. So for example, if you want to have a 2 pixels border radius, if you refresh this, you can see that you've got a very tiny bit of rounding of the borders, which is actually not visible at all. So let's just change it to, let's just say 5 pixels. Refresh this, and now you can see that it is more curved at the corners. If you keep changing it, let's just say that I want to make it equal to 20 pixels. Save this, and now refresh this. You can see that it is much more rounded up. And if you want to create a completely rounded up button, what you can do is that you can use the percentage thing, where you can just write in 50%, save, refresh, and you can see that you can have this oval button that is going to be a complete circle kind of thing around this button. So accordingly, you can change the border radius with whatever you want to do as well. Now you can also have a colored button border as well. You can see that you have this green button, and for now we have not got any border. So if you want to change, let's just say I want to add a 2 pixels solid, let's just say a black border. Save this page and refresh this, and you can see that you got this black border around this button. So that's how you can also create a border around buttons. Now you can also have hoverable buttons as well. Now you have also recently seen that in the previous uh, topic where we discussed how you can actually create hoverable buttons, where we hovered over a button and it actually generated a drop down menu for us. So that's how you can also have hoverable buttons as well. Now you can also have shadow buttons as well. Now we also have discussed the box shadow concept in the previous topic where we seen that we did not use the border but we used the box shadow. So let's just use it over here as well. So let's just say that we don't want a border radius of 50% but 2 pixels, and right here we are going to specify box shadow, and we are going to just remove this border for now because it is a good programming technique that if you are using the box shadow, just don't use the border. So right here in the box shadow, what we are going to do is that we are going to have a box shadow of 0, 8 pixels, 16 pixels, 0, and RGBA values of 0, 0, 0, 0.2, 0 and 6 pixels, 20 pixels, 0, RGBA value of 0, 0, 0, 0.19. So if you just save this page and refresh this, you can now see that you have got a kind of shadow around this button here. So that's how actually you can create a shadow buttons as well. Now you can also have disabled buttons as well. Now for that, what you have to do is that normally if you have seen a disabled buttons, you know that they have opacity which is less than the original. So let's just say that I want to have the opacity to be 0.6, and also what I want to do is that I want to have the cursor to be not allowed. So if you now save this page and refresh this, you can see that it is a button that is not clickable. And when you hover over this button, you can see this red sign that that is because we have made the cursor to be not allowed. So that's why when you hover over this button, it is the button that is going to be not clickable here. So that's how actually you can have buttons, or you can actually design buttons, and you can do whatever you want to do with buttons as well. One more thing before we quit on is that you can also add an image to the background of a button, where you can have background. Just go down, and I guess we have to just write in background image, and right here you have to specify the URL. So for now we only have got this abc.jpg. So just save this and refresh this, and you can see that we have got this image at the background, but since it is a very big image, so that's why it is just showing a part of that image right over here for now. So when you want to specify the background of a button to be a background image, what you have to do is that you have to actually size your image according to that. Just go to the panes or whatever you have in your computer, just go and resize the image according to that, and then you can use the uh, image as the background for a button. So that was all about CSS buttons, how to style your buttons using CSS. The next thing which we are going to talk about is known as pagination. Now, pagination come into account where you might have a website with a lot of pages and you may wish to add some sort of pagination to each number. So to add a pagination, what you have to do is that you have to just write in dot pagination, and you have to make the display to be inline block. And right over here, what you have to do is that you have to write in pagination. For the link, what you want to do is that you want to just add the color to be black, the float to be left,
And what you have to do is that you have to specify the padding to be 8 pixels and 16 pixels, and just add a text decoration if you want to, or if you don't want it, just specify it to none. So what that is going to do is that it is actually going to create a pagination thing for you. So let's just see this with a very simple example, in which what we are going to do is that we will just remove out the body, but the button from here. And what we are going to do is that we are going to create a paragraph in which we are going to have this text that is going to say next slash previous buttons. And after that, what we are going to do is that we are going to move outside this paragraph, and we are going to create a div. The class for the div here is going to be known as pagination. And inside this class, what we are going to do is that we are going to create two links. The first one is going to say this, and the second one is going to say that. So not that, but this one. So this is basically for the uh, next and the previous button. So these are kind of the next and previous buttons here. So I hope that it gets treated here. Let's just add this one over here because it is treating the greater than sign as a part of the tag here. So we are going to deal with that later, but let's just first move on and write here paragraph that is going to say navigation pagination. So inside that, what we are going to do is that we are going to create another div class. And for this div class, we are going to name it as pagination. And inside that, we are going to have multiple links. So we will just copy this from here. We'll just paste them over here. This is going to be link 1. Then we are going to have this one as link 2. We are going to again paste it over here. We're going to have this as link 3, and we are going to have this one as link number 4. What we are also going to do is that we are going to create a home page over here. So right here, we are going to create a href equal to hashtag, where we are going to write in a class here. So the class is going to be named as active. And right here, we are going to just write in home over here. So then we are going to move to the CSS part, and what we are going to do is that the pagination display is going to remain in block. Now we are going to have dot pagination A. The color is going to be black, float is going to be left, padding is going to be this, text decoration is going to be none. We are going to specify transition over here, and we are going to change the background color 0.3s. After that, what we are going to do is that we are going to specify a border of 1 pixel solid border that is going to be black, or let's just specify a white border because we have also the color here as black. So let's just specify a white border here. After that, what we have to do is that right here, we have to write in dot pagination a dot active, which means that whatever we have specified here in the class active, that is this here, we are going to specify them over here as the background color is going to be a hashtag value of 4 a hashtag value of 4 CAF50. So this is going to be the color which we are going to use. We are going to write in the color to be white, and we are going to specify a border of 1 pixel solid green border. And finally, the last thing which we are going to do over here is that we have to write in dot pagination a hover dot active. We want to change the background color to be this. So let's just save this page and refresh this. And now you can see that you have got next and previous buttons. You've got these two buttons. You have got these four links over here as well. So you can see that these are, this is kind of known as pagination over here. Now, these are the two buttons, the forward one and the previous button, which are actually going to help us to navigate from home to link 1 to link 2 to link 3 to link 4. Now, this is the one that is active because we have specified it to be active. If you click on this button, it is going to move towards link 1. If you click it again, it is going to move towards link 2. If you click it again, it is going to move towards link 3. And if you click it again, it is going to move towards link 4. And whichever one is active, that is going to have the background color of green. And if you click on this previous one, it is going to move in the backward direction from link 4 to 3 to 2 to 1 to home. But for now, they are not operational. And the reason behind that is that we have not specified the JS code behind that. So I hope that you have just understood the concept of how pagination is and how pagination works in CSS. All right, so the next thing which we are going to discuss here is about the CSS variables, and in that we are going to discuss the VAR function. Now, the VAR function is used to insert the values of a CSS variables. Now, CSS variables have access to the DOM, which means that you can create variables with local or global scope. You can change the variables with JavaScript and change the variables based on media queries. Now, a good way to use CSS variable is when it comes to the color of your design. Now, instead of copy and pasting the same colors over and over again, you can actually place them in variables. Now, the traditional way is to define some colors in a style sheet for each specific element. Now, we have been using that. You can see that for the pagination right here, you have specified this color to be black. For the active pagination, you have specified the background color to be this. So this is the traditional way of doing it. Whereas you have also another way where you can use the VAR function. So the first thing is the syntax of the VAR function. Now in the VAR function, you have got two variables. The first one is the name and the second one is the value. Now the VAR function, as I told you, is used to insert the value of a CSS variable. Now in the now as you can see that it has two parameters. The first one, that is the name, it is basically the required parameter, and the second one is the value, which is optional. Now the required value name is the variable name and it must start with two dashes, whereas the optional parameter value is the fallback value that is used if the variable is not found. Now the variable name must begin with two dashes and it is actually case sensitive. Now the question is that how does the VAR function work? First of all, CSS variables can have a global or a local scope. Global variables can be accessed or used through the entire document, while the local variables can be used only inside the selector where it is basically declared. Now to create a variable with global scope, what you have to do is that you have to declare it inside the root selector. Now the root selector is the one that matches the document's root element. Now to create a variable with local scope, you have to declare it inside the selector that is going to actually use it. So what we are going to now do is that we are going to see this with the help of an example. So by root element, what I mean is that you have to write in colon, you have to write in root, and this is basically where you are going to actually store things. So right here, you can just have minus minus blue, and let's just say that it is a hashtag value of 1E90FF. So this is for blue, and we are going to have one more. Let's just say I want to have it for a white. So for white, what I'm going to do is that it is going to be a hashtag value of FFFFF. So that is going to be for the white color. Now what I can do is that for, let's just say, if I want to style the body here and I want to change the background color here, and let's just say that I want to use let's just say blue as my background color. So for that, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to use the var function, and you can see that already as soon as I write in the var function here, click enter, you can see that I've got two options. I've got minus minus blue, and I've also got minus minus white, which is kind of a database which is present inside the root what you have declared. So you can just write minus minus blue, and that is what is going to get selected here for your background color. If you just save this page and refresh this, you can see that you have got your background to be blue in this case, which is exactly what we have been looking for. We will just remove this from here for now, move back here, and this is exactly what we have used right here now. Now you can use it inside anything. For example, you have, let's just say, a paragraph here. So let's just say that inside this paragraph you want to, let's just say, style this paragraph. So for this paragraph over here, let's just say that you want to change the background color, and you want to change it to, let's just say, white. So we are going to write in var, and we are going to write in minus minus white. And let's just say I want to change the border for this paragraph, and let's just say that the border which I want to use is a 2 pixels solid border. But what I want to do is that I want to use the var function, and I want to use minus minus blue as the background for that. So we will just remove it from here so that the background color is visible. So if you refresh this page, you're going to see that you've got this paragraph that has this blue border over here. Now, the reason behind that is that we have nothing inside this paragraph. Now save it and now refresh it. And now you can see that you've got this blue uh, background for this white background color, which is right here in the root directory. So this is how you can use the var function in CSS. Now there are two main advantages for that. First one is that it makes the code easier to read, and the second is that it makes it much easier to change the color values as well. And there is also a third advantage for that as well, that if you want to, let's just say, use the hashtag values when you are specifying colors, so you can just store them over here and then you can use them inside your code anywhere in the CSS part you want to, and you don't have to specify the hashtag values again. You can just work hard once, store them over here, and then just use minus minus blue, minus minus white, or whatever you want to do with the var function. So I hope that you have understood what we have with the var function over here. So I hope that you have understood whatever we have covered so far, either it be with HTML or CSS. So this was a very brief overview in this crash course for what HTML is, what CSS is, and how they are used to create websites. So that is it with this crash course. Thank you so much guys for watching.